Which one?
Here. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
This is not just a game. It's a battle. One move at a time. On the gridiron and on the board, 100 yards or 64 squares.
Not Queen D2 now.
Yikes.
Every snap, a test of memory, instinct, courage. Every opening, a chance or a trap. Every mistake, punished immediately.
He has a simple plan. Oh, but he blocks with the wrong piece.
He blundered his knight.
Oh,
And he saw it. Oh, Kyler took the queen.
what am I doing?
Oh,
Yeah.
here we go.
The play clock ticks like a time control. The pressure mounts. And still, you must think. Because this is strategy in motion. Contact and calculation. Pain and precision.
And Justin Reid wins BlitzChamps 3.
2 games, 1 truth. Greatness is not given, it's earned. Move by move. BlitzChamps 4 starts now. Welcome, everyone. It's BlitzChamps. We're back. BlitzChamps, baby. BlitzChamps 4 in the year of 2025. Danny Wrench here alongside new co-host joining from Barstool Sports, T-Bob. T-Bob, I just realized in real time that I have no idea what your last name is.
I was wondering, I kind of look. That is not an uncommon occurrence. It is an extremely common Louisiana last name, and perhaps if you're in Quebec, you might see it as well. It is Hebert, Hebert. It's a Cajun last name. My God, y'all, this is a pinch yourself moment for me. I have slowly but surely been trying to weasel my way into the Chess.com ecosystem. I've been a massive fan for years. Danny, you're the one that taught me how to play chess, which I don't know if that reflects well on you, but like this is bucket list stuff here to be hosting BlitzChamps. My 2 loves, chess and football, with Danny Wrench, the man who I've spent heard your voice for hours and hours inside my ear. So I'm very excited.
I'm going to have to apologize for that on so many levels, but I am super excited to have you with us. I was going to make a joke that while I may not have known your last name, I do know of your love of chess. You just wrote an incredible blog. For anyone who doesn't know you, they are about to get to know you, and not just your appreciation for sports, of course, as a regular host of Barstool Sports and all kinds of podcast content you guys do, but also your love of chess and how closely you follow everything. I can't believe I'm the person who taught you how to play. Like you said, maybe we'll talk about your chess game a little more closely as the day goes on because of that. But glad to have you with us. I cannot wait to jump in. Of course, we have other hosts and guests that are going to be with us, and we will introduce them shortly. But let's remind everybody at home what they are in store for, what we have in store for them. BlitzChamps is back, as we said. It's an 8-player double elimination tournament. We love that format. So even if someone loses, you got to stay tuned in case your favorite player maybe doesn't start out well out of the gate. They will have a chance to come all the way back. To win a match, it's 1.5 points out of 2. Of course, if we're tied, we will go into tiebreakers. The winner's bracket is 5+1. They get to play slightly longer time controls throughout. Loser's bracket, they have to make their way through the gauntlet of not just winning all over again to fight back to the grand final, but of course, do it with a faster time control. And T-Bob, the big reason we do this, one of the things we love most about it is our annual most charitable event in some ways that we do with $100,000 from Chess.com to each one of these players beloved charities. And I'm excited, man. So what do you think about this time control here and how fast it is as we meet our players?
Look, I love the format. So when I started playing about 5 years ago and played every day since, I told myself, okay, look, I got 3 kids, I don't have a ton of time. And so I told myself, okay, I'm just only going to play 5-minute blitz chess. So I'm going to focus on, I'm going to put all my resources. And so I'm very familiar with this format, and to me, it's damn near perfect, especially for a setting like this, where we can get a full tournament in and still a fun and acceptable amount of time. I love the added pressure of the losers bracket dropping down to 3 minutes, and I love the fact that the loser has a chance to still claim the title, right? Because what is football and life about if not overcoming adversity? Danny, I had a coach that you say, look, man, you are not defined by the adversity you are met with. Rather, you are defined by your response to it. And so today we're going to find out who's going to respond. Like, what happens? You make a big blunder, you screw something else up, all of a sudden you got upset when you shouldn't have. Do you have the fortitude mentally and physically to fight back and not give up?
I love it. I love it. The drama is real, and the table has been set there by T-Bob. I agree. And, you know, the idea that someone can come all the way back, if they do manage a reset, which is where they beat the person in the winner's bracket to have a chance to really take the whole thing. Now the person who's been comfortably playing 5 minutes has to play 3 minutes with them, which might be a huge psychological advantage if we make it that far. But okay, there's a lot to talk about. I don't even know where to go. Let's actually go back to our participants flashcard there as T-Bob and I were rolling over, and just remind everybody that we have a great cast of characters, some new faces, some regular faces. Of course, right there you see Justin Reid looking dapper. I don't know where we found that photo, but he looks damn good there in that fedora and that suit. You got Kyler Murray, of course, those two guys, and Mack Hollins all played last year. The other 5 players, I believe, are all new, and of course, if I'm ever misstating that, we'll get a correction. But you know, you have Justin Reid there as the defending champion. Kyler Murray and Mack Hollins are some faces that fans of this event know, and many other players that we'll be meeting throughout. All right, the prizes were next. We talked about the charity that each one of them are bringing. We want to remind everybody that there's also a lot of cash up for grabs. $30,000 the victor will be getting for their charity of choice. But everybody gets cash, even $5,000 for showing up, T-Bob. I'm not sure how we're paying you if it's just for the kicks and giggles, but hope you're here for the chess.
I got I believe one of y'all behind the scenes allowed me to stop paying for my Chess.com subscription.
Okay.
So I have a free Chess. I will work for trade. So I have a free Chess.com subscription now, which I've been a subscriber for probably 4 or 5 years now. So very excited about that. But yeah, look, I think it is so key that all these charities are going home with something, because there are a couple players in this tournament, Danny, that we'll get into that may be a bit of lambs to the slaughter. There's like some pretty interesting tiers here in terms of experience. And I got to say, we can get into more of the charities individually as the day goes on and watch guys play. But after reading up on every single one, I mean, just some of the best causes, so much about serving underserved communities with education, with opportunity. There's a few different organizations that are involved with people's families who are dealing with, cancers and some of the worst hands that you can be dealt. So just really some selfless, very applaudable charities to each. And I'm glad that every single one will at least go home with something thanks to Chess.com and these players.
No, I appreciate the shout out, and we do community drives to try to raise funds from time to time, depending on the event or the cause. This is not one of those where we're even raising money from the community, but I will give a shout out to every one of those charities. If you are a member of the community and have it in your heart or desire to support one of them, of course, you will see all 8 charities mentioned multiple times throughout today, and we will dive into the causes of them as is appropriate. But right now, it's appropriate to be joined by our third guest. She's a legend of BlitzChamps herself. This is her 3rd year being a part of the event. Of course, chess and football together means we're talking about the game within the game, the stats and the data, the things you may not immediately think about that are ultimately helping to drive results. And what better person to bring some of those storylines to us than NFL data scientist extraordinaire, the legend, Cynthia Freeland. Cynthia, thanks for being back for BlitzChamps. And are you ready for the 3rd year as far as you being a part of it?
Well, first off, thank you so much for having me. And T-Bob, it's such a pleasure to meet you.
Absolutely.
It's hard for me to call you just T-Bob. I feel like, you got to call me Sin, because it's like Danny, T-Bob, and then like Cynthia, very, very formal. Anyways, I'm very excited to be back. I have a lot of thoughts on how we can, figure out who could potentially win ahead of time. We have a lot of data here about the players on the field, but we did get some data about them in terms of their chess playing as well. So we've got it all covered for you here. So you'll get to know them more as football players, but also let's see how they are like under pressure playing chess.
Well, let's jump into that, because you were pushing for those who don't know, we had all kinds of prep calls getting into this, and Cynthia was pushing hard for, we need to be able to break down how these players perform in the different time controls, because not all of them play as much blitz or bullet or otherwise. So Cynthia, when we look at the stats here, there are some outliers. There are definitely some storylines. What are the biggest ones that pop out to you?
Well, the returning champ, Justin Reid, his numbers always stand out. I'm just looking at that blitz number in general. Obviously, it's the highest in the field. We saw him last year. I mean, in the finals, he took it 2-0, like didn't even give up a half a point to Kyler Murray. I think he's probably still the favorite and the one to beat, but the target on his back is really interesting because Mack Hollins is just nipping at his heels. Look at that blitz rating, 1259. It's just about 100 points lower than Justin Reid's, interestingly enough. And of course, it is worth mentioning that Kyler Murray, who has improved year over year dramatically, I feel like this is a guy who I watch him on the field. I mean, I don't know what the version of like the rollout bootleg to the left is in chess. We'll figure it out. But whatever it is, I just feel like Kyler Murray's preparedness, that could be something that could really be the difference maker this year for him.
T-Bob, what jumps out to you on in terms of highlights, lowlights, or just thoughts that you have about maybe some underdogs or some storylines we don't see coming?
Well, look, as Cynthia was kind of getting at there are some kind of tiers to this grouping right here. Mack Hollins, Justin Reid feel like the ones I believe Hollins actually may have the highest peak rating in blitz of all time. He seems to be maybe going through a bit of a downswing here, but he has achieved over 1,500 in the past. And then look, Murray's very experienced. Pre-show, Cynthia made a very good point about Kyler Murray's improvement from year 1 to year 2. And if we see a similar jump today, well, then he could be taking the entire thing home. And then I want to highlight the big guy, my O-lineman brethren, Rashawn Slater. Okay, a man after my own heart, a man with nearly 8,500 games played, and yet sitting there at a 934 blitz rating. That's my guy. Never practice, just keep firing games.
Well, and we assume he might not be practicing. Or maybe he is. I don't know. We're not going to judge. But we know that a lot of the players do get coaching, some a little more secretive about their prep than others. But I'm going to just say I agree with both of you in terms of Justin Reid being the favorite. But if you look at the average overall rating and how consistently Mack Hollins actually plays all 3 time controls, there's a pretty strong case to be made that maybe he is the first person to bring the BlitzChamps trophy to the offensive player side. For those who don't know, we have never had an offensive player in the NFL win BlitzChamps. It has always been a defensive player of some kind. So we'll see if this is the year that changes.
It's always been defensive backs. We've only had defensive backs win. I mean, I guess Drew has like some linebacker in him, but I would argue the way they use him on the field, this man's not even a guy up front. It's always the guys in the back of the defense. Wonder if Richard Sherman has anything to say about that later. Just saying.
Also, three Stanford grads in the field today. Turns out, I think at Northwestern as well. Yeah, turns out if you go to a smart school, you might actually be pretty smart.
We might get Cynthia's thoughts on Northwestern versus Stanford later, but we're going to save that. Right now, we're going to dive into the defending champ because we talked about the fact that defense wins championships. Defensive players have won the BlitzChamps championship every year, and this guy did it in perhaps the most dominant fashion we've ever had last year, as Cynthia already said, won in 2-0 fashion, a knockout over Kyler Murray, who we should shout out made his way all the way from the loser's bracket. Kyler did fight hard to be in that final event, that final match, but Justin Reid took it home. His stats kind of speak for themselves, I guess, both on the field and off the field, right? I mean, he's a 2-time Super Bowl champion, changing from the Chiefs to the Saints. But your favorite stats, Cynthia and T-Bob, you each get to call one before we get games underway here from Justin Reid.
I mean, all Reid does is win. He's a Dutchtown, Louisiana native. He's now back in New Orleans. A lot of times, happy life means happy time on the chessboard. He's been to 3 Super Bowls, won 2. He's already got a BlitzChamp title to his belt. He's been coached by the legendary James Canty. I mean, what can't Justin Reid do?
Wow, that was impressive. Look, I'm going to keep it to the football field because obviously when you go from a Super Bowl winning team and then, he has a lot of money. It's good. He earned his keep and the Saints are paying him what he's deserved. So ultimately I'm looking at his ability now and it's going to be interesting with a new head coach, new team, a lot of new things going on. The NFC South, I believe, is completely up for grabs. So now can he transition this into being like, all right, could he be our first back-to-back winner? And does then that translate to another perhaps, division title on a different team? I don't know. Feels like there's something to that.
Cynthia, as someone who has covered the New Orleans Saints intimately for many years now at this point. I'm going to say this is likely some of the most winning that Justin Reid will be doing here in this year of the Lord 2025. It could be a rough fall for Reid, so he might want to get his wins in today.
I saw T-Bob's reaction as Cynthia was giving the breakdown, talking about what will Reid be able to do in New Orleans. I saw your reaction, T-Bob. So, all right, before this becomes a preview of just the New Orleans Saints 2025 campaign, we're gonna say goodbye to Cynthia only for now. She'll be joining us throughout the show, of course, as we have stats and stories going on behind the scenes. We're gonna move to our bracket. Cynthia, we'll see you in a little bit.
Great.
All right, here is the bracket, and that is for the first time a look at our pairings, T-Bob. I don't know which matchup jumps out to you. I've got Kyler versus Richard Sherman there. That's an old Arizona Cardinals versus Seattle Seahawks throwback there matchup. I don't know which one you have circled here in the first round.
Well, look, I mean, again, Sherman versus Murray feels a bit like a human sacrifice. Dillon versus Phillips is interesting because that's just a rock fight. The eval bar is going to get quite the workout in that game. Who knows what we're going to see there. Reid, definitely the favorite over Slater, but then Hollins, the favorite over Herbert. Herbert and Hollins probably our best round one matchup. Now, I don't know if this is exactly how it works, Danny, but if the favorites win and Slater and Herbert lose, do we see them, the teammates, squaring up with one another in the losers round one? Because that could be very interesting. For those that don't know, Slater, the offensive tackle for the Los Angeles Chargers, meaning this is a man who in his everyday life is paid to protect Justin Herbert for all it's worth. But we all know that in chess, there are no friends, only enemies. And he may have to, attempt to take out the man that he has spent his life protecting.
I love that storyline. I hope that that's how the pairings work. I've learned to not always question the format in real time, as I don't design as many of the details in our formats as I used to, T-Bob, believe it or not. I show up sometimes just figuring it out. But I believe that is how it works, that if Herbert and Slater lose, we're going to have that matchup that everyone wants to see. What exactly will Slater do when he has to go at his own quarterback? Maybe it just doesn't feel good to him. Who knows how that's going to go? All right. We got moves here. Herbert and
we are
Mack
on the
Hollins
board. Let's
are
go.
the first ones getting going. I've brought up the game right as we saw. I think that was Herbert take a pawn on E5.
Hang a knight already?
Yeah, I think he did. I think he took that pawn on E5 and didn't realize it was defended. But he's playing fast. You got to give that to him. He's playing super fast.
Well, and maybe therein lies the problem. And again, guys, I got to be clear. All of my analysis comes from an 850 player myself, right? So
hey,
I am these guys.
Makes it beautiful. That makes it beautiful. And do not hold back on any level in terms of your opinion or questions. We love that. Believe it or not, you are probably much higher rated than the average viewer in this show. So don't you stress about that.
Is Herbert setting up a little H6 action? With that pin pawn, Holland trying to get him with the discovered attack. Maybe get a rook out of this as he sees it, or is there something that I'm missing there?
No, I think that's a great point. And waiting to pull up this board as we're getting all of our players set and their cameras dialed in. But look at that, Mack Hollins sees it. For those looking at that board all the way to the left, Mack Hollins saw that there was a threat with that pinned pawn on G7 and put the king to safety. And just like that, there we go. We've got it pulled up here. And I'll back up and show real quick because T-Bob spotting the tactics early. There was a threat if Black had done some sort of random move of bishop takes H6, given that pawn was pinned and there was a potential checkmate. But
not to brag, Danny, I am a 2000 puzzles player.
Hold on a second.
Deal.
Wait, we missed something.
What happened?
While I was showing that, there was oh my God! While I was showing that, Justin Herbert sets up the trap with C4. It's explosive. Here, boom goes the dynamite on G7. Mack Hollins, our favorite, just blunders checkmate in one move.
Oh, no. Mack Hollins. Herbert, the quarterback from deep. It's like a 60-yard go ball touchdown walk-off.
Oh, my God. Okay, I will pause before showing what I thought was going to be a moment I had to give something educational about the pin pawn on H6, and in the process, I missed the checkmate. But we'll just review it really quick because the other games are getting underway. They're not going to end right away, I don't think. And just to make sure we pay that off because no one wants to feel robbed, Black was up a piece, and it actually was Black was actually up a piece starting here, T-Bob, when
Yes.
you and I saw on the small board, Justin blundered the knight,
Yep.
not realizing the pawn was defended. And it feels like this should be a walk in the park for one of our pre-tournament favorites, Mack Hollins, a great overall player. He, again, was one of the best performing players last year. We've been talking about the fact that he might be the offensive guy to get rid of the defense wins championships only. But Justin Herbert recognizes his chance to attack on the king side, and he has a one-track mind. When that idea is denied, the idea of taking h6 because the pawn was pinned, he comes up with a new way to get the bishop involved in the game along the long diagonals. This is the kind of thing that people have chess nightmares about, T-Bob. Right
well,
here.
and the thing is, what Hollins ended up losing with 4:03 on the clock. It's especially in a situation like this, and maybe I would ask your opinion on that, Danny. Do you almost need to put your thumb on the scale for forcing yourself to be patient? Like, okay, I'm okay with using some time here early on. I want to avoid a disaster like this, and it's a credit to Herbert for A, responding to adversity, but B, once you're behind, sometimes you just got to go for broke and pray that the other guy doesn't see it.
Yeah, and exactly. We can't blame Justin Herbert on that, right? Because he was down a piece, and so he was playing for every trick he could. And it was actually not a bad plan. Obviously, you can't control that your opponent's going to blunder checkmate. In this case, Mack Hollins did. But even if Mack had stopped the checkmate, I think it was a great idea from Justin. And back to your point, as far as Mack goes, I think you do have to force yourself to slow down. I always like to use the phrase, you have to keep the game simple. Not always simplify. Not every game requires trading. But if you're winning, you really need to focus on your opponent's threats and keeping it simple. And in this case, Mack was a little bit distracted and just missed his opponent's obvious threats. So, all right. Oh, man, I love this event. Here we are. We're just getting started. T-Bob, your energy is infectious. I cannot wait to get into the next game. Where do you want to go? We've got AJ Dillon with a huge advantage against Harrison Phillips. But the other games are also, wow.
Let's check in on Dillon and Phillips, because like we talked about, these are the two least experienced players in the field. Maybe Richard Sherman right there along with them. But Dillon has one of my favorite nicknames in all of sports, Danny. They call him Quadzilla. And his Chess.com name is literally quads for days. The man has massive legs, and he's going to need it. They're going to have to do some heavy lifting today, but as you said, a nice advantage for him here early on, putting Phillips into check there.
It is a nice advantage, and maybe he'll show that his rating of 130 is way underrated, and he's not here just to be sacrificed. But all right, she's here to bring us stats. She is Cynthia Freeland, and we already have one game in the books. And Cynthia, you already got some stuff for us. Where are you at?
Well, I just want to point out something about Justin Herbert that's a parallel with his football game. And this is a man who kind of doesn't make mistakes. If you look at last year, do you know how many interceptions he threw in the regular season? 3. So the point is perhaps, it's not to say every pass was a perfect one. It's not to say every deep cut was something that he was really happy about, but he didn't get punished for them. 3 interceptions. That's it for the entire season.
Well, in this game, he knew exactly what he wanted and kept his eyes on the prize, found that checkmate against Mack Hollins. And it was a one-track mind there, T-Bob. We saw it didn't work with Queen G4, Bishop H6. He found another way. So Herbert creative and surprising us so far, Cynthia. We'll see if it continues.
And again, maybe to stick, can you all hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Go for it.
Okay, sorry. Again, to stick with the football analogies here, it really did feel like just a deep bomb that Herbert hit, right? The bishop hanging out in the corner, the queen coming all the way down, catching the ball in the end zone. Did we have a missed mate in one here a few moves ago? I could be wrong, Danny. It's moving very fast for me. But it was a while ago now.
We might have. It was a while ago now, but because Dillon's remained in the driver's seat, I didn't stop the action, and we had a check in there with Cynthia. But the one thing we should call out that might stop the action is whether AJ Dillon loses on the clock, despite being completely winning in this position, and he should win.
Right.
Stranger things have happened. He only has a minute 10 seconds here, and
as a lower level player myself, there is nothing more terrifying and or annoying than when you have a big advantage, but the clock is against you and the panic sets in. I mean, can he convert? Will he stumble into a stalemate? Anything like that?
But look, he's just grinding right now, finding all the best moves. Of course, he could have taken both the queen and the rook. He can still take both the queen and the rook, either with the bishop. Oh no, he takes the wrong way. He could have taken the rook for free, everyone, or taken the queen with the bishop.
Oh,
And this
now
is
he
what
gave
happens
up
when
his own
time sets
queen.
in. But to your point, T-Bob, this is the thing, right? When time pressure sets in, despite how well you may have played to that point, with just seconds on the clock, can you maintain your nerves?
Dude, he's taking too long. He's taking entirely too long here. Okay, so help a neophyte out then. If I'm in this situation, do I, and I know I have a big lead, right? Do I just need to throw out maybe some like kind of defensive or not pointless, but less thought of like pawn moves and try to gather myself and gather the entire board in my head? Like, what's a good strategy to battling that time?
Well, the first thing I would say is actually realizing you have more time than you think. A lot of what happens is sort of the threat is more powerful than the execution. The panic starts creating mistakes when, if you think about it, you have a 1 second increment. And as long as you're moving, you're actually going to gain a little bit of time on the clock, even if it comes down to it. Because what I would argue is that he's already made it a lot harder for himself by panicking, by missing his chance to win the rook earlier or to take the queen with the bishop. Now, look, this is where the eval bar is evil, as I like to say, right? Because it makes it seem like this is an easy advantage. The truth is you're only up a few pawns in a rook ending, and without a lot of grandmaster technique in your bag, this could easily be like already, look, black can take on b5 and then win a pawn back. This is already a position that I could easily see going the other way, despite AJ Dillon, the other big problem he has, which is on the clock.
Yeah, this is a and again, you mentioned kind of getting to the end games, and if there's one thing that as a lower player you're really going to struggle with, it is correctly executing in games where the eval bar is telling you, okay, you're dominating, but can I make the reads with 20 seconds left on the clock? I mean, it looks like, unfortunately, we're seeing the end of Quadzilla here in game number 1.
Yeah. It went from Quadzilla dominating to Quadzilla. Oh no, now he's walked himself into a potential checkmate. If he doesn't keep checking that black king, black is actually in the driver's seat here. And just like that, this is what happens when time pressure kicks in. And this is one of the things we don't know coming in, is who will handle themselves when the gloves come off and we only have seconds on the clock. That's why we look at the bullet prep and what the players are doing. Because right here, this is a game that has gone totally the other way.
And now Harrison has time here, could have taken the rook there, chose not to. He's okay, though. Just keep moving. You got plenty of time. There's no way he's going to catch up.
Okay, the rook can actually be taken in multiple ways. Hey, oh my gosh, this is just like troll chess right now.
It doesn't want to take the rook. He's a pacifist, Danny, okay? He's not a violent man, which is actually insane because he plays D-line in the NFL.
Exactly. We know he's got that aggressive streak in him. Right now, he's also thinking only about winning on time, and the strategy pays off as he beats AJ Dillon on the clock. Now, someone needs to tell AJ Dillon.
He is fired up, Phillips is. You can see him. The adrenaline's pumping. He's got the kind of let's go look on his face. Sorry, Danny, go ahead.
And he should. No, interrupt me anytime. I was going to say someone needs to tell AJ Dillon that he was winning in this game. In fact, he was dominating in this game, moments away, maybe from even a checkmate, but it got away from him. And I say that because you always want to give encouragement to someone who had the game go the wrong way. He actually played phenomenal chess, just couldn't handle the time pressure. And there you have it, everyone. We didn't get to follow every game as closely as we would have liked. Reminder, you can go to chess.com/events. Any one of our awesome mods, if you could throw a link to the events page, just in case you do want to choose your own adventure and not follow me and T-Bob throughout. We missed Justin Reid get the dub against Rashawn Slater. We missed Kyler Murray take down Richard Sherman. But we did get to see Herbert deliver a crazy checkmate against Mack Hollins. And just there, we saw Harrison Phillips flag Quadzilla brutally. Quads couldn't keep up.
I'm going to say a couple of upsets here in round 1. Again, I thought Hollins had it, and I thought even though it was a battle of our lowest rated players outside of Sherman, I did think AJ Dillon had the slight advantage. So already we're off to some excitement. Danny, when you're playing in a tournament, what's the key to resetting, whether it's win or loss? Because that's something in football that I call the football golden rule. One snap and clear. I don't care if you did good on the last play. I don't care if you did bad on the last play. All that matters is the next play.
Well, first of all, I'm going to steal that. One snap and clear. Can I say one move and clear? One move and clear is the way I'm going to talk about it. Because I think when it comes to the formats you see a lot on Chess.com, whether it's BlitzChamps for amateur chess players but professional athletes in the NFL, or whether it's the Speed Chess Championship for amateur, we'll call them amateur athletes, but professional chess players in Magnus and Hans and Hikaru. No matter what, whether it's the highest level of blitz chess or the lowest level T-Bob, you have to be able to have short-term memory loss. You have to forget the immediate game you just played. You have to forget the immediate move you just made in some cases to not beat yourself up because, and I would say the best players in the world do this really in any sport. They all seem to have that weird combination of extreme self-confidence, like the great white shark. They know that they're the best, but also the ability to just completely forget their mistakes, right? Something about that mental framework allows them to execute at the highest level. But I would say the advice you gave is very similar. You have to forget, but it is hard. It is hard in these fast formats because look, in a classical chess tournament, T-Bob, or an NFL Sunday, you got a whole week to let it go mentally and emotionally, or you got a whole day in chess. When you're playing in an online event, it is difficult to move on and just, shake it off, as T Swift would tell us to do.
It's going to be fascinating to see how Hollins responds in this game. And look at Jay Reid, though. That is a man who came to play. He looks confident. He looks cool as hell. He's got the glasses on. Reid is locked in right now.
Not only that, his chess is locked in. He's playing a Con Sicilian. I was focused on the speech, but he's playing. No, okay. Yes, it was. It was a mainline Con Sicilian here, which again, this is just not an amateur opening, T-Bob. This is some serious chess that Jay Reid knows how to play. And she's got some serious stats bringing it to us whenever she has them. Cynthia, you're back. You got more for us.
Yeah, well, we talk about, what happens when you reset, that next play mentality, your new favorite catchphrase here. And I'm interested to see, like, as we watch these guys, like, will there be an advantage for Justin Herbert, who got a chance to wait just an extra minute, had an extra beat, compared to some of the other guys that they're waiting for in order to reset the games? I'm curious about that, especially because guys like Justin Herbert and actually Kyler Murray, we can track what happens the next play after they're pressured on the football field.
Oh, interesting.
And both guys are now the best one at it in terms of who's best. It's Patrick Mahomes. Second best is actually Matthew Stafford. But Justin Herbert last year was in the top 10. And Kyler Murray throughout his career has cracked the top 10 in that metric in a specific yearly basis. So I'm curious to see in terms of this format, what does that, how long does it take them to reset?
It's a great point. And, I think there's probably no position, no job in all of life, not just sports, right? Whoa, that is more full of pressure and the ability or the need to forget what just happened in the last play and not make a bad decision in this one. So the quarterbacks, you would think, have the most practice, right? At forgetting the blunder they just made and focusing on the next move. But speaking of blunders, T-Bob, I saw you freak out about this one. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I didn't see exactly what happened. There's a ton of pressure building up on E5, and then I believe Reid just basically applied too much, ended up taking a piece off of Slater.
Yeah, and the key is that Slater didn't realize that this knight can move with check, right? Checks are all powerful, and in this case, the intermezzo of check, maybe he even tried to play bishop takes, but as you see, the king is flashing. You can't do that. Got to take care of the king first. And that's what allows Justin Reid to win a piece. He's not just winning a piece here, T-Bob. He wants the whole thing. He's going full Bob Barker right now. He's up on the clock and on the board. Justin Reid is here to defend his title.
And this is, again, I mean, I keep saying it's one of my favorite parts of chess. I just love everything about the game. I think it's damn near perfect. But it's the terror of being in Rashawn Slater's seat right now. The way that you can feel somebody who is better than you just sitting on your chest. I mean, it is a physical sensation. It feels as if you're being choked out or you're being dominated at the line of scrimmage, and Rashawn Slater is going through it right now.
Yeah, this is tough. By the way, speaking of going through it, we have all 4 games going on. Let's just back up real quick to show everybody that Mack Hollins did not take long to exact his revenge and force his match with Justin Herbert into tiebreaks. That's actually kind of resetting what we thought would happen in that match, right, T-Bob?
Yeah,
Justin
absolutely.
sort of stole one, and Max is like, okay, I'm not messing around here. We're going to go to tiebreaks to decide this thing.
Well, and I don't know exactly how it went down, but the speed in which it went down speaks to Hollins' overall chess acumen, which we allowed it coming in, kind of getting that first game jitter out. Okay, calm down, made a crucial mistake, and not going to do it again. As you pointed out, though, too, Hollins, and I want to say maybe it's Murray as well, but a couple of very highly rated bullet players in the mix.
Yeah.
And as time
Yeah.
continues to become an issue, that sort of bullet training, while it may have betrayed Hollins game one, will be crucial going forward.
And Mack will have white in the tiebreaker. For those who don't know how we decide that, we look at the overall average accuracy between the two games. Whoever was the most accurate player, according to Chess.com's game review, gets to have white in the tiebreak. So Mack, despite losing game one, by the way, the other thing we didn't call out, T-Bob, you see where that queen is in the end of this one? Also a checkmate on G7. So both games were decided by a checkmate on G7.
Oh, wait, I thought that was the same game. That's not the same game.
No, it's not the same game. It's a completely different game.
Not at all.
It's hilarious. Yeah. So both Justin, if you missed it, defeated Mack with a checkmate on G7, and Mack returned the favor. That one will head to tie breaks. Again, we will follow it as soon as it gets going with Mack having white.
It looks like things are falling apart for Quadzilla here.
Yeah.
At a massive time disadvantage once again. The bar's not his friend right now either. Harrison Phillips, really my surprise of the day thus far. Rashawn Slater doesn't look like he's long for this world. What's going on? Is Murray crushing Sherman right now? Yeah, he has the game forking.
It seems like he is
in the night right there. Yeah. Oh.
You called that one again. Richard Sherman, a nemesis in the secondary for anyone who went against him in his career. But here, Kyler is the nemesis on the chessboard, and we're not surprised there. We knew that he was a big favorite in that matchup, but he looks like he's going to take a 2-0 victory here in the first round.
Some nice revenge being extracted on behalf of all the quarterbacks that Richard Sherman terrorized through the years. Kyler Murray getting one back for the signal callers.
Agreed. And all right, we've got, as we said, still 3 games going here. We will have the tiebreaker between Mack and Justin there on the left starting, but not until all the other games are done. So don't worry, everyone. You're not missing it. We can go to any game. I've got the Harrison versus AJ Dillon game pulled up, but we can head over to Kyler and Richard Sherman if we want to peek at that just to get a little bit of a taste.
Yeah, Slater's about to flag. It looks like he's down to his final 5 seconds. So let's hop over to little Murray Sherman. There he is. Richard Sherman, by the way, not an active player, but very active in the NFL community. Does a fantastic job on Thursday Night Football.
He does. I've been loving it. Sometimes these guys are so good, I'm glad they retired. I'm like, where has this guy's commentary been? You know, now he's there. But all right. Kyler Murray, if you're wondering where he's been working on his chess. And look at that. That is a finish him knockout there by Kyler Murray. Intense.
Shout out to Richard Sherman. Look, still got the losers bracket to play. God, look at Murray's war station there.
Yeah.
A known gamer. Oh, and he's fueling. Look at that, dude. The straight fruit plate ready to go. Healthy food, healthy body, healthy mind. I will say this. That is one of, in my opinion, the more fascinating parts about the game is how your physical health ends up translating to the chessboard. Like when I'm living right and I'm like, my gut health is good and I'm working out and I feel good mentally, like it just makes you play that much sharper.
Mind and body, man, right? Mind and body. All the science that we didn't know and we felt is now being proven on a daily basis, right? The connection is strong. And if you're in good shape and feeling good and taking care of yourself, your mind is also better for it. So by the way, this one is, you said the eval bar would get a workout. It certainly has in this last one. But Harrison, I think, given the time advantage and that he is on his way to getting a queen, will take this first round matchup.
Well, stalemate's in play, though, right? At this level, you never know. Like, if Dillon just messes around and keeps just randomly moving, it shouldn't happen.
But in this case, because Harrison won the first game, sadly for AJ Dillon, it doesn't matter, right? Even a stalemate.
You're right. Okay.
But Quadzilla, if you missed it, great username, by the way. Quadzilla went down in the first game when he was white. That's AJ Dillon. So
I do love Dillon though, fighting till the last possible breath. I mean, just adding one. Okay, there he goes. It looks like he maybe finally is calling it. Yeah. Did not seem like he was going to give that one up.
But he did play it, as you said, almost to the end and gets more. Look, this guy could still be a dark horse in the loser's bracket because if his chess can just speed up with the seconds on the clock, he has played well, just hasn't been able to handle the faster time control. So, all right, we saw Harrison get up there. AJ Dillon probably hitting that game review button. Let's take a review of where we stand after the first set of matchups. No surprise in Justin Reid and Kyler Murray, T-Bob. They both punched
Yep.
their ticket aggressively to the second round. Definitely a little bit of a surprise there with Harrison Phillips and the way it went down. But I think the biggest surprise overall is that we have Mack Hollins and Justin Herbert headed to tie breaks.
Yeah, again, let's Mac really making a statement, punching back emphatically against Herbert. And Mac's an interesting cat, man. Kind of known for being a bit quirky. Shows up to games in some wild outfits. Even last year in that Buffalo Cold, shows up without shoes a lot of times. I think he's actually playing from Australia right now, and well, we'll see if his personality kind of shows through on the chessboard here in this tiebreak.
And his personality is big. For anyone who hasn't seen it, anytime you catch Mack Hollins, I feel like behind the scenes or in some way in the sideline, he's talking trash almost all the time.
Yes.
And it's awesome. And I think he was one of the first viral clips we had of an NFL player talking trash about his chess game to his teammates. And we didn't even know what was happening, but that's how we kind of caught wind of his chess skills and his confidence.
And here, Herbert looking like he just rolled out of bed. Hollins looking a bit like Grimace. Very standard opening here. Give me some of the give me the openings that are being played here.
Yeah. So this is a double king pawn. Kind of became an Italian game, although a little bit weird from there. But the general idea of knight out and bishop out in any king pawn game works well because you have the ability to get castled quickly. And in theory, king pawn openings tend to be more aggressive, and the center tends to open up a little bit more quickly than in queen's pawn games. For those who are just learning, those are games where the queen has led the way with the d pawn. So that very high level point made, I would say that Mac is I don't know what he's doing now. If he's trying to be flexible, okay, he decides to open the center before getting castled, which can backfire because here, if the position does fully open up, and let's say Black tries to open the d file as well, it can be risky to open up the center before your king has gotten to safety. And Justin Herbert is in a much better position if the position gets wild in the center.
Castling's one of those things, man, where you think you can put it off for a move, and then it's like, the next move, I need to do this. Oh, I'll do it now. And you keep saying it, and then next thing you know, you didn't stick to your fundamentals, and you're cooked.
Well, and on that note, as if Mac heard us, he's like, you know what? I'm actually getting nervous. I'm going to get castled.
Yeah.
So he gets the king out of the center, but it came with a bit of a cost. This is a high level. I don't know how much it's going to matter in this game, but Black is doing well. Justin Herbert holding his own. This is an isolated pawn, which means it has no brother pawns to defend it. They're gone. This is a target, and Justin doesn't even have to be given the memo. He goes right for it, and he's going to start putting pressure on this weak pawn. So I like how Justin's playing. He's a big underdog. At least he was on paper anyway. He's up 20 seconds on the clock, though, T-Bob, and in a very solid position here.
I mean, is it as simple as rook d1 here, or do you just let that pawn go? What do you think the correct play there would have been?
White is in a decent spot right now because you have sufficient defense. That's two defenders for two
I didn't
attackers.
see the knight. I'm an idiot.
No, it's okay. But long term, you do have to worry about it, and so it's not a bad question at all. The question sometimes with isolated pawns is whether you over defend it, like rook d1 and bishop e3. Okay, he does that, or whether you try to like let it go and go attack somewhere else. Sometimes the best isolated pawn is an undefended pawn because it means you've created counterplay elsewhere.
Yes. I'm trying to see.
Yeah, they're developing, and this is just good. This is good old fashioned family fun right here. This is what
that's what I was going to say, and then it leaked out of my brain, Danny. But I mean, look, I learned from you and everybody listening who maybe doesn't play yet some of the core fundamentals. Right? You want to fight over the middle. You want to develop your pieces, get him out there, try to be castled in 10 moves, and like you said, both these guys putting those fundamentals on display this game.
Yeah, they are. And now look, now Mac is going for a trick. You have both knights and the queen creating this discovered attack after white takes back on g5. There will be an immediate threat of checkmate. Will Justin see it? This is it. Easy to get distracted with your own plans, but you cannot miss your opponent's threat. He finds it and defends it. Okay.
Oh, let's go. Let's go, Justin. He's locked in. Locked in right now. Best move on the board.
That was a great move, by the way. Yeah. It defends checkmate. It also unleashes the rook to attack in the center, which is sort of what we were highlighting. And look at that. Justin Herbert, like out of nowhere. I mean, look at this guy. I'm sorry, but this is like super high quality chess I didn't see coming.
Should he move that queen to c6 and set up a mate threat of his own?
I'm highlighting it and nodding in agreement with you. He doesn't do it. I'm not sure why. But either one of these moves, getting the queen to this diagonal, Justin not going for it, would have been borderline deadly for Mack. Unfortunately, not going for your own checkmate threats, T-Bob, means that your opponent has time for theirs. White is threatening to take f6 and remove the defender, immediately ending the game on h7. This is actually a big problem. You see the eval bar creeped up because of that. In fact, you have to meet takes with takes, which means white can win material by capturing on d8. Okay, wow. This is, okay, this is getting crazy.
Okay, sorry. It's starting to get out of control here. A computer saying blunder there by Herbert. Can Mack convert here? What's the best path forward for Mack here?
I'm gonna say that Mack is now up a rook. So
yeah,
as we've said, when you're winning, you keep it simple, which starts first and foremost by stopping your opponent's threats, and he didn't do that. This time, Justin does find queen to d5, and immediately, if he sees queen takes g5, this guy is all over it. He's blundering, but then getting himself right back into it.
Oh, no.
And Justin Herbert, he might be winning just like that again by attacking everything. Oh my gosh, these guys are playing phenomenal here.
Mack getting into a bit of time trouble as well here, down to less than 30 seconds on the clock. Herbert's got a big advantage here. Justin Herbert, somebody who's traditionally had some well-documented struggles in the playoffs in a tournament setting, looking to set the tone for this season by performing so well here today.
This is the definition of the 2-minute drill or the under 1 minute drill. What do they do in NFL these days? Oh, look at that. Okay, he sees this idea of a checkmate on h7. Unfortunately, it's not forced because of the check. And if you play the other rook over, here comes queen e1 check, which is actually going to be, it's an only move. Justin has to find this, and he does. The only move now for white is queen f1. And Justin is in total control. He can trade queens and win this pawn. He can actually give another check if he wants to keep the queens on the board.
Mack knows it's over. He's letting it go.
Yeah. Getting down on time, getting frustrated because he knows that checkmate was probably his best chance given that he has only a few seconds left.
Man, what a performance by Justin Herbert here. Cannot say enough. Hollins thought to be the prohibitive favorite. Oh, wait. Oh.
Well, I don't know if he did that. He played like some sort of Hikaru gambit or Danya Naroditsky gambit, sacrifices a piece to get his opponent to flag. For those who are wondering, I think Justin knew that this blundered the bishop, but he knew his opponent would not have been able to pre-move that. And so he sacrificed the bishop in order to get a flag. That's one of those that doesn't show up on the scorecard, right? To show a sports analogy. The point is this is shown as not good for your accuracy, but actually wins you the game because your opponent loses on time.
Yeah, you're already hovering over another piece. You're like, wait, what? He did what? Wait, how about what I do love about this though is this potentially sets up exactly what we talked about pre-tournament, not with the teammate on teammate matchup, but with somebody fighting their way out of that loser's bracket. Because Hollins is definitely strong enough to do that, and definitely strong enough to still take home the entire title. So as we said, it's not the adversity you're met with, it's how you respond. And while both guys responded well in that match, credit to Justin Herbert. Just played a bit better.
Couldn't agree more with both storylines that you helped set the table for us on. Let's bring up the bracket as we break those down, because T-Bob pointed out that while Mack Hollins is moving to the loser's bracket because of just a shocking dark horse out of nowhere, who would have circled Justin Herbert as winning the first round on their bingo card and maybe going all the way? We'll see. That upset puts one of the strongest players in the field in Mack into the loser's bracket. So I think we have a very early look at least given his experience and given what we don't know about the other players, makes it hard to pick against Mack Hollins so far. But then, as you said, Justin Herbert, he did all the right things. He kept his composure under pressure. He even flagged his opponent with a ruthless bullet trick. This guy showed that he's ready. He's someone to contend with here, and I cannot wait to see what he does against the defending champ and Justin Reid. So, all right, T-Bob, we're just getting started. I hope you're having a good time, because I'm having
the best time ever.
I don't know if you feel it. This chemistry, this is working here. This thing is working. We're going to take a very quick break, and then we will get back to work. Don't go anywhere. BlitzChamps 4 is going to be back. We're gonna toss it over to Cynthia, and T-Bob and I will be back after a little bit of a commercial break, and BlitzChamps 4 will continue then.
This is the 1 hour chess lesson you could take to make sure that you have all the starting tips, strategies, and basic understanding to really be ready. By owning the D file, White can do anything that he or she wants. If you don't understand what to do here, you might move the queen to safety on c6 and immediately lose the first lady to bishop to b5. King on the 6th, pawn on the 5th is a winning king and pawn ending where no matter what black does, we are going to be able to bring a new queen to the board. You can also skip the parts that maybe you already know how to move the pieces or the language and jump in at a level that's appropriate to you.
Throughout the year, we have this ongoing collaboration with RLs. We host workshops, tournaments for the people who are experiencing homelessness. And to be honest, it's just amazing to see the joy and the confidence that chess brings to their life.
El ajedrez lo que tiene es una posibilidad de hacer conocimientos o de establecer relaciones intergeneracionales. Puedes jugar hombres, mujeres, niños, niñas, y entonces esto es muy interesante. Y también de alguna manera pues iguala a todo tipo de persona, ¿no? Dentro del programa ocupacional intentamos generar actividades que tengan relación con las competencias o con los gustos de las personas. Aquellas actividades que de alguna manera les motiven, les sean significativas. Y hay muchas personas a las que les gusta el ajedrez.
Me relaja mucho, porque termino una partida y después una tranquilidad maravillosa. Me olvido de todo.
Hemos organizado unas partidas y han venido 3 personas a jugar partidas simultáneas que han atraído a mucha gente.
When we see a grandmaster with a first-time player, and when we see people who don't even play but are so interested by the game and, you know, sharing and watching, that's the real magic of this initiative.
I have a rating of over 1,000. I think this event organized by Chess.com and the Grandmaster Maurice Ashley was just a great experience for me to come here. I got absolutely destroyed, but it was at least fun participating. And I just think it's a great opportunity to just unite with other people that can play chess, and I'm just happy to be here.
It was fantastic to be able to play out in open air in Barcelona. A lot of great players. I had some tough games. I was a little slow, but it's what it was. I didn't want to lose any games. I had some good positions, but they played me tough. So it was quite a bit of fun.
Las personas que viven en la calle y que están vulneradas son personas de ciudadanos de primera como todas las personas. Y entonces todas las actividades que puedan hacer visible esta igualdad, esta equiparación con el resto de ciudadanos es interesante.
It's amazing to be a part of a game like chess and then to see the magical power that it has, that it can transform lives. We see it happen all over the world, and to see it happening here in Barcelona, it's such a great cause with homeless people who may have life a little bit tough but get a chance to take a little bit of break and play some chess. I think it's a wonderful initiative that Chess.com has started.
It's not just chess. It's about community, it's about dignity, it's about joy and action. So yeah, chess is for everyone. When we say that, we really mean it.
Your brain is a supercomputer capable of millions and millions of complex calculations and decisions. But your brain needs exercise, practice to keep it sharp and incisive. Chess puzzles are a great way to work out your brain. Daily puzzle solving makes your mind fit, building pattern recognition, critical thinking, and memory. Doing puzzles every day makes your mind fit, helping you build creativity, problem solving, and memory skills. Puzzles on Chess.com feature hundreds of thousands of original, beautiful problems tailored to your level. Whether you've never played before or you're a veteran, whatever level you're at, Chess.com's coach will help explain both the puzzle and the solution so you learn as you go. Most importantly, Chess.com puzzles are fun. Find interesting, beautiful solutions while building streaks, leveling up, and competing with friends. Try puzzles today on Chess.com and give your brain the exercise it's craving.
first round of BlitzChamps 4 is in the books. We are underway here. Where have you been? The action is just getting started. Lucky for you, you've got plenty more to tune into. Danny Wrench here alongside T-Bob, the legend. T-Bob, Herbert is how I wanted to say it. Hey bear.
Just think like you see a bear in the woods.
Like a bear.
A bear.
Hey, T-Bob, there you go. Everyone is ready. And of course, we have a third host with us. She's popping in and out throughout the day with the awesome staffs, bringing it to you. Cynthia Freeland. Now, Cynthia, I know you had something to I can't speak right now. I apologize. You had something to jump in on right before the break. But you saw Justin Herbert get it done. Take it away.
Well, I was interested going to review kind of that first round of games. And I think that the Justin Herbert story here that's unfolding is actually quite interesting because there were a few times where he was maybe one or maybe even two moves away from just nailing the coffin, and a guy who we thought was one of our prohibitive favorites to begin with, which sets up an interesting path for him now against another Justin, our defending champ. If he can even take one game from this, it could set up like a nice, final bracket between two Justins, the Justin off. We could have a lot of fun finding new titles for that. I also, I wanted to talk to you. I mean, is Justin Herbert giving blonde Magnus vibes? Because I feel like, the hair, the whole style, he's just kind of like he's sitting there and he's making no faces. Maybe he needs to talk a little bit more trash, but he could be the Magnus of football.
I agree, and I saw Chet mention that, but he does have some Magnus. It's partly the hair. I think it's partly the ambiance. Magnus typically looks like he just rolled out of bed before winning speed chess games against the best players in the world. By the way, that's because he literally did just roll out of bed. That is what Magnus does. And maybe Justin did the same thing here. But yeah, he's looking super comfy and casual, and I get the Magnus comparison. I see it.
Well, and it's kind of that QB1 energy. Right? That kind of alpha confident vibe. Obviously, Magnus has it in spades, but Herbert being a man as well who has risen to the top of what I believe to be one of the hardest jobs in the world. So my old man played professional quarterback for 15 years, and he always he pointed this out. And that's a pretty damn good point. When you think about the position of quarterback, and you think about the mental and physical skills that it takes to be a successful one, there's maybe 8 people on the planet that their fan bases are happy with doing it at an acceptable level. And Herbert is one of those 8 or 10.
Well, I'm also interested in this next matchup between Harrison Phillips and another quarterback in Kyler Murray, because Harrison Phillips move, the time challenge on that with AJ Dillon. Perhaps he's warming up, getting used to the format, getting a little bit more comfortable with kind of the pressure of playing in a televised format. And Kyler Murray is our old pro here. So I'm interested to see how the moves look in this matchup, especially between the two of them, because if Kyler's going to take it this year, we're going to see some real quick pace, I think, and some really quick decision making in this one after reviewing kind of the last round for him as well.
Well, and Danny, you look at Mack Hollins and Rashawn Slater here. We're getting into our 3-minute games of loser bracket. Surely Mack Hollins' bullet rating starts to pay really big dividends here.
Yeah, and I wanted to point that out really quickly, that the games on the left are the winner's bracket, and they are the ones with the 5 minutes plus 1 second increment added every move, time control. The ones on the right, that is not a mistake or an error. The loser's bracket, as the players fight hard to make their way all the way back to the grand final, they have to do so with the 3 minute plus 1 second time control, or maybe they prefer to do so. That's the other way to look at it. Some of the players, as you said, T-Bob, play a lot of bullet. They love the faster time controls. So we will see how Mack Hollins, a guy who we didn't expect to be there, fares with less time on the clock. And then you've got Richard Sherman and AJ Dillon. I could go anywhere now in this next part of the program. We see Kyler Murray already with a big advantage against Harrison Phillips. The battle of the Justins, as Cynthia said, still pretty even there on the board.
Justin off.
You choose your adventure. Take us to it.
Let's go to Reid Herbert, because I feel like pretty much every other matchup here, well, maybe not Sherman Dillon. Let's go to Reid Herbert and check out what's going on there. Murray's already taken away Phillips' ability to castle. I think he's already up a piece. Murray should be just fine in that one. Kyler, kind of a nice path here early on, given his experience versus the relative inexperience of his opponents thus far.
Agreed. He's really flexing. I mean, and again, sometimes you look at the brackets with hindsight, realize maybe one player had an easier route. I'm not saying that yet, but right now Kyler got the job done very quickly in style in his first set of games against Richard Sherman, getting revenge for every quarterback in the world against Richard Sherman. But now he's got Harrison Phillips, and he also looks like he's on a great track there. So we'll leave Kyler to it. Talk about the Battle of Justins and a very positional
fundamental,
game right
closed off game. Okay, yes, that's how a professional would describe it. But yeah, a lot of tension, a lot of kind of poking and prodding. Both guys not wanting to be the first one to make the first big mistake.
Yeah, and not a single piece has been traded yet. By the way, we have a poll in chat if you're watching with us on Twitch. Shout out to wherever you might be tuning in from. We love you on every platform. But the folks on Twitch are voting who is the likely Justin Herbert chess coach, Magnus, Danny, Fabiano, or you can't guess. I don't know how I made that list. I'll happily give him some tips, but I think Magnus for the lookalike might win in the vote.
He's coached by Jeremy Kane, Jim Harbaugh on the football field, and Jeremy Kane on the field of 64.
There you go. T-Bob knows all the stuff. Shout out to our own Jeremy Kane, for those of you who don't know. Chess.com staffer who not only gives chess lessons to celebrities like Herbert, but also is involved in all of our written lessons and tons of the stuff we do. Jeremy Kane is an unsung hero of the quality chess content at Chess.com. So, all right, here we go. We got this game focused on the fact that no pawns have been traded, and the position remains incredibly closed and strategic. I really like Justin Reid's chance to get something aggressive over here on the king side.
I mean, the bishop, rook, and queen are just staring down Herbert's king. It's like the Warriors. I can hear them clinking the bottles, basically telling White, hey, come out and play.
And they hope to get something nasty on G2. Even if the long-distance relationship isn't currently working, it's always a phone call away. Watch out right here, right? And if this pawn ever moves, the bishop and rook will have a party at the white king's expense. I love the queen on D4. Just a beast there. The other big problem with Herbert's position is that this bishop, unless you do something about it, which you can move it here and try to get some threats. You can also try to relocate for defensive reasons like this. But if you don't do anything, this bishop is just a big pawn right here. A pawn that happens to be taller than the other pawns is all that bishop
heard
is.
That before. Oh, that's hilarious, dude.
This is
also Reid castling queenside, so potential bloodbath on our hands here. What's the key when you've castled to opposite sides of the board? Is it just to go all out aggressive immediately?
I love the questions here. Yeah, and it's the usually when the kings are on opposite sides of the board. In chess, we always have a scales between material and initiative, right? Sometimes you can give up a little bit of material to get threats and to gain tempi in order for your pieces to get threats and ultimately win more material with tactics. I'm explaining that philosophy and the sort of the battle of that, because when kings are on opposite sides of the board, that's when the battle of tempi and who can create threats tends to outweigh in some ways small amounts of material. And
interesting.
So the real idea here for black is, and by the way, it makes me love Justin Herbert's move. Justin needs to open up lines and to do everything he can to get threats against the king, even at the cost of some small amount of material. And Justin Reid already understands that. He's doing everything he can to try to pry open diagonals and files so that the pieces can work together. Of course, this pawn, by the way, cannot take because you would lose the queen. So Justin Reid also not only on the right track with attacking kings on opposite sides of the board, but also seeing everything clearly. So anyway, that's the quick answer, right? Is that when the kings are on opposite sides of the board, you tend to tip the scales a little more in the favor of the initiative and of gaining threats than in small amounts of material, and that's the best pro tip.
I mean, the kind of stalemate going on there on E4 is pretty fascinating right now. The rook entering the play with a threat against Herbert's queen.
Okay. Wait, queen d2 was just played. It's a big blunder. I don't exactly see why, other than black can just take the pawn and you can't take back because you lose the queen. But okay, we've got games in action. Round 2 is underway. If you're just tuning in, BlitzChamps 4 rolls on. Cynthia, you've got more for us. How you doing on the sidelines?
I'm just looking at this. Harrison Phillips beating Kyler Murray and Rashawn Slater besting Mack Hollins. Guys, we have some massive upsets going on in terms of what we thought was going to happen. I mean, the O linemen, the D linemen, they're just absolutely showing up here. I was going to say something about how Justin Reid has a lot of knowledge reading Justin Herbert being on the Chiefs for so long, but what? I mean, my goodness.
Oh, that's a good point. It's a very good point.
I think Kyler did beat Harrison Phillips, by the way.
Oh,
maybe
okay.
it was misread when it came, but you blew my mind with that. I was like, oh my gosh. Okay, Kyler did. I think the colors were confusing in the image. That's not your fault. All right, but Kyler did win. Okay, so that upset hasn't happened. But the other one, as you talked about, we had Mack Hollins taking Slater. So okay, I'm gonna try to find the game. Where do we want to go?
Got to find the game. Either one.
Okay, I'm gonna go Mack. So
Let's
Mack Hollins did.
Max Slater.
Okay, Mack did just get the win as black though against Slater. So both those games are in the books.
Dillon are tied. They tied. Yep.
Yeah. How did that go down? How did those two end up drawing?
Oh, it was a stalemate. Oh my gosh, Richard Sherman.
We have results.
Look at this real quick.
Yes, dude.
We've got Kyler Murray and Harrison hanging out as game 2, but I want to show that it was a trick by AJ Dillon. He gets full credit for sacrificing his last and only pawn, realizing his king had no moves, and he swindles a stalemate from the jaws of defeat with no moves. That is a heads-up play by Quadzilla.
Forget about Quadzilla. That's Fraudzilla. Because that's what he just committed on Richard Sherman. Look, I mean, it happens. Again, guys, I was talking to one of my buddies in the office today that's gotten into chess, and he was just lamenting how many stalemates he's been running into. I'm like, hey, man, that's just, that's when you start your chess journey, and even still, but when you start especially, that's always in play.
It's honestly a big lesson people have to learn about chess is the idea of a stalemate, because it's I'll be honest, it's kind of confusing, and I've been someone who's considered ways to sort of break down that barrier for new fans, but it's hard to change rules of chess. It's not my place to change the rules of chess, but I have considered, how can we have events that make it more clear to fans? Because I think some people who are at the beginner stage really do struggle with the concept of stalemate, and I get it. Okay, where are we at here?
So this was Reid taking firm control. There you go. Reid ends up taking control over Herbert, dominating. Checkmate.
Yeah.
Checkmate.
I mean, look, I do think part of the reason why these defensive players it's a small sample size, obviously, we've only played 3 times, but I think that they're really trained mentally to react very quickly. That's what defense is. So perhaps that is some sort of mindset advantage. And I do think Justin Reid in particular, he spent a lot of time watching Herbert on film. And, Justin Herbert has to watch the entire defense with Justin Reid, whereas Justin Reid gets to really focus on what Justin Herbert's hips, minds, eyes, everything's are doing in terms of figuring out what his next move is going to be.
Well, Justin Reid coached by the quickest man in the business, James Canty, a man who I love his YouTube shorts of his own 30-second blitz games. Just the calculation speed is unbelievable. And, you're seeing it from Reid thus far.
Agreed. If you're trying to model yourself after anyone who plays Candy's videos where he plays like the hyperbullet chess, just a few seconds on the clock to start the game, it's absolutely crazy. And as Cynthia said, a combination of the speed and the quick calculation skills, along with being able to dial in on his opponent there, and Justin Herbert, he gets the job done with a win. I thought that game was going to be closer down the stretch, but Reid does eventually pull away. And we got our next set of games already going on here. Justin Reid against Justin Herbert.
I mean, I say we dive back into the Justin off, dude.
Okay, let's do it. I'm with it. We've got more double king pawn, Justin versus Justin, and it is a 1-0 lead currently for Justin Reid over the quarterback, Justin Herbert.
And now Reid, of course, having white.
Yeah. By the way, what just happened there? Bishop got trapped and he took on F2.
Bishop got trapped. Yeah.
Okay, I think it probably Herbert just missed that, allowed the bishop to get trapped there, starting with this move H6, which is normally a good move. You're thinking defensively, trying to react to your opponent's threats. But in this case, it did not anticipate the bishop running out of squares. Probably the best thing to do, though. You got to give Herbert credit,
because you take away the ability to
Yeah.
castle, right? Like, it's a bad situation you've created for yourself. Try to make the best of it. But obviously now still putting him behind the 8 ball here very early on.
Yeah, and Herbert already down a game, is now down a piece. Not over yet, of course, but no surprise when we see the defending champion, Justin Reid. Everyone circled him coming in as the man to beat. Not just because he's the defending champ, but he remains one of the most active and strongest players in the NFL, and he's showing why here. So All
Yeah,
right.
and you see it on his shirt, J. Reid Indeed. His charity focuses on supporting disadvantaged youth and communities through interactive programs, community engagement, and technology access in Houston, Baton Rouge, and Kansas City. So Reid giving back to the community specifically that he's a part of.
Yeah, and he's going to be giving back big time if he wins another BlitzChamps and gets that
Yeah.
$30,000 check. Right now, look at it. He's just like not even messing around. He took on
No.
H6 with the intention of just going for checkmate. He is like not here to play. He wants to punch his ticket once again to the next round. Look at wow. This move Bishop takes G7 is just this is like next level stuff here, man. The idea of threatening Queen H6 and not giving up because Black didn't take is crazy. And here there's multiple ways to win if you're Justin, including Rook H8 and Queen H6 is checkmate in 2 if he finds it.
And do you think he's just kind of oh well, I mean, there you go.
Dude. Justin Reid, J. Reid Indeed in the house. James Canny, if you listen closely, is going nuts for his boy, and he just took care of business against the quarterback, Justin Herbert, who shouldn't be upset. If you're just tuning in, he already pulled off an upset, defeating Mack Hollins just to get here, but that was quick work from the defending champion.
Look at him, too. Oh, look at it now. Okay, finally acknowledging us. J. Reid Indeed, there you go. The champ starting to find his form a little bit. He can sniff, he can taste a second title here. Where are we going next?
I just jumped back to the bird's eye view. Remind everybody you can go to chess.com/events. If we're not following the game you want to see, maybe you're a big fan, big Seahawks fan, you want to go check on Richard Sherman. Not to say he didn't play for other teams, but I will always remember as a Seahawk.
Yeah, for sure. Duh. Legion of Boom, dude. Absolute legend.
Yeah, you got to.
What's going on with Slater Hollins? That eval bar is a little bit closer than thought.
Let's go there.
Dylan
let's
Sherman's bouncing all around like crazy. Looks like Kyler Murray's in firm control against Harrison Phillips, which again, to be expected, a player of Murray's caliber.
Well, I pulled up Mack Hollins versus Rashawn Slater here. We can flip over to that when we have a chance, but you're right. Kyler Murray looks like he's about to deliver the goods against Harrison Phillips. Again, just showing why he was one of the, shouldn't even be called a dark horse favorites to win. But we've got Mack Hollins. Who got what?
Can he convert? Can Richard Sherman convert? That's the key. Can he flush last game?
Let's get a quick read on this one, and we'll flood back over there to Richard Sherman, AJ Dillon next, because Sherman did just win a queen. Okay, what's going on here? Mack Hollins is up a piece. Quick diagnosis of the board against Rashawn Slater. He's also up 45 seconds on the clock. Again, if you're just tuning in, Mack Hollins, in many ways, in our eyes, one of the pre-tournament favorites, maybe someone with a chance to beat Justin Reid, but he lost in the first round against Justin Herbert. So now he really wants to bounce back. He already won the first game against Rashawn Slater and looks to be on his way to winning game 2 as well. Doing good.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're up a piece, as you said, Danny, and as you taught me. Simple. I mean, keep it simple. It's your friend. You can trade. Like, I would just not even think I'd just trade Bishop for Knight here. And I don't even know if that's like smart or not, but like, just do it.
That is exactly what you should do. And that's the example of why human beings keep it simple. They don't try to find the best move in every position like a computer would. A human being looks to simplify the game and to limit their opponent's chances to make threats. So a lot of times making the obvious trade should be done not only because it's the right thing to do, but it also saves time on the clock. So again, Mack played Queen of 4. He should get this one. I do kind of want... Oh, I was just about to say I want to jump over to Richard Sherman's final moments, but he already won against AJ Dillon. So Sherman has taken the match against AJ Dillon. We missed the final moments there. This is the only game still going in round 2.
Yeah, and I just don't see. I mean, barring some sort. Oh wait, he only has 10 seconds. I would say the path forward for Slater seems very tough at this point. A check could be fun, but not really accomplish anything. He's got the escape square lined up. Does Mack? Mack looking like he's finding his form again here in round 2.
He is, but I will say this. I mean, Rashawn has managed to keep it as close as possible. If you ignore the time and just look at the board, that blunder by Mack, you have these 2 rooks.
Oh yeah, you're right.
We like to call 2 pigs on the second rank because they're hungry and they eat everything in sight. Mack has not done anything but push the D pawn, which is super smart. Go get a new queen. But this is, if you remove the clock, this is not the easiest game.
Do you just go like a rookie 8 here and Try to get that rook back. Okay.
You called it. He's going to get a queen now, and
Yeah.
but even that is a rook ending that is just not so simple. And the less pieces on the board, the less it matters that Rashawn doesn't have a lot of time because it's less to think about. So if he just quickly takes back that knight the moment Mack wins the rook, this is not over yet. Unfortunately for Rashawn, if we're keeping score, Mack is already up 1-0 right? So even a draw for Mack ultimately clinches this match. But just giving a shout out to the chess on the board, Rashawn Slater has played well here.
Yeah. Did you say when the rooks are deep? I've always said pigs on the pigs at the table. Have I been saying that wrong, or is that correct? Because I just envision two pigs just on the picnic table, just demolishing everything that you worked so hard to build.
That sounds right. That's what rooks on the second rank are like. Two pigs on the table. I'll another one of your phrases I'm gonna steal and use. All right.
Is there
Rashawn
any
Slater.
way for Slater to get this to get this pawn to a queen to queening? Maybe bringing his king in to threaten?
There's no way to do it by force, but if Mack blunders and puts his king on e2 here, this rook can okay, he blundered. Now black does have the ability to give check and get a queen. The problem is that Rashawn has so little time, he doesn't know what to do, but now so does Mack. Dude, this is
no
crazy.
way.
Rashawn
This is what we talked about earlier when you have the advantage and they're both trying to flag each other here. All thinking has gone out the window.
Rashawn finds the best move, though, freeing the rook and swinging to the king side, but he only has 2 seconds.
Check him again. I can't even keep up.
This is a winning king and pawn ending for Rashawn Slater, which would send us to a tiebreaker. And Mack loses on time.
Smart.
And he'll be a part of the second tiebreaker we've had. If you're just tuning in, it was Justin Herbert versus Mack Hollins in round 1. Justin Herbert won. Now it's Rashawn Slater versus Mack Hollins in a loser's bracket tiebreaker that's going to go down.
Wow, what a job by Slater there. I completely counted him out because of that time disadvantage. And you want to talk about, I mean, I'm used to quarterbacks keeping their cool under pressure, but how about Slater, dude? Never panicking, continuing to find the moves. And on the Mack side, it's the worst feeling in the world, where you know you have the big time advantage, but then you're kind of thinking, you're like, oh, wait, and you know you got to be kind of careful. And then before you know it, you look up, and it is you who are in time trouble out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's wild, and you could kind of smell it coming, because I was singing Mack's praises along there with you there when we had a couple minutes to go, but you could smell something wasn't right, and Rashawn Slater kept in the game. Eventually, Mack Hollins was under just as much time pressure, and we saw him unable to get it done and head to tiebreakers. What a wild BlitzChamps this would be if one of the guys we had circled coming in, T-Bob, gets ousted in the second round of the loser's bracket, and Mack Hollins, his back is against the wall here in his next tiebreaker.
I mean, again, like, we all know how hard it is to beat someone who is multiple hundreds of points higher than you rating-wise, and that's exactly what we're talking about, right? I mean, I have...
Yeah.
And that's what happens in live TV. We're back. I think we're back. Are we back? We are back. Welcome back to BlitzChamps 4, everybody. We continue to roll on, and yeah, here we go. Where were we? Mack Hollins in a tiebreaker versus Rashawn Slater,
and he just took his queen. So already a massive advantage here. What I was saying, Danny, is it's interesting with a guy like Mack because, again, he's multiple 100 points higher than Slater. And it's so hard to win like that just in a normal day. But something about the tournament setting just causes things to go wonky. You get nervous, you overthink, you underthink, and next thing you know, you're losing matches that you never should have.
Yep. I couldn't agree more. It happens. Nerves can get to everybody, especially when you might be an athlete who has the nerves to perform on the field under pressure, but that doesn't mean you have the nerves to perform on the board under pressure. And we've done these PogChamps events with celebrities. We've done BlitzChamps now for a few years. And I've been told by so many of these guys who are used to, whether it's an actor or, an artist like Logic, who's rapped in front of millions of fans, that playing chess on camera was like one of the most nerve-wracking things he's ever done in his life.
It's
terrifying.
terrifying.
I know that a lot of the players feel that way. So, oh, by the way, there's checkmate. Oh, it's funny. Rook D8 was played. Checkmate was just in one move, but he didn't realize he could just take the rook. That was funny.
Oh, because I didn't even see the bishop there. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So he had it. He missed it. I see, and this is where I'm thinking. Okay, do you go knight d4, threaten the bishop, and the whole time checkmate was just sitting there.
Well, you still have the winning position if you're Mack. Sometimes you miss those things, but I guess to finish my point, I was saying the nerves can get to anybody, even if they're used to performing at a high level in something else. Chess is hard, and I will say this though. I still believe in our pre-tournament Mack Hollins predictions. By the way, look how well he's playing in this game.
Yeah,
this is an absolute bloodbath, and sometimes when you start off on the wrong foot, T-Bob, it actually means you are more battle tested when it's all said and done. And I have seen players who start off, wonky, their best chess isn't there, ultimately find their form at every level. And sometimes if you have a bit of a wake-up call at the beginning, as long as it doesn't fully oust you from the event, it can actually pay off.
Well, and he's just applying so much pressure now, right? He could go rook d1, add him to the party. It looks like he could take on b7. Threaten the rook. Like there's a million. Could he just take? Oh yeah, now with the knight, he could just take there. Yeah, it's going to be over very soon here. There it is.
He found queen takes d7. Of course, now he has multiple options, but only one of them is checkmate in one. He doesn't need me to draw the arrow. He does it before I can. Mack Hollins
survive in advance, baby.
He survives his second scare. Again, he had tie breaks in round one. Justin Herbert got the best of him. Has tie breaks in round two when it really, really would send him home. And he ultimately gets the job done, which means we have seen the last of Rashawn Slater. We love you. Thanks for making your BlitzChamps debut. And,
Slater,
and Mack
hold it down for the
old
lineman, dude. Shout out. 8,500 games played. Oh, man, camera off. Guy's hurt.
Yeah, he's like, all right, I'm done. All right, well, there you go. Rashawn Slater does take home $5,000, though, to his charity. We will remind you of the charities that all of our players are playing for throughout. But there he is, Mack Hollins, a guy who surprised us last year. This year, he would not surprise us. We had him circled as a pre-tournament favorite, and he survives that tiebreaker scare. And on that note, as we said, Rashawn Slater and Richard Sherman are both... Richard Sherman's still alive. He beat AJ Dillon. So Rashawn Slater and AJ Dillon are the first to head home here in BlitzChamps 4. But the A21 campaign there, as well as the AJ Dillon Foundation, getting $5,000, T-Bob.
Yeah, and look, A21 campaign, it's one of the largest organizations in the world solely fighting human trafficking. They've made it their mission to abolish slavery everywhere, forever. And again, they work in Australia, Latin America, Thailand, Spain, US, UK. And then AJ Dillon. AJ Dillon playing on behalf of the Dillon Family Foundation, whose mission is to empower families to combat hunger in the community by providing resources, support, and opportunities that strengthen families' bonds and enhance well-being. No one goes hungry, and every family has the means to thrive. As we said, a ton of great organizations benefiting out of today's fun.
I love it. I love it. And like you said, the organizations, the foundations are a big reason why we do this. We do it for the chess. We do it for the bragging rights. Now we do it for a sexy trophy. For those who didn't see, we unveiled the BlitzChamps trophy that will travel around as different winners have it. It's pretty awesome. But we do it for all those reasons, and we do it for charity as well. We are going to take a quick break, but before we do, let me remind you that if you are enjoying what you're doing with the chess thing, we now have friends and family packaging. A lot of people don't know this, T-Bob. Your kids can have free memberships, by the way. Just hit me up, and I'll give it to you. But use the command family and check out the discount. See if it's right for you. Obviously, there are many with kids and nieces and nephews and just friends who might want to take advantage of it. If your chess is improving and you want to share the love with others, introduce them to the Chess.com Friends and Family Plan. All right, we are going to introduce all of you to more reasons that you love BlitzChamps. After we take a very quick break, we move on. BlitzChamps 4 returns in just a few.
C5. Okay, C takes D4.
So you're playing without suit?
Yeah, we're playing blind. Oh, what up, Kenny? What's up, bro?
That's another level right there. This boy not even looking at the what? I'm about to just do all this. See how really good you are.
Castle king side?
Yeah.
Queen side?
King side.
He went kings. Oh, he went king side. Okay. Wow. Wait, how did he castle king side? Is this bishop on D3? So let's do bishop takes D3. I swore he didn't move that. That's funny. It's kind of funny. So it's queen on D3, pawn on D4, pawn on D5, pawn on C4, pawn on D6. He's castled. I have a queen on D8, queen on D3 now. So bishop F5 was an error, actually. Okay, so let's go H6 then. It's interesting. F rook E8. If rook takes, take with the rook.
What?
Rook takes rook, and then pre-move rook E8.
Shot fired. He took with the bishop.
Okay, he took the bishop. Oh, okay.
You want to keep that pre-move?
Nah. C5, so that means D5 is hanging. His queen's on D2, bishop on E1, pawn on D4. He plays C5. Okay, there's a pawn on D4, there's a pawn on D5, C5, and B4.
30 seconds left.
I'm gonna just snatch that boy, huh? Knight takes D5, bro. You got a pawn on C5, B4. I got a pawn on D4, D6. Knight on D5, bishop G7, queen on D7. You have a queen on D2, bishop E1, rook on A1. I have a rook on A8 still.
Take and take, and if takes, I take. If takes, take and take, and if takes, I take it.
Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. Pawn D3, that should be GG. Oh, okay, he trying to be tricky. Look at him with the little trick. I'm gonna take that with the pawn. He tricky. He look at him. He thought I wasn't gonna see that. Rook E1?
Yeah, I mean, your block.
Okay, all right. So let's go. Rook takes E1 check first. After bishop takes B2.
Goodness! I knew that. I didn't know he saw that. I didn't know he saw that. That's the whole point. Yeah.
That's it? Resignation?
That's it.
Let's go! Let's go!
Okay, so I'll show an opening called the Ruy Lopez. It starts when we take this guy in front of our king. This is our king. And we're taking, these are like the foot soldiers. They're the weakest guys on the board. The ones that we can most easily sacrifice, so we kind of throw them forward immediately, although we don't always want to give them away. And then black just does the same thing. So same idea, copying us. And now we take this guy out, our horse. Should I say horse?
Yeah.
And then he is attacking this guy right in front. So basically, if our opponent doesn't do anything, then we're just going to, next move, just take it off the board. And then we're going to have more material. So our opponent is probably going to not copy us, but they're probably going to try to stop us from doing that. So they're going to kind of mirror us, and they're going to take their horse out, which it doesn't threaten us, but it makes sure that we can't, if we take this guy, then we lose our horse, and we don't want to do that because this is much better than these guys. This is really important. So we want to keep those, and we want to make sure that this horse is really not comfortable. So we take this guy out, and then we slide him along. These guys can go really far, so he goes almost the whole board, and now he's looking right at him, and there's nowhere for that horse to go, really. So it's we can take it next move if we want. There's pretty much no escape, and that's the real Lopez.
BlitzChamps 4 continues here on Chess.com TV, wherever you're tuning in, Twitch, YouTube, or anywhere else on the internet. Thanks for making the show a part of your day. I am here with the amazing Cynthia Freeland and T-Bob Hebert. T-Bob, Cynthia, we have 2 players who've gone home, but they do take something for their charity, and we have 6 more still fighting it out. Cynthia, what were your favorite moments there as round 2 came to a close?
I mean, I feel like we need to spend a little bit more time watching Richard Sherman's game, because I was watching it kind of on my phone. You heard me say it accidentally out loud because I was kind of cheering for it just to watch the move. So there could be something there. I think there may be, if you're talking about someone getting back into it and being down a little bit and then using that as a point of adversity to grow from, maybe we need to watch him a little bit more closely. But this Justin Herbert matchup with him could be a difficult one. I'm also I'm really impressed with Justin Reid's speed and adjustments. So it's like he took that first game. He's like, okay, I'm gonna feel you out here. I'm gonna see how you play. And then he just, like you talked about it, he out-logicked him and he just went for the kill. He didn't use the computer necessarily kind of style that we look at, but he just was like, I'm done. I'm just gonna put him in check. Go ahead. So I like the swagger. The defensive back swagger, I'm always into it.
Yeah, that's one thing they do have.
I want to say good call out about Richard Sherman, because T-Bob and I threw a quick reference. We did hear you mention that Sherman won the queen. It was, no need to apologize. We probably should have been on that game, and the Legion of Boom stays alive here in BlitzChamps 4. The lone representative of the Legion of Boom, Richard Sherman, did lose to Kyler Murray, but maybe that was just a tough pairing, right? Because we know how good Kyler is. We're going to keep an eye on Richard, as Cynthia says here, as we move into the next round. And T-Bob, your thoughts there? We saw Mack Hollins survive his second tiebreaker. What kind of nerves do you think he has right now to say, all right, I need to calm down and arrive here. I can't keep getting myself in these tiebreaker situations.
Well, and again, I don't know if he'll be called to task for it this round. Can we bring the bracket back up maybe so I can see it again where we're going to be at? I don't know if he'll be called to task for it this round, but it does look like we've got our big 4 heading for a collision path here. I mean, I've been impressed with Harris and Phillips so far today, but I do feel Hollins is a big favorite there. Herbert's obviously a big favorite over Sherman. So it does feel like we're going to be getting some Hollins-Herbert action, but the match to watch here has to be Justin Reid versus Kyler Murray, a championship rematch of last season. Also, 2 guys that have looked in complete control throughout the day thus far, maybe only a couple of minor wobbles here and there. Both have yet to lose a single point on the day as well. So the tiers are remaining true. Cynthia's tiers that she gave us before the match, the scouting report remaining very true thus far in the tournament.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Yeah, go ahead, Cynthia.
Oh yeah, no. I'm just really interested to see. I would like to see how Justin Reid here, because they played each other, right? This is the final rematch from last year. I just want to see if Kyler can take even just one. Like, last year Justin kind of he was fully dialed in at that point. So I'm curious to see we're getting this rematch early. I love it. It just means it sets up an even more interesting grand final. So I just want to see how the play goes for this one.
Help me out here, Danny, as far as the tournament works. You could lose this winner's final, but if you drop down and beat the winner of the loser's bracket, then you're back into the final?
Yep.
Or then
exactly.
you have to win.
Let's bring up the bracket while we're talking about it, and I'll explain the format as the bracket looks over. Because one, I just want to agree with Cynthia. I think this matchup between Reid and Murray could be a preview of our grand final again. And how that would work, everybody, is Kyler Murray, if he was to lose for Justin Reid, we should definitely not say that like it's a foregone conclusion. I think Kyler is coming for revenge here. But whoever loses that matchup will have an opportunity to win in the loser's final and ultimately get their rematch, if you will, in the grand final. If they win, we get into a reset where the time controls get faster, the gloves come off, and, it's the most exciting sporting event since sudden death dodgeball. So be on the edge of your seat if we get there. But right now, it is Justin Reid versus Kyler Murray. It is a rematch of last year's grand final. Will it have the same result with Reid beating Kyler, or will Justin go down here to Mr. Murray? You see how I flipped the last and first names there? I was just rambling. There we go. All right.
Has there ever, correct me if I'm wrong, Cynthia, you would know better than I, but there's never been a repeat Blitz chess champion?
Never.
There has not. Nope. First was Cheeto. Then we had Drew Tranquil. Then we had Justin Reid. And this year, I don't know.
Could it be Justin Reid once again?
I guess the Chiefs would say that they repeated, right, Cynthia? The Chiefs would say they repeated with Drew and then Justin.
That's right.
So Andy Reid is apparently the defending BlitzChamps back-to-back champion coach. Although now that Reid has left the Chiefs, I don't know how he would feel about that. So anyway, all three games will be underway here in just a second. Everyone, as you can see, the winner's bracket has a 5-minute plus 1 second increment. That is a bonus second that you get back with every move for those who don't speak common chess terminology. The 5 minutes plus 1 second is for the winner's bracket, and those in the loser's bracket are playing 3+1. I'm just going to break the fourth wall here and say we are trying to get a hold of one of the players. He left his desk, maybe for a snack. So that's what's going on here. We're vamping a little bit.
Okay, well, hey, I got a question then, Danny, that I posed to you as well, Cynthia, because I've thought about this many, many times. But when you think about chess, right, I think one of its greatest aspects is its applicability, right? It's not allegorical. Like, this does not always mean this, right? Like, chess has been used to validate the power of kings, but it's also been used to validate the power of the common man, right? So it's something that you can apply in many ways. So when you apply it to the sport of football, which pieces are the positions to you, right? I think there's some obvious, pawns, linemen, they're in the trenches, front line. You don't think about them a lot. It's not flashy. They're doing all the dirty work. But at the end of the day, in football, where's the game won or lost? In the trenches. A lot of ways, chess can go the same way. So what other piece to position lines would y'all draw?
I want to know Cynthia's opinion on this before I give my chess player opinion.
I get that you want to make the analogy of the king to the quarterback, but I actually think the queen is the quarterback because of its power and ability to move everywhere and just shape the entire game. So, I think that would be the analogy there. And then I don't know, I think maybe Danny, you're gonna have to see if you agree with me on this one, but I'm actually thinking to me, one of the first things that came to mind was Castle as a tight end, low key, really just they have some defined things they can do, but if you get your Castle done really, really well, especially in the current game right now, as of now, I think it's your tight end.
I like that analogy. And I would say I was going to choose the Knights as a running back because they are literally zigging and zagging inside and in and out of the holes that the offense and defense create. So I think the Knight, probably the Knight being compared to the running back, is maybe one of the most that actually makes sense. In fact, I feel like in my head, I have seen AJ Dillon move like a Knight on the field more than a few times. So I think the Knight to a running back makes a lot of sense. And I think you could argue the Bishops, whether defensively or offensively minded, are your wide receivers or or cornerbacks, right? And your free safeties. I mean, they're moving in the long diagonals of the field, right? Getting stuff done from long distance, spying things many moves away, right? From long distance. So I think we nailed this question from D-Bob. I think we just absolutely crushed that analogy.
I love that Cynthia also. Okay, well, actually, you know what? Let's get into the games. We're off. Let's get into the games.
Okay, good analogy. All right, Cynthia, we'll see you in just a little bit. We got the first game underway here between Justin Reid and Kyler Murray in the winner's bracket. I say we go right to that as soon as the team is ready. We see that the moves are being made rapidly there on the green board on top of the 2 games going on in the loser's bracket. So Kyler Murray and Justin Reid, if you missed the memo, we've said it a few times. They were in the championship match of BlitzChamps 3. So this is a rematch of last year's battle that ultimately crowned Justin Reid champion.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see this one, man, because this one has real potential to ebb and flow and actually have some very impressive tactics. Everybody, look at the fundamentals. Fighting over the middle, pieces being developed, both sides already castled, nobody wanting to make a big mistake here. What do you think about a move like A3 there? Smart, too defensive? What do you think?
No, I like it. A3 was a move that prepared to get more space and anticipating his opponent's threats well. Kyler Murray playing a little defense, played A5. These are 2 high-level chess players, as you said. I think you nailed it, T-Bob. This is positional chess at its best, a closed center, both sides defending threats. And here, Kyler grabbing some space and kicking that pony back whence it came. I really like how Kyler's playing so far, and I meant it when I said it. We shouldn't be talking about Justin Reid, despite being the defending champion, winning this match as if it's a foregone conclusion. I think Kyler is maybe more hungry, more motivated, wants to be that first offensive player to bring the BlitzChamps trophy home. And I love how he's playing so far.
And Kyler's kind of got that dark squared bishop of Reid in a bit of a bind here. Or did he just let him out a bit? It looked like there wasn't going to be a great path to getting him out. I mean,
I think he does have him in a bind. I think you're right. Now, this square is so key for Justin, who takes it, which kind of undevelops this bishop here, or redevelops it on the long diagonal. And I think here, depending on how he deals with oh, wow, look at that. He doesn't have to be told twice. He takes the pawn, which was only hanging because Kyler just played bishop e6, blocking his own rook. So Justin Reid is just all over the tactics. And with it, he's also up on the clock by about 20 seconds. So, wow. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, no disrespect to Mack Hollins or Justin Herbert or anyone we see playing in the loser's bracket, I think regardless of who wins this matchup, I feel very strongly that we are likely seeing a preview of the grand final either way.
So what was so wrong with that queen move there? Because I thought, you think he's just protecting C6 and they end up takes, but the eval bar loving or really hating that queen move from Kyler.
Well, I think the answer is you asked it, and Justin Reid is the person delivering the answer. I don't even have to explain it. He took on C6 and then took on D4, and that was the reason why it was winning. And now you see E5, a double attack, the knight on F6 and discovery on the rook on A8. The only move Kyler has to defend both is the move knight to D5. But even that isn't good enough. If Justin sees C4, we are getting crazy here.
There it is. I mean, he is dialed in. Is Justin Reid defending this title right now?
Just like that. Boom goes the dynamite. You ever seen that? Little bomb on C4. White is going to win material and with it take a commanding 1-0 lead here against Kyler. So, again, it's funny. This game started out very equal. I think these are maybe the 2 best players in the field. We'll see. But they're definitely 2 of the best. And but as the gloves came off and the position opened up, Kyler has fallen apart quickly.
Would you have moved the knight or sacrificed, or do you let the knight die and maintain your rook right there?
Honestly, at this point, especially against Justin Reid, who we've seen do work now, I don't even know that it matters. He's down significant material. He's down a whole rook, but even if he chose to be down a piece in the knight, it also would have been a serious problem. Because this is one of those positions where, as Yasser Seirawan, famous chess commentator, likes to say, White has the material and the compensation. White is both up a rook and has all the better pieces to go with it. The 2 bishops are just nasty here. This is a very tough position for Black.
I mean, I mean, could Black do something like rook H5 here, but then what? You just bump your pawn up and you're good to go.
I mean,
I
here
don't
it's
know
hard
what
to
the
even
counterplay
find
is.
safe squares, right? Because the queen is on it, the bishop is on it.
Oh, the
bishop,
queen's on
bishop.
h5.
It's
I
just-
didn't even see the queen. See, yeah, there you go.
It's everywhere. So yeah, this is a very tough position for Black. Now, again, especially at this level, you should not resign. Kyler doing all the right things, trying to keep the hope alive. But if Justin starts offering queen trades, for example, and does the thing we advise people do, which is make trades, keep it simple, emphasize your opponent's threats when you're winning. That's not wimpy chess, that's smart chess, and that's how you win games consistently. You don't create chances to go wrong if you just make trades when you're ahead.
Yeah, I mean, right here, yep, I was about to say queen, queen g4. I mean, you could take that. Would you take the knight here or no? Because he's got 3 pieces defending it now.
Well, you can make a trade because you're winning. You can also keep the pin, if you will, alive because the knight is pinned to the queen currently. If I'm playing white, I probably am just still looking to make trades and make it simple. You can also take this h6 pawn if you really see it because the knight is pinned to the queen. So that would be the kind of tactic where, Justin Reid is just taking the trophy home. Okay, he doesn't see that one, but is still in the driver's seat. By the way, both the games in the losers bracket have finished. If you're just tuning in, Mack Hollins won as Black over Harrison Phillips, and Justin Herbert and Richard Sherman drew. So again, we didn't get a big chance. We've got to follow Richard Sherman more closely. Cynthia was right to call that out. I think that Herbert Sherman matchup has got to get a little bit of love here as they move to the second game.
Yeah, just offering up simple trades here. See if Kyler wants to. It's always a terrible place to be when you're losing 2 and the person just keeps throwing queen trades in your face. And I can't do this because the second I do, I have absolutely no chance. And it's incredibly frustrating.
It is. And Justin knows what frustrates his opponent, both defensively against quarterbacks and on the board against Kyler Murray. But all right, Cynthia, you're with us. We have another matchup going on between a quarterback and top defender in Justin Herbert versus Richard Sherman. What did you see in that one?
Well, in the first one, it was actually Justin's to lose. The bar, when you were watching it in general, he really had that one. And then Sherman just chased him around the board, made him miss some obvious takes. And they ran out of time. So it was a very interesting matchup. Mack, that was a quick one. I went back and rewatched that one. He was really in his game. He was like in his bag right there. It was a very fast win. I think 2 minutes came off the clock. That was it. Something crazy, very fast like that. But Sherman really, Justin Herbert, it was his to lose and he couldn't capitalize on it. So Richard Sherman, you've got to watch those moves. I'm telling you, there's something going on there.
Like a pesky defender in the Legion of Boom. He makes life hard on the quarterback. Sherman ultimately saves a stalemate from the jaws of defeat, and we'll see what happens in the second game. By the way, shout out to the Mack Hollins. I'm glad you told us about that. Oh, wait a second.
What was that?
Kyler Murray just won the queen. A blunder by Justin Reid. And Kyler Murray is now 100% back in this game. Oh, my God.
No. What are we
But
looking
we're
at
stalemating.
here?
We're stalemating, I think.
Plenty of time left in this one as well.
Oh, and Kyler just blundered his queen.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Kyler, you had time. You had time. And look at Justin. He's breathing a huge sigh of relief, knowing he just danced with death but lived to fight another day. Look at it.
And you see Kyler laughing it off as he has no choice but to try to laugh it off now, but he is not happy. Justin Reid shaking his head as well. Okay, and we're back. Not exactly sure when we lost you, everybody, but thanks for sticking with us through some of these bumps because we still have a lot of BlitzChamps action ahead. T-Bob, all I was saying before I got cut off was, again, you saw Kyler laughing it off, which he has no choice to do, but he's going to wish he had that one back. You don't get chances to strike very often like that.
Well, and as we said, right, he did the thing. He avoided trading queens the entire time. At that point, you're just kind of fighting to keep your head above water, hoping that your opponent makes mistakes. And Reid opened the door. But Danny, I don't know, but to me, it had such a frantic feel to the end that you would have thought that both guys had about 10 seconds left. But then you look up well over a minute. So it goes back to one of your original points in the day, which is key with these time, when you're worried about time, is you have more time than you think. Like after a massive swing like that, that would have been a great moment for Murray to try to force himself. Okay, let's take 3 deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth, and really reevaluate this thing. Instead, they almost got caught up in this tit for tat, quick moving battle. And he gave back, he slammed the door back on himself that Reid had opened for him.
Couldn't agree more. And now, okay, they're already underway in the next one. Things are moving fast here, everybody. We also have, as we said, Justin Herbert versus Richard Sherman, another battle of quarterbacks versus defensive superstars.
You said Justin Herbert, which I love. You combine
By the way,
Richard
there's
Sherman
nothing
and Justin
wrong
Herbert.
with Sherbert ice cream being referenced subconsciously on a chess show. I mean,
Yes. Well,
shout out
and
to
you created
31
a hell
Flavor,
of
you know
a
what I'm saying?
football player there, a genius defensive and offensive mind.
Okay, so we have Justin Herbert, not Justin Sherbert. I could go for some ice cream after this. What we do have is quarterback versus defensive superstar, double matchups there. Also Kyler Murray versus Justin Reid. Okay, but we see all 3 games in action. Reminder, you can watch them directly at chess.com/events. One of our mods will throw you a link. I'd love to tune in to the Justin Herbert versus Richard Sherman battle because we didn't get to see any of that. And we know that they drew the first game. So maybe we give our winners final right now a bit of a break with with Kyler Murray versus Justin Reid and move over to the Richard Sherman versus Justin Herbert.
Yeah, Sherman playing better than I would have expected coming into this thing, managing to just wrest away a couple of draws from the jaws of death.
Yeah. And that's sometimes how you get it done, right? Sometimes you just stay in it and you're not even staying in it to win it. You're staying in it to see if someone blows it, right?
Yeah,
and then you take your opportunity. But all right, Richard Sherman, he did steal a draw from the victories of defeat in regards to staying in it against Justin Herbert, as Cynthia told us. But now he's in control right now.
Yeah.
He's got a great center. He's up a pawn. And if he wants, he can get his king safe and continue to be in control. So I'm liking how Richard Sherman is playing this.
I mean, these Stanford guys, they sure do take to the game quickly. This is one thing I hate, Danny, especially when it's low time. I hate that knight there on C3, just making it so hard for my amateur brain. Like, what is he going to do? He can go anywhere. How am I supposed to keep, I will do everything I can to get him out of there, even if he's not actually that much of a threat.
Well, Sherman, I was going to say Sherman wants to do everything he can to get him out of there, but Justin Herbert could have saved the knight. Instead, he played knight takes b5, and Sherman misses it. You could have just, if you take the knight, black cannot take back because you lose the whole rook. So Sherman has a second chance to do it. Knight g5 was actually not a bad move because it maintained another threat, which was checkmate. And just like that, Sherman takes his opportunity. What is going on here? I mean, shout out to Cynthia with the call, but we needed to look at Sherman because he might be about to send Justin Herbert home. If he takes this one, there will be no tie breaks needed.
What's the play here with that with White's bishop on b5? What do you do now that it's under attack?
Find safety anywhere. I think you can go to c4 or a4 and be happy to do it. If you want, you can even consider taking the knight and then going here, but there's no reason. That's a good example of what you don't want to do when you're winning, right? You don't go for tactics that seem murky and unnecessary. The person who's losing wants to kind of throw a smoke bomb in there and make it messy. You get what I'm saying? People who are winning want clarity. So I often tell students, even though I did mention it, that's exactly the type of thing you mention and then quickly dismiss from your mind when you're winning, because there's no reason to go for craziness. And I actually love this move, bishop e5, going for the dark squares, preparing knight e4, knight f6. Wait, it blunders the knight, and I just missed that. LOL. Okay.
And
Wait,
Justin Herbert did not. It didn't. Yeah.
What's funny is I love that tactic because I was thinking about 94 and the eval bar didn't change. So my spidey senses were turned down. White is actually still totally winning here if you find the move rook to b1, because now you're attacking both knight and bishop in a skewer. But I don't know that Richard Sherman's going to see that. He doesn't. And so just like that, we are back to a much closer game here.
Yeah, it seems like it seems like Sherman has a great natural instinct and a pretty good grasp of the fundamentals thus far. I guess maybe just get in the puzzles and just start hammering tactics constantly to start to see some more of these opportunities he's created for himself.
Puzzles is a great way to do that, especially if you take the time to always see why you got a puzzle wrong. Just commit that a little bit to your memory, your pattern recognition. And if you solve puzzles by theme, speaking of puzzles, a guy who loves puzzles, maybe even more than playing chess, is Larry Fitzgerald. This is his first year. Richard Sherman basically pre-moves taking, which is unnecessary. But it's the clock. Oh my gosh, there you go.
He's out of 7 seconds. Yeah, here I am just watching the game. So this is where somebody, especially no bullet experience to speak of compared to some of these other guys, this is just an awful place for him to be. Unwinnable.
Yep. And you
Good
see
move by
him
Herbert, Queens.
Yeah, making moves based purely on the time pressure. I admit, as a commentator, really try to avoid not pointing out the drama on the clock, but I lost my focus there. And in hindsight, despite having a winning position, Richard Sherman was actually clearly on a path that was not a good one because look at the clock, right? There's no way he was going to continue to play with no time, and ultimately he runs out of time. Justin Herbert gets the victory.
I got to say, though, knowing the type of competitor that Richard Sherman is, I can see him now being like, all right, or, getting a bit obsessed, because there's obviously a great foundation with which Sherman has to work. It's just that these other guys have countless more hours in the game right now.
By the way, we focused on that. We wanted to give Sherman and Herbert the attention they deserve, but the matchup that maybe deserved all the eyeballs was Kyler Murray versus Justin Reid, because if you look at that, Murray just sent that thing to tiebreaker. He is not going to let Justin Reid get a 2-0 sweep like he did in last year's BlitzChamps final. So Kyler Murray just completely rebounds from losing the first game. We are going to have an amazing tiebreaker here in a minute, but let's check on Harrison Phillips versus Mack Hollins. Oh, right as I say that, over. Mack Hollins gets the dub. Okay, never mind.
And Mack Hollins this was a round that he needed, right? We mentioned Kyler having a pseudo easier path or arguably easier path. After a couple of sketchy wobbles early on, Mack needed to just come out, take care of business against a player that he knows he's better than. And look at the intensity radiating off of Kyler Murray and Justin Reid right now. Gone are the smiles. They both know that the catbird seat is in play here, and they are both fired up to fight. How appropriate, Bruce Lee, one of the posters adorning the wall behind Kyler Murray as he gets ready to do battle here.
I love it. Bruce Lee is a mindset for Kyler Murray right there. He wants it, and he will get white in the tiebreaker, by the way. Reminder, everyone, the person who has the most accurate chess average of the two games gets white in the tiebreaker. So Kyler, he not only rebounded in that second game, but had the higher overall accuracy between the two players, which again just tells you this is kind of what we knew was coming. I didn't know if we would get it until the grand final, but I think this matchup in some ways could be the deciding factor of who wins BlitzChamps 4.
A bit of perhaps we missed a bit of a miniature from Kyler there. Over 2 minutes left in the clock for both players. High enough and dominant enough accuracy to take white here in the tiebreaker. And you can see by Reid's body language here that he's a bit more nervous than he's been previously.
Yeah, he is. He's zoned in. Sorry there. I was flipping to different games, and we have the only tiebreaker of the round underway. It is our winners final right now between Kyler Murray and Justin Reid. And if he did just get that miniature, as you said, T-Bob, as white, he's happy to have white again. Happy that he's got the more accurate chess, because we'll see if he can rinse and repeat against Justin here.
Just easy, calm, developing moves right now. Get that rook behind the queen, all things that seem to make a lot of sense to me. Maybe get your knight out if you're white here. Castle, I guess you should castle, probably think about castle sometime soon. Black a little slow on the development thus far. Not that it matters. There's no real pressure being applied either way.
Well, the truth is they're both, I don't know if they're familiar with the exact openings. I think for sure I can say Justin is, because we've now seen him play this Colin Sicilian multiple times. Shout out to his coach, James Canny. I don't know if he's also working with Justin on his openings, but consistency is clearly in Justin's favor. Kyler also playing fast, right? He's up on the clock here, which is a huge early telling point that he's not uncomfortable. Although I think you made a good point. We didn't even get to finish it because the games have been happening so fast. If Kyler had slowed down in the game where he was up a queen, he probably would have been better served there. So even though he's up on the clock, needs to use his time when it counts.
And are you okay if you're white? Are you okay with that? With knight takes bishop there? Just because I find it like lower levels, my level, arguably these levels, that the difference between a knight and a bishop can be somewhat exaggerated compared to the professional levels.
I think that's probably true. And I think if we look at Alpha Zero and some of the modern ways we consider chess positions, the neural nets have taught us to think a little differently about the long-term value of the knight. So while I think the bishop pair,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the bishop pair is still to be favored because most positions will become open, and we see Kyler trying to make sure the light squares indeed do. But he does that at the potential sacrifice of the queen's side. That's why the computer is having a little bit of a hard time evaluating this. So I will end by saying I think the bishop pair is still to be preferred because most positions will become open. But the knights are tricky, and especially I think at the lower levels, you might even prefer a knight when the tactics get weird under time pressure.
Yeah, as we're seeing, as you pointed out, the path forward there for white taking on b5, I believe, not doing it now. And I mean, we're in a dead even heat here, and the time has got to be creeping up, or at least in the back of their mind, starting to creep up more and more on each guy.
Look at opposite body languages with Justin Reid look like he's about to pounce over the table and fight somebody. and Kyler's like, I'm just here so I don't get fined. You know, they both got like different attitudes, but overall we know they're both very serious.
If that isn't the difference in, you know, maybe a quarterback and a DB right there, defense, all about aggression, about applying pressure, about attacking. Quarterback's got to stay calm, cool, collected. That's what he's trying to do right now. And the pressure is being ratcheted up potentially as we speak, if you're a computer and can know why it's being ratcheted
up. Well, Justin does have a chance to take the pawn, and that's what the computer wanted, and that's what the computer gets. Kyler goes right back, though, and grabs the a6 pawn, despite the computer liking black. Well, the bishop, this bishop is hanging.
No,
yes,
sorry. I was saying the bishop. Yeah, the bishop on.
No, you're right. You're right. And I was going to highlight this bishop is actually holding everything together for Kyler, defending every piece on the board.
He's Tobey Maguire and Spider-Man, desperately stretching onto the train, trying to hold it back and make sure it doesn't fall off the tracks.
Dude, that is a visual for the bishop. We got to use that. I love that.
Oh my God.
And what I was going to say is, despite the computer liking black, because with best play, these tactics are dangerous. From a human being point of view, I like Kyler's chances because this A pawn is very dangerous. Yep. And especially as the gloves come off and we have less time on the clock, a lot of times the easier plan, T-Bob, is the preferred plan. Even if it's not the better plan, the easier position to play is the preferred player. And so look at the time. It kind of speaks for itself. Justin is uncomfortable, and I'm liking Kyler's chances to maybe shock the world here and send the defending champ to the losers bracket.
Are you surprised at all that Justin hasn't just gone with maybe like, okay, he chooses to move the bishop? I was thinking maybe like a rook d8 just to defend it.
I think you were right. I think that was actually the simpler and also faster move to play. That's a good example of you can be too perfect and too precise versus just doing what needs to be done. So if I'm Kyler, I don't spend a lot of time. I just move my queen to safety and push him, baby. Do everything I can. Use what the chess bras gave you. By the way, shout out to Grandmaster Eric Hansen, the founding chess bra himself, who coaches Kyler Murray.
Also, I believe the man responsible for the beads rumors, maybe back in the day. Do I have that wrong?
You are right. You are not holding back on this show. Okay, here we go. That is true. Eric Hansen has a lot of things that follow him in the chess world. Some of them more glamorous than others.
Why is this a blunder here? Because to me, it just looks like takes. But I'm obviously missing something.
Oh, there it is. Actually, oh my God. He found it. the reason it's the blunder is because when you put the bishop there, you can't defend with the G pawn because it's pinned. So this is actually a really serious problem. But although if you put a knight on one of
What
these
about
squares,
knight? Yeah.
yeah, he does do it. This is hard. Yeah, I think the winning move for black was not an easy one to see. Something like bringing the rook over. Yeah, that was one of those positions where the computer was unfairly making it look easy, but it required a lot of accurate moves. And I still stand by that Kyler is to be preferred. He's got more time on the clock and an easy plan if he can just push the pawn.
Oh man, this bar is I can't keep track.
It's a heart attack as the bishop is hanging and he finally sees it. This is wild. As we can see, the graph is telling in terms of what's going on, a lot like the heart rates of the commentators right now, up and down.
Oh, and Reid's down to 2 seconds, so he has to make instant moves. There is no thinking allowed for Justin Reid from this point on. Kyler on the cusp of a massive upset, getting revenge.
Look at that.
For
he
last
finds
year.
A move. Reid moves with 1 second, literally on the eager. Oh my God, Kyler's playing the clock gambit. This could backfire.
Dude, it's
Kyler
too early for that, Kyler. Just keep playing solid, force. You got time. You don't have to move instantly.
This is what happens when your opponent gets low on time. You start worrying about the clock and not the board, and this is how things backfire. Now all Reid has to do is pre-move. Look at that. With every move, he's gaining time back on the clock.
And look at, Reid's got a pretty good bullet rating, I believe, because this is some bullet chess moving that we're seeing out of Reid right here. Oh my God,
Kyler
Justin Reid.
Kyler had the same problem last year where he didn't realize you have an increment. He consistently tried to flag his opponent instead of just making good moves. And then was like, wait, why didn't he lose on the clock? And I can already hear some of our Chess Ops team talking to him about the format in the background.
He's mad. He's mad. Okay, so here comes the mental adversity check for Kyler Murray. He has to flush this. He has to flush
100%.
this. He got the queen back in game 1, and then he gave it right back. He bounced back in game 2, and there in game 3, he actually managed to pry over an advantage at the end. But again, look, I hate to say that it's a bit karmic, but we don't like flagging just for flagging's sake, right? Like, I'm not saying it's not a legitimate strategy, but if you're going to try to flag a blitz player who's getting a second back on each move, like, you got to lie in the bed that you made. And unfortunately, there's a bed full of thorns for Kyler there.
Not only that, it was unnecessary. If we have a second, we'll go to our game review look, and I will show that Kyler actually, again, the simplest plan was actually the easier plan for him before he lost his way and started trying to flag his opponent. Yep. But as we see, there is the bracket. Justin Reid, just like last year in the grand finale, gets the better of Kyler Murray. But this time, it went to tie breaks, and you could argue Kyler Murray, it was literally a bird in hand there. It was over, and all he had to do was make simple moves to win. Instead, he tried to flag Justin Reid, and it backfired. Down below, we saw Mack Hollins against Justin Herbert, and Mack Hollins will be playing. Mack Hollins will now go up against Justin Herbert, and the winner of that will take on Kyler Murray in the losers finale.
And and Danny, it's something that I probably would have not noticed either, except for sitting here and listening to you and getting the eval bar, but I bet you Kyler just didn't understand the power of that pawn on, I think it was a6, maybe a5. But for a beginner player, you get so caught up in tactics and trying to checkmate and threaten pieces that, you could sometimes forget, oh wait, I've just got to pass pawn, and even though there's a lot of pieces on the board, he's still you have to account for him, and you can use that as a lever to apply pressure. He just probably didn't account for the advantage he actually had there.
It happens. It takes experience to recognize what to focus on when the pressure is there. We have an experienced commentator, data scientist. You're on the sidelines. I mean, what is it going on for you as you're watching these ones there at the final seconds?
Well, I just went back and watched last year's final between these two guys, and it was really interesting because it was a much different game. Kyler really played a different style, so you can tell all of his training and all of his work with this coach has really been paying off, because even the opens, like every responsive move, like last year, it was like just very different. There was a complete dominance from Justin Reid from start to finish. Kyler really changed his strategy, and it's been working. So if we do get them in the grand final again, I would actually expect him to maybe calm down. Not that he has time to go back and watch his film, but perhaps kind of recenter. I know he's like a big guy on being centered and, like you said, take that deep breath. But if you watch it last year to this year, strategy wise, it is night and day. So Kyler's progression, really another example of how he's come really far.
I couldn't agree more. I called the last year's final with you and John Urschel there, right? Shout out to the NFL studios for hosting us there in New Jersey. The match was lopsided, right? Just to call it what it was. Not to say Kyler wasn't excited to be there, and he would never say he was happy with a participation trophy. But Justin was just a much stronger player. It was undeniable. That was not the case in what we just saw there. Kyler was better in 2 of the 3 games. Should have won, honestly, if he had kept his nerves and wits about him, as we pointed out with T-Bob. So I agree, Cynthia. Strategically, not the same gap that it was. This is going to be a very close matchup. Should Kyler be able to recover and meet Justin again? So,
do y'all think that Canty and Hansen are watching this right now?
Yes.
Texting one another, talking trash.
They better be.
It looks like the chess bros with a bit of the bragging rights as it stands right now.
By the way, shout out to Kyler in chat. Kyler's actually
Canty,
hanging out in chat and saying he didn't know about the increment, and we feel you, dog. But again, you were winning, Kyler, if you can hear us. So
Kyler, one snap and clear. One snap and clear.
One snap and clear.
Deep breath, and we're locking in, dude.
Well, he's Kyler is being reminded of the format because he had that one. We are getting set for. I guess now we'll have one game to focus on, which will be exciting, right? Because Justin Reid is just kind of sitting pretty and waiting for someone to come all the way back, and we're gonna have Justin Herbert taking on Mack Hollins, which that's a rematch. Remember, Justin Herbert sent Mack Hollins to the losers bracket. So what do you think about this one, Cynthia?
I'm looking at Mack Hollins' ability to, like, it's been interesting. Like, when he's dialed in, he's completely dialed in. When when it starts going awry, maybe not so much. So it will really depend on, like, I think he needs to come out strong. I don't think he needs, I know he's been playing from kind of behind before, but Bills Mafia, they know one thing, and that's they're not going to get all the way in the red zone and not score. They know they got to do that, especially come playoffs, right? It's not the Chiefs, it's the Chargers this time, but Bills Mafia is all behind him, and he's just got to come out really strong.
I'm with you. And T-Bob, we talked about the fact that Mack Hollins struggling out of the gate may actually come back to help him. I think Mack Hollins will get his revenge against Justin Herbert here. You think otherwise, or you think Mack will have gotten the wake-up call he needed to be in better form now?
No, look, I think the ratings will reflect that. As you said, sometimes it's best to kind of get those early mistakes out of the way as you find your flow for the day. He finally got a bit of an easy matchup. He controlled, take a deep breath on. So it remains. We'll see. Now, the loser of this will finish 4th. Do I have that correct? Am I wrong?
The loser of this will finish
4th.
Correct.
Okay. So they will get
making
10K.
Me do math on camera. That's like a nightmare I have. Where I'm trapped in a schoolroom and I'm told to do math on camera. That is literally an anxiety attack for me.
I'm just trying to establish the monetary stakes at play, right? So the loser will go home with a very nice $10,000 for the charity of their choice. But if you win, you're immediately at least guaranteed $15K for your cause, with the potential 30 still in play. So a pretty big difference stake-wise. That doesn't even get into bragging rights. I mean, I know the team who put together all the information did a really great job of highlighting notable matchups, but a lot of these guys are going to be playing each other at one point or another during the season. And what better way to mess with the guy pregame than to be able to harken back to when you beat him on the 64 squares during the summer?
Could not think of anything better. And I cannot think of anything else we're supposed to say right now besides take a break. We got a lot going on here with the players behind the scenes. We got guests coming up. Don't go anywhere, everyone. Plenty more ahead with Cynthia and T-Bob as we get into the final rounds of BlitzChamps 4 here on Chess TV. We will be right back.
Join the community club on Chess.com and participate in amazing community
Cynthia,
events
you're awesome.
every week.
T-Bob, you're
On Mondays, challenge yourself with incredible openings in Opening Roulette. Don't miss Untitled Tuesday every week right after Title Tuesday. On Wednesday, join Arena Kings and compete against a lineup of legendary creators. On Fridays, try the all-new Community Freestyle Fridays and throw opening theory out the window. And finally, round out the week by showing off your speed in the Community Bullet Brawl. Win prizes, battle legends, and challenge yourself. Play in the community tournaments every week on Chess.com.
We have the freestyle drawing challenge. You can either draw your favorite chess piece, you can try and draw the country where you're from, or you can also draw something else you like.
I can't draw though. I have no like spatial awareness. I don't think I'm a good painter.
You guys will see how I'm going to draw, or can I?
That would be nice.
I'm drawing the US map with an oval shape. And then we have this. I told you I can't draw. That's not actually what I envisioned. Okay, so this is supposed to be... No, that's not good. Do I include Hawaii and Alaska?
Sure.
But Hawaii is just somewhere up here. Alaska is somewhere here. I have no, like, spatial awareness.
I don't think many chess players are so talented. No. Something like that. Approximately where would you be living?
Somewhere around here. Okay, I'm gonna draw a chess piece.
Okay, very good. On that map, where is like Florida, and you can show us a few cities.
Florida. But where is? Yeah, Florida is a little bit too far west. On this map. Okay, I'll try another one. No, but this is also not good. Okay. Well, this is Florida. It needs to be a bit longer, I guess. Originally, I'm in the East Coast. I'm somewhere on this map here, and now I'm around here.
Amazing. Wow.
That's horrible. The map is the easiest, but it depends if I want to be artistic or not and draw like a piece. Should jut down like this. It goes over. California should be like something like this. It should go up. And then Maine should be right over here. And, okay, it's a bad drawing, but this is much closer than Fabiano for sure. Someone should still be able to tell this is the US.
My thought was that he was supposed to draw France and mark Paris. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I've lived here. I've lived here in Florida. I've lived somewhere up here in New York. I mean, this is terrible, but whatever. It's close enough. I lived in St. Louis, which would be somewhere in the middle, up here towards like all the Great Lakes, somewhere up here. So. Yeah, it's a couple of places that I've lived in the U.S. I lived in Seattle, which would be way up here, so it's not perfect, but I think someone will tell based on Florida being down here that it's the U.S. So I've lived in all these different places.
Personally, I chose to play the Sicilian as my main weapon with black about 35 years ago. E4, C5. C5 is an excellent move that controls the D4 square, and when white plays D4, we're ready to capture it. This is, of course, on the Sicilian, and I think it's a really good opening for beginner and intermediate players, and one of the reasons is a lot of lower-level club players only know E4, E5. I really enjoy the combative play. You'll have excellent chances out of the opening, and I chose the variations carefully based on my own experience of playing the Sicilian and based on the ease of which you can learn and understand the ideas. Knight B5, we play Queen B4. Now our queen can escape to A5, which defends C7. It looks good to fork the pieces, but after King D8, all of white's pieces are attacked. So knight takes, queen takes C3 check, attacking the king. We're gonna take the bishop next move. Black has an extra pawn, and this knight is trapped.
I'm going to back up and show you what happened in this final round tiebreaker game between Kyler Murray and Justin Reid. And we were saying that Kyler obviously was trying to now flag Justin, started making moves like knight e4, giving up the knight, and then gave up the queen, all in an attempt to try to flag his opponent. When in reality, as I was reminding T-Bob at the break, this is bad advice and a coaching opportunity for all the viewers, because what do you think got your opponent under time pressure? Making good moves, not making bad moves. And then the second thing is that often the easiest moves for your opponent to calculate, pro tip, are forced captures, forced checks. So if you go for those types of tricks, you actually end up creating a situation where it's easier for your opponent to play with only seconds on the clock. So really a good lesson for Kyler to not lose his focus there, T-Bob.
Well, and he has stumbled into something that I would call the That's So Raven paradox. Now, for our younger listeners, you may not know, that was an old Disney show. And in every episode, That's So Raven could see the future. She would see a future, and she would engage in a series of events trying to prevent said future. However, those same series of events would end up creating the very future she was trying to avoid. In that very same way, Murray thinks I'm going to flag him. But by offering up these easy captures, these checks, everything that Danny's talking about, his actions created the loss that he was trying to avoid. And now here he sits, going to have to bounce back mentally after a very frustrating opportunity missed for revenge.
Cynthia, did you have That's So Raven references on your bingo card for today's broadcast? Did you think that was going to happen?
Safe to say, absolutely not, but I'm glad that they happened because I haven't thought about That's So Raven in a really long time. And who doesn't want to think about little Raven Simone here? You know, it's a great day for that. I do agree with the analogy though. And I'm sad that I would have no creativity to be able to think of something like that on my own. So I'm really glad that T-Bob pointed that out for us.
But what a great teaching point by you, Danny, and something that I've never considered, which is the idea of, what moves are actually the most challenging in that situation? Because I would have fallen into, now maybe you don't want to go the full queen give up like he did in trying to rush, but I would have rushed headlong into some of those trades as well and potentially lessened some of the pressure on my opponent.
I am guilty of losing way more games than Kyler Murray ever could in terms of trying to flag my opponent. This is a thing that young chess players do, and obviously Kyler is a grown-ass man, but when it comes to chess, I will call him a young man. His experience isn't mine in that way, and so this is a bit of a coming-of-age experience where you played a great game, you were dominating on the board and on the clock, and then in the final moments, you completely lose yourself to nerves and make bad moves on the board, which ironically lets your opponent save the clock. Like, I have done this many times over, more times than Kyler Murray ever could. So when I say this, it comes with real empathetic understanding. That said, you have no one to blame but yourself. A single other move, moving a pawn, moving anything subtle would have actually made it harder to play with 2 seconds on the clock. So anyway, lesson learned. We move on because it's time now for our loser semifinal between Mack Hollins and Justin Herbert, the rematch where Justin Herbert sent Mack to the loser's bracket to begin with.
Let's go. Grimace versus the Sleepy Carlson back here. Who will survive and advance?
Sleepy Carlson. Someone do a Magnus Photoshop doppelganger, please, of Justin Herbert. If he didn't know he was a Magnus doppelganger, he now will. Let's get that on the internet, please, because the internet needs more things like that. Yeah.
Yeah, look, you can tell if Mack's quirkiness doesn't just translate immediately through the screen, what a freeze frame here as it looks like he's giving his opponent the side eye.
Mack is like, what's going on here? Waiting for the moves to be made. Justin Herbert is getting a cue from someone off screen, and we see Mack talking with our Game Ops team. Shout out to Simon and the whole Game Ops crew working super hard behind the scenes. You never see them or know that they're there making everything work magically. But Simon and the Game Ops crew, thank you so much. Whatever's going on with Mack and Magnus Doppelganger, we'll get it figured out.
So this is Jeremy Kane versus Amon here in this battle. Yeah. Kane coaching Herbert and Amon coaching Mack. One thing about last game as well, to add an additional point to our conversation, is you do have to credit Justin Reid as well. Like, we approach it from the Kyler perspective, but for Reid, that's why he was the champion. The way in which he kept his cool under such immense time pressure, the way in which he actually started gaining back time, he so clearly saw the advantage he had and how to play it too. And look at him now, dude. Looking nice and relaxed. Eating, all fat and happy in the catbird seat, eating his sun chips. Justin Reid, straight
He's
chilling.
just waiting for whoever's going to come back all the way from the loser's bracket to face him. But no, you're right. We obviously focus on the Kyler Murray angle, which I think is fair because it was in many ways Kyler's game to win or lose. But that's what you do. You put your opponents in positions to make mistakes, and they often do. And sometimes that's what it takes to win a championship. Justin did that, and Kyler went wrong, right? Not his fault. So, okay. An Italian. I know you're going to ask about the opening. That is a double king pawn game where both bishops have developed to their most natural and aggressive squares in many ways to hit these F2 and F7 points.
When does it become the Joko piano?
So it is kind of the Joko piano now.
Okay.
And I would say that the Italian and the Joko piano are sort of interchangeable in many ways, just depends on kind of how you refer to it. In fact, according to the Chess.com ECO, which is Encyclopedia Chess Openings, if you didn't know that, it actually is the Joko piano. So you were right, T-Bob.
I just love the name Joko piano.
Hey,
I mean, I love all
piano,
chess
right?
openings names. It's probably like one of the most fun parts of the game, quite frankly.
I love that. All right. So it is a Joko piano here, a symmetrical Italian, and it is very symmetrical. Both sides have 2 knights. Both sides have equal pawns in terms of material. The structure is different. I actually like Black's position a little bit, and I guess I'm looking over, the computer does agree with me, just barely. And that's because of this one factor. The D3 pawn is a target. Knight H5 threatens Knight F4, T-Bob. Oh, he allowed it, which is a fork on the queen and the pawn. Just like that, Justin Herbert is showing that maybe it wasn't a fluke that he beat Mack in the first game. Look at this.
Will he see it to still take it? I wonder.
He can do it. He does it. He
Yeah,
takes
there
the
we
pawn.
go.
Justin Herbert playing
Now
like
the
Magnus
rook under
Carlsen,
attack.
not just looking like him.
I mean, where do you go with that rook here? Would you say, Danny? Okay, there we go. God, that rook feels like he's in a tough way right now, jammed behind those doubled up pawns.
Yeah. By the way, fun fact to know is that while Lamont Hamilton has worked with Mack Hollins a little bit, Jeremy Kane is actually the coach of both of these guys. This is a Jeremy Kane on Jeremy Kane action battle, the PG kind, not X-rated edition. Wait, what's going on? Queen D7 loses the knight. Mack Hollins pins it to win it. This pony has wandered a little too far from home. And
you saw Mack jump on it immediately too. I mean, there was no question. As soon as he came in, Mack knew exactly what to do.
And it's funny because that is one of the dangers of going pawn grabbing. It worked to go win that pawn, and it was correct. But then you really needed to tuck the tail between your legs and get to safety. I'm just going to show it very quickly that in this position, Justin needed to get that knight out of dodge. You won the pawn and now get home safe. He doesn't do that, and that's what allows the knight to be lost in one there. So
he needed a little hit and run.
Yeah.
Just a little raiding party, a little hit and run, take some food and get the hell out of there.
Get in, get out. The Super Bowl party you got invited to, you didn't want to go to that one. You really want to be at the other one. So you get in, you hug the invite, you grab a snack because they have a chips and dip that the other party's not going to have, and you get out. This is, a pro knows how to do this. All right. Mack Hollins up a piece, and the clock is relatively even. So advantage Mack.
Both players can slow down here. I have the feeling they're starting to move a little fast. But if I'm Herbert, I want to really stop and consider here, what is my best path forward? Ooh, trading the queens is going to make this a bit tougher.
I was grimacing as you were saying that because I was agreeing with you that he needed to slow down and that trading queens was not the recipe to try to make a comeback. We've talked about how to win games, everyone. Keep it simple, simplify and trade where you can, which means by definition, the way to come back in games where you're losing is the opposite. Avoid trades. Make it as murky as possible. You want it crazy AF out there when you're trying to make a comeback. And, okay, he is going to get
I was just
A3
looking at that, dude. Just go stop. I mean, you go knight B1 and then, okay. Oh, wait, well.
No, but he's getting some material back here. This is back in the lane of a rook ending that could go wrong for Mack Hollins if not careful.
I like Mack, though, trusting himself there, saying that pawn's kind of wigging me out. I'll give up the knight. That's okay. Like you said, I'm gonna get that pawn back for some material, and now trying to push his own pawn. even though this always where it gets a bit confusing with me is how to convert this.
I agree. And often the best advice I can give is just because one pawn or piece is your advantage doesn't mean that you use that one to win. And so I actually like what's being done now. The best way to convert on these games is not to overpush or get overzealous, but to find what we call a second weakness. Principle of two weaknesses. Create plans on the other side of the board. That is the easiest way to get in it. And even this is good. Now you can get okay, that check is actually going to help white find the path I was going to highlight. This king can come right up. And the way this game will actually be won is not because of the extra pass pawn you have, but because your opponent paying attention to that pass pawn leaves open the door on the other side of the board. And I'm both giving you advice, T-Bob, as my now adopted student. I don't know if you know that. I just adopted you as my student.
No, adopt me, Danny, please.
But this is for everybody that often, because what you just said is said by a lot of people. Like, I blow these games a lot. Like, I don't convert on the advantage. And that's often because you beat your head against the wall of that advantage instead of finding a second problem. And that's how your opponent's defenses really crumble. So,
yeah, I mean, surely Mack is, I guess there's probably that, I don't see it, but there's probably some like be careful stalemate type situations here. But I have to imagine that Mack is going to convert here, given his blitz rating, given his bullet rating. Like, actually, bullet shouldn't come into play. Stay calm. You got 45 seconds. Just finish. Yeah, get that king out of there. I agree. Too many.
Don't play F7. Don't play F7. It's going to be stalemate. Okay, okay. He found the right one. I thought he almost played F7 and stalemated, but at the last second, Mack pushes the correct pawn, and Sleepy Magnus is frustrated. Justin Herbert, who is now forever known as Sleepy Magnus.
Why didn't he slam the table?
I don't know. You know what? I wish we had a feature for that where you could maybe, I don't know, press a key and it would slam the table or something like that. We'll figure that out. All right, but Mack Hollins is showing that while he may have lost to Justin Herbert in round one, he has gotten revenge, or at least is on his way to doing so. Let's go ahead and bring up the bracket as these two guys get ready for game two. This will remind you that the main storyline coming into this matchup here between Mack Hollins and Justin Herbert is that it was a rematch. Although it looks like we don't have a lot of time for that because they're already underway in game two. So never mind.
Let's go.
Okay. Know that the bracket would show you that Justin Herbert beat Mack Hollins in round one. Now they are rematched here with the winner taking on Kyler Murray in the losers final. So will Mack get it done here, or will Justin send it to a tiebreaker once again?
I mean, what are we looking at here? Is this another Italian game?
Another Italian. Dude, these guys are just like, they're like copycats. They're playing the Italian with each other. It's another Gioco Piano.
I find it to be kind of, at least when I started playing the first opening that I ever really played. Now I mean, opening I got to work on. I just got to practice. We got to work. I'm going to get with you, Dan. I'm going to make you.
We got to work on this. No, but I just realized the connection is definitely Jeremy Kane, because while Lamont Hamilton has spent time with Mack Hollins, these are really two, we'll call them Kane prodigies here. Jeremy Kane, again, shout out to the Chess.com longtime writer, involved in so many awesome projects. Right now, he's watching his two students battle it out in the Italian. That's probably why they both play the same opening, T-Bob. Jeremy.
Yeah, and because of the pressure there on D3, is that knight kind of stuck for a minute unless you want to send him to the rim? Then I don't be one because if he hops in front of the queen to try to develop him, then he's going to block the protection of him.
You're right. That would have happened. Now. You would have been right on knight d2 that the pawn would have been free, and in this move after knight e3, the pawn is also free. Just like that, black is headed to an endgame where material is equal, and the bishop pair favors black. The bishop pair is when you have 2 versus your opponent's 1, which means this light square bishop has no counterpart to challenge its reign of terror over the light squares. That's why the computer likes black just a little bit.
What would be your opinion of Mack choosing to take with the queen first there and getting the queens off the board? You think he's trusting his kind of end-game acumen here over that of Herbert? Or we're taking with the bishop in a flat-out mistake because of I don't know.
Well, I think he needed to take with the queen in that exact position because the knight was actually attacking both. So he kind of had no choice but to offer the queen trade. But as far as how Justin might be seeing it too, I think that in general, it also made sense for Justin to then get the queens off the board because the black queen was so active there. So I would actually say that over the last few moves, both of these players have played pretty much all the best chess. In fact, I literally am just peeking at the accuracy just right now. We're looking at 91% accuracy currently for Justin Herbert and 94% accuracy for Mack. So these are two guys who they're familiar with this opening. Shout out to their coach, Jeremy Kane. And they're familiar with the common tactics that seem to come in the middle game, or you don't have that type of accuracy. So I think they're both playing well.
And look, that bishop just sliding into a cozy little corner there on 8-7.
By the way, chat took to voting on who got the better nickname from T-Bob. Grimace for Mack Hollins or Sleepy Magnus for Justin Herbert. Sleepy Magnus is winning in a landslide.
Oh wow, I like Grimace.
Grimace is a powerful name. Dude, the ability to give a quick and accurate nickname is like number 3 on attributes for like my best friends. So thank you for being that person. Like the ability to quickly roll out with a good and accurate nickname, that's like my love language.
Oh, there it is. The fork on the 2 rooks as well.
Okay, but also white got a pawn. So eval bar is evil here. As long as 93 is found here. Oh, look, here's what I'm gonna say. This is an eval bar dominant game for black. This is a game that can go highly wrong. Knights are tricky AF.
Yeah.
They fork like crazy.
Yeah.
Watch out for a knight fork. There is an extra pawn here. So if somehow Justin can get something going. So this isn't over just yet, despite the eval bar making it sound like it is.
No, and that's one of the worst things about being a low-rated player such as myself is the terror of the knights, trying to do all the math. Oh, can he just... Oh, he could just take.
Oh, he missed it.
He pinned the pawn. He pinned the pawn. Oh, and he missed it.
I didn't want to interrupt you, but you're right. Knights are terrorists for low-rated players, and in that position, there was a chance to get rid of that knight, but Mack missed it. Now we really have a game here because the only real problem White was facing here, T-Bob, is that the king shouldn't have been allowed to get in the game. The king wasn't allowed to make this move because it lose the knight. But the fact that he got away with it. Now we are really in a game that could go either way. Like this knight coming in, there's checks. This could happen, especially under time pressure with weird blunders.
Yeah, I do like though. It seems like. What do you think? Do both players feel as if they're doing a pretty good job of managing their time here? They don't seem too hurried or too panicky to me thus far.
You've called it before, right? Sometimes they get nervous in a second, right? And they forget that they have more time than they think they do.
Cleaning up some pawns there for
both
Mack.
of these players are
keep it simple, create an advantage.
Now, if Matt just goes for this,
pawns.
Oh wow, okay, he did it right as I highlighted it.
Oh wow,
I was just gonna say if Matt goes for this, then I will start saying that Justin maybe won't have enough with the tricky knight. But I've really been a believer that Justin has tricks. But you get this with check, then you get this one, and the rooks are just so nasty here. As long as the rooks stay coordinated, this should be Mack's game to win. Although again, look, there's some. This is not
the protected check right there. Yeah.
Yeah, here comes a check. Oh, he didn't see it. If you check, this king has to go to the back rank because the pawn and knight guard the squares. Not anymore. Not anymore. That was a smart move by Mack. The king will not have to go back anymore. So Justin really did miss his chance to put this king in a really dangerous spot.
I feel like Mack just did such a solid job of staying calm. Let's clean up some pawns, apply a couple threats, and now he can start to march these pawns down the board if he wants.
I agree. Although as long as there's a knight on the board, like you said, knights are tricky. They terrorize positions when there is low time on the clock. So as long as there's a knight on the board, I'm not going to say it's over yet because a fork happens. Forks happen.
I know, dude. There's been so many times I'm like, okay, just avoid the fork, and then what do you know? You That's So Raven yourself.
Hey, you That's So Raven.
The queen to the wrong square.
Hey, right now what's funny is the rooks are actually on squares that are perfect to avoid knight forks, but watch out. If this knight gets in here, there's all kinds of weird forks that can come to the board in different spots. Okay,
just push.
That's good. Let's get the knight in here. Very good. If this rook moves off, watch out. There's a fork coming.
Pinning him down. Time's starting to become a bit of an issue here.
Yep.
Oh wow! Surprise didn't take.
No, but
I guess he wanted to unpin.
But yeah, but Mack is getting under time pressure, and the knight remains pesky. So again, Mack should win this, and let's remember he's in a match situation where even a draw he moves on, so we should not make it more dramatic than it is. Mack is in a very good spot, but because there's a knight, there is a potential for fork, and now the rook will have to part ways with the new queen. He doesn't. We've got liftoff here. The queen is on the board.
Oh no! Now that might have been a bit bold. Sometimes you just got to take it on the chin and accept that you've been outmaneuvered there.
But he doesn't. He keeps it going. So Mack is getting rid of that knight. Finally, the pesky pony has left the building. And as long as... Whoa! He lost on time! Oh my God, we're headed to tie breaks!
Oh, no. He was overthinking it, dude. Oh my God, look at his eyes, dude.
Oh my God.
What was the move now? Look at Herbert's face. He knows it. Look at
Herbert
how
has
excited
been-
he is, dude.
Man, that is also a Magnus Grimace. I'm combining
That
the
is a
nickname. That is
Magnus
a
Grimace.
sleepy Magnus Grimace right there. Justin Herbert escapes by the hair on his chinny chin. Not too many of them. Cleanly shaven.
Not
for
too
BlitzChamps
many whiskers
today.
there. He's always looked very young. Go back to the end there.
Let me just show.
What was the play for Mack?
First of all, this is not a bad idea to simplify the game. You're totally winning and you just want to get pieces off the board. But in doing so without having to follow up, the follow-up is rook b4. You just play it instantly,
Right? Yes.
and this forces the trade. Now you've got your king and queen checkmate, and even if you're down on time, pre-move a couple times to gain a few seconds on the clock, you should be good. So he took the knight, which means he had this idea of, I'm going to get rid of this tricky piece, but he didn't have a follow-up and ended up spending too much time on the clock. We're headed to tiebreakers. Man, if
he definitely would have seen it, but again, he just got caught up in doing the end game math. What's the old quote? Is it play the opener like a book, the middle like an artist, and the end like a computer? Somebody said that sometime.
I don't know where you've heard these sayings, but I love them. You are like, that is phenomenal. Opening like a book, middle game like an artist, end game like a computer. That is like maybe the best chess advice I've ever been given. So thank you. This is very real.
It's not original. I read that somewhere. But yes, I mean, that's the problem though, is you want to play smooth and computer like, and you can lose track of yourself, and that's exactly what happened to Mack there.
Yep. Yeah, I would agree with the advice on, again, philosophical level, and it is a great saying wherever you got it. But I will say the only caveat I will add is trying to play the endgame like a computer, if your expectation is that you have to be perfect, is a recipe to backfire, right?
True,
because ultimately,
true.
if you're winning, making the simple move, going for the easiest plan is probably just as effective as finding the perfect plan. And the difference is that the easier plan is one you can play in a couple seconds versus the perfect plan, which may end up losing you on time. So that would be my only caveat, is that can backfire, and in this case, it did for Mack Hollins. Can we just say that if Justin Herbert eliminates Mack Hollins in tiebreak fashion for the second time today, that will not be something anybody predicted coming in.
No, and already here, Herbert is applying some massive pressure. Hollins with the white pieces had to be... Okay, it looks like he's kind of relieved it. God, nothing better than when your king's under early attack, and then you get to that nice castle square. Take a little deep breath, sigh of relief.
King is safe, taking a deep breath, and he's actually up a pawn. I mean, it's not the cleanest pawn yet because he hasn't developed all his pieces, but here you go with a strike. This bishop should go to d3. No, Mack puts it there. Now, this is getting better for Justin by the minute or second. He's up on the clock, and while we're sort of calling to task that Mack lost that game, to your point earlier, T-Bob, just like Justin Reid got it done against Kyler Murray, even if Kyler blew it, you got to give Justin Herbert credit, even if it was Mack who blew it, right? Because what has he done? He's played fast, and look again, he's up 30 seconds on the clock. So I mean, you got to give him credit.
Queen d3 here and just get a little checkmate threat going?
For sure, although it can be met by bishop g6, and that is a very quick way to trade.
Oh,
so if Justin didn't see it, so it was a good idea, and now the bishop has gotten trapped.
Oh, just like that.
Just like that, a backfire.
I mean, obviously there, the bishop was already trapped, but whenever the bishop backs up after h3, that g4 move is always one that I find to be a bit... I never know what to think. I feel like I'm opening up my king. I don't know.
Yeah, it is. It's a very double-edged move, and here we see black has gotten a second pawn. Of course, Mack didn't have to allow that, but This is not so simple. As long as Justin defends his knight and doesn't go down 2 pieces, which he does, very good. We're all the way back in not so simple territory again, where the eval bar is deceiving, at least for most of the audience. Yes, if Magnus plays this position, it wins every time, but this is not so simple with the king open.
I mean, should he just take on d5, or am I missing something here? Or I have to check. Well, last move. Sorry.
He's under fire. He probably should have, but the truth is, this king would have been better just to like stay on the king's side and try to use the rook to defend. Now the king is on a walk, and this is not a friendly neighborhood stroll that the king is on here, right? This is like bad neighborhood.
Bad part of town. Uh-oh.
Oh, F6 was a move that would have won the rook. He didn't see it. Instead, he traded.
Moving quickly. It makes sense, though. He's moving quickly, which has built him up quite a, pretty good time advantage here. 30 seconds.
At this point, I would take Justin Herbert to win this game. Like, just from a practical perspective, the lack of time and the king being wide open makes me feel like Mack is just moments away from blundering.
And wait, is that? No.
That's a check. So he's got to deal with that.
Yeah.
That's a okay. Mack finds the best move when it matters most, and proves me wrong to say that maybe Herbert is the favorite, because with an extra piece, maybe it's equal with best play. But this is a much easier game for white to win. If the king just gets active, this is a win. Oh, if he stays passive, maybe not.
And here's where the kings get to shine. Finally, after having everybody else do their dirty work, they unsheath their swords and waddle into battle in the best armor. But nobody else can afford the equipment.
Will you slip out of that accent every time we're in an endgame from now on? That was just, I don't know what that
now
was.
The
It was
King's
like
game is on the board. That's called a lot of D&D through the years there, Danny. That's what
I love it. I love it. Well, no, you're right. This is the king's time to shine. And if black wins that E5 pawn, it doesn't matter if you're up a piece. Black just has too many pawns. This is a serious problem. King E6.
I mean, it's looking all very disconnected for white at this point. Can he even defend that pawn? Is it already won?
This is a winning endgame for black, and the worst part about this is that it's hard to see a way that black loses if you're Mack Hollins. Like, this king can make a run over here. Maybe black can accurately advance both pawns, but it's almost impossible for black to blunder away the game and lose this one.
Yeah, we are in a. I'm trying to think. So, I guess a flagging, like an overthinking flagging, which I don't think that'd be not for Mack. He wouldn't do that, or excuse me, not for Herbert. I don't believe right now. No. Maybe some stalemate stuff once a queen enters the equation.
Now that he's got the 2 pawns, it's so hard to imagine how Mack gets back. By the way, if they draw, I guess we just play again. That's actually a format box I did not check coming in. So caught red-handed on camera. Commentator doesn't know the full rules. Can I get
make them go bullet?
Can I get a check on that? What happens if they draw? This is getting closer to a potential draw.
Do you go king? Okay, that's wow. See, I would have done that move, and the computers tell me, well, you're an idiot.
If you check and then move around, you had a chance. But now black should be winning again. Okay.
I would have done that move too.
I would have done that move too. No, okay. There you go.
Okay, so now we got a guaranteed
anyway.
queen on the board. Can Herbert convert? I hope he practices queen king endings.
Yeah,
it's the easiest one to do. You got the great resources there on the Chess.com app where you can set up and get this thing down to his sides. He's got plenty of time, a full minute and a half here for Herbert. Mack, you can see the frustration on him.
Agreed. And with Jeremy Kane watching the coach, he's going to be proud of Justin Herbert converting this one, although obviously disappointed for his other student in Mack Hollins. I'm not going to call it yet because stalemates happen. And given the way I'm seeing this go down, I'm actually getting more nervous for Justin by the second.
I just always think about keeping the queen a knight's move away. I don't know why that's how I frame it in my head.
No, because I'm not taking credit for that, but that was one of the things I said in my video. You said you watched my video, maybe.
That was you. No, Danny, that was absolutely you.
Queen stays a knight's check away. But the other thing I said is you don't want to involve the king too early because that's how stalemates happen. If you get the king involved, you end up confusing yourself. The best thing to do is to get the queen to cut off the king, And then even move the queen away just so you can't mess it up. Bring the king in and you will get checkmate.
I leave it until the opponent's king just has the 2 spaces. Okay, there we go. There we go.
Okay.
Mac not even playing for the stalemate. Took the gentleman's way out. Did he? Or I didn't see actually the end. I missed it. Shout out Justin
Herbert though, man. He Sleepy Magnus Carlsen, the Magnus Carlsen lookalike. I'm sorry if he doesn't like that nickname because it's gonna stick. You sip that water because you deserve a refreshing drink there, Justin Herbert. You just shocked the world by sending Mack Hollins home.
Well, and the thing is, you know that like Mac knows the quality player that he is himself. I mean, Mac knows the quality player that himself is, Mack Hollins, and he's gonna want to be frustrated here and say, oh, I'm better than that guy. But I mean, unfortunately, Herbert has ultimate bragging rights, getting it done not once, but twice against Hollins today, including when it mattered most. And wouldn't you know, a cerebral battle coming up ahead. QB on QB, Murray versus Herbert.
It's going to be epic. We've got 2 guys who are used to pressure, and they stick out the pressure in the pocket and get it done when the job is on the line. Quarterback battle ahead with Murray versus Herbert. I still can't get over, by the way, that Mack Hollins, again, it's not taking anything away from Herbert. It tells you how strong this event has become.
Yeah,
T-Bob, that we never know what we're going to get coming in. We never know who the dark horse and who the epic storyline of that year is going to be. Turns out Justin Herbert is putting his name in that ring. Mack Hollins will head out, but he does take home $10,000 from his charity. Richard Sherman and Harrison Phillips, we didn't properly pay those guys off when they left. Their BlitzChamps 4 campaigns came to an end as well.
Well, yeah, I'll go ahead and mention those guys' charities. So Mack Hollins, playing for the Thumbs Up Mission. This is a organization that fortifies families when a parent or child is fighting cancer, and they like to talk about battling fear by infusing hope, inspiring laughter, and instilling an eternal perspective in each family they serve. So $10,000 going to go to that charity. For Richard Sherman, it's the Blanket Coverage Foundation, a.k.a. the Richard Sherman Foundation. DBs can't help themselves. And this helps to give as many kids as possible adequate school supplies, clothes, and again, it's all about opportunity for those that are underserved. And was Harrison Phillips the other that we didn't touch on thus far? For Harrison Phillips, he's playing for Harrison's Playmakers, coaching and mentoring children facing social, physical, and economic challenges. They want to positively shape and empower young lives by fostering lasting positive impacts through dedicated mentorship. So $7,500 for Sherman and Phillips, $10K going for Mack Hollins there, and a lot of money still up to grabs for a lot of these great charities.
A lot of money still up for grabs. The top 3 places are going to be decided here in the next few minutes. Again, if you're interested in checking out any of the charities we just showed you, you can do so on your own. But there you have it. That is the cash being taken home by the 5 players who have left us so far. But all right, we got 3 players who are still in it, still with their eyes on the prize for that BlitzChamps trophy. Don't go anywhere. It's the losers finale, and then ultimately the winner of that will take on Justin Reid in our grand final. Don't go anywhere. BlitzChamps 4 continues in just a moment.
Do you have a favorite from the Bota sisters?
No.
True.
What?
I'm shook.
I'm honestly happy about that answer, but I know I'm still the favorite.
There are sides in the sisters that I appreciate more, like in each of them.
Am I your best friend? You asked me this question, so I get to turn the tables on you.
You're one of my best friends?
He shook his hand no.
She is not your best friend.
I know. Do you think Alex and I are the most entertaining chess content creators?
Yes.
She thinks you're good, but it's a lie.
It's still a lie. Okay, I still love you. You really
What if
tried.
I'm just genuinely nervous answering a lie detector?
So what happened is that she gets the question, and she's thinking that, oh yes, they are.
Yeah, but then she's...
And then after a little while, boom, comes a reaction.
makes
says
sense.
that, okay, there are maybe someone else. Or...
Which is fair. I think that's a very fair answer.
Do you care more about your content career than your chess career?
Yes.
True.
Wow. And Dina's very competitive.
It's genuinely very hard to improve at chess at certain level. Also, time is not in your favor. I don't want to say it's easier to rise as a content creator because it's very hard to rise as a content creator. But if we were to compare, make a career in content creation or in a professional like chess, I think I personally have more future in the content creation.
I'll go for a safe bet, like a favorite chess piece. I think that's pretty easy.
Sounds good.
I think I already got it wrong. Let me take a look.
And 1 second, how does this guy look like?
No, this is difficult. Okay, this I can try.
Okay.
I'm going to be artistic on this one. I think I'm gonna skip this.
Yeah, do one more. We have time. You can do one more.
This does not look like what it's supposed to look like.
The start was really good. I was thinking this is the best by far today, but then you kind of derailed at some point.
That was really, really bad.
Okay, there you go.
Amazing.
It's a rook here.
That's a rook.
Yeah, brilliant
Good job.
information. Yeah, I thought you will think it's a knight or something, but
Oh my god, drawing is hard.
Are you drawing the map now or the chess piece?
The knight.
Ah, the knight. Okay, perfect.
That's the worst knight. And I say this is knight. You have to believe me.
Okay, this looks good. Should have been a door somewhere. Should have been a door, but now no door from this. Or maybe we can make a door here, yeah? So all of a sudden. Impressive. Not really. And probably we should add some cat. But I'm not so sure my cat will be too nice, so. Let it live here.
I think we should keep this.
Yeah, we can keep it in the...
Like, out of the frame. It's so bad.
Wear your love of chess on your sleeve with all new apparel and accessories from the Chess.com merch store. Maybe you simply want a clock that will never run out, or a mouse pad that will finally unlock your speed chess potential. Whether you play chess to get energized with your morning coffee, or play into the wee hours of the night and witness the occasional alien abduction, we've got something for every king, queen, and knight in shining armor. Even gift cards for your loved ones who've caught the chess bug. So check out the Chess.com shop for apparel, accessories, and more. Grab your favorites before they're gone.
BlitzChamps 4 here on Chess.com, reaching its final moments. What a day it has been. I don't want it to end, T-Bob. I know you got some College World Series to watch, but I want it to go all night with me here. T-Bob, A-Bear, and T-Bob, has it delivered so far? Are you enjoying your BlitzChamps debut?
Oh, dude, I am having the time of my life right now. And yes, look, I love the Tigers. They about to play. Baseball games are long. We got plenty of time here. And as I said, I am not exaggerating, guys. This is like some real bucket list type stuff. I mean, I'm here in this nice studio in Chicago, getting a call at Chess.com BlitzChamps tournament, watching some of the best players in the NFL do battle in the 64 squares with Danny and Cynthia. No, this is and like an excellent production.
You can cry.
team.
By the way, I've cried on chess shows before. You can cry too. Everyone can cry.
I'm a big crier as well. I believe in being in touch with your emotions. I cry all the time. But no, I'm ecstatic right now. I wonder. So we are getting to a kind of interesting, in stuff like the NBA, you'll have your rested versus rusty kind of debates because Justin Reid's been chilling for a while now. The loser semis going to all 3 matches. Who knows what's going to happen here between Murray and Herbert? I wonder if Reid's going to be staying sharp because whoever emerges out of this next one is going to be out for blood.
I think it's a great point, and obviously we might see the answer to that right away when we get into that grand final. But right now, I want to focus on that matchup you just said. He's sitting there, whether he's eating chips, enjoying it, or nervous as F, as they say. Justin Reid has to watch 2 quarterbacks go at it, Kyler Murray and Justin Herbert. Cynthia, this is the cerebral matchup. This is how they draw it up for storylines at home. What do you got on this one?
It's interesting because we've seen Justin Herbert now in different structures of offenses. Clearly now with a Harbaugh, of course, Jim Harbaugh, it's a run-first offense. They're going to want to run. So does that mean like his reads are different, or is this an advantage for him mentally because he's had the chance now to play under different types of philosophies, throw first, run first, and that makes him more malleable. Whereas Kyler Murray's been more of an improv artist over the years, someone we've seen kind of read and react a lot more often. So I'm very curious about that. But if I know anything about Justin Reid, it's that he's watching both of them for tendencies. So in defense, you're kind of process of eliminating everything, right? If he does this, he can't do that. Very similar to chess. So as he's watching their moves, their opens, what their reactions are to specific things, I actually think Justin Reid could be getting a very, very nice advantage. And I know he's not on the Chiefs anymore, but he was on the Chiefs. And Andy Reid coming off a bye is the thing of legends. So perhaps Justin Reid coming off of a bye, learn from Andy Reid, and this could be a really great moment for him.
That's a stat we didn't see coming. I agree with Cynthia. I think the more we think about it, the more Justin Reid being a student, even if he no longer is there under Andy Reid, makes me feel like the more time he gets, the more eyeballs he gets on these 2 quarterbacks, the better he's going to be. So I agree, Cynthia. That's the take. That's the take we needed. And all right, we got the game matchup we needed here with Murray versus Herbert. Go ahead, T-Bob.
I mean, you want to talk about pride being on the line and bragging rights being on the line. A couple of former top 5 picks, guys who are right on the cusp of being tier 1 quarterbacks, right? Like now maybe some would argue one another are, but 2 guys that in their own careers are in such kind of similar moments going into this football season, now going to be going toe to toe here in BlitzChamps. And well, it's going to be fascinating to see who will prevail. Do we think rating wise, who has an advantage here? How close? I believe these 2 are very close. Let me look this.
They are super close.
We're on. Okay, never mind. We're on.
We're on. No, but I think it's a great question. First of all, I agree. Pride big time on the line. I don't know if these guys play each other this season or not. Cynthia will know. We'll have her back in just a second. But I think that no matter what happens, that there's going to be some banter. And yeah, I think it's a good call out. They're both at similar stages in their career, even if they are different quarterbacks in terms of style. We'll see how that translates to the chessboard in terms of different styles. I think overall, the one thing we can say about Justin today, T-Bob, is he's been up on the clock against everybody. And once again, even though it's just a few seconds, he's clearly making a concerted effort to play fast. I think Kyler, though, is one of the fastest players in the field, right? That is definitely an NFL translation and to his chess game. In fact, you could argue maybe he needs to slow down a little bit, right? But we'll see what happens when these 2 guys go at it. We're underway.
Yeah, Kyler getting castled there. Yeah, Kyler Murray, of course, the only player ever to be drafted in both the first round of the MLB and the NFL, now trying to add BlitzChamps champion to his name.
Kyler was hanging that E4 pawn. I'm going to back up a couple moves just to show, because anyone who was watching if they were noticing that, they would have been correct. There was an opportunity potentially to go after this pawn if you were black. It wasn't taken. After that, Justin would have been sitting a little prettier than he is now. But I will say the main thing I'm noting is that it's a very equal game. Both players making extra efforts to play fast here, which is how they've been playing all day. And that check forgets that bishops can move backwards.
Yeah. It's okay that we've seen Justin multiple times today make a critical error, only to kind of calm down, as you said, hold the rope, and then find a way to continue the game. So he'll have to reach into his bag and do that once again. But he's definitely giving Kyler quite a nice advantage to work with here.
Yeah. And now that the more I think about this storyline that became a natural one without thinking about it, that both of these guys have been two of the fastest players in the event. Both of them have made concerted efforts to be up on the clock, which is frankly why Justin Herbert is still standing. I mean, he was losing games, but because of his time advantage, his opponents made mistakes. But I don't know that that's going to work against Kyler. So now that I've said that, and I realize that Kyler could be the kryptonite for Justin Herbert, because some of those games that he stole, if you will, from Mack Hollins and others were because of the time advantage on the clock. Look at the clock now, T-Bob. Kyler is not having it. He's not going to be down on the clock, and so that worries me a little bit for Justin.
Well, and he's just playing very simple moves. Get the rook involved now forking the rook and the queen. Yep. Kyler's starting to flex here a bit.
He is starting to flex. And all right, this is the cerebral matchup we were waiting for of the two quarterbacks. Cynthia, you were with us to help kick it off. What do you think now that we're more than a few moves into this one?
So the early blunder is interesting out of Justin Herbert, because when we talked about the different styles of football he played, right? Obviously a run first team with Jim Harbaugh, better O-line play. That's been a huge difference maker. When he was under pressure early in previous regimes, it didn't go so well for him. So I like the fact that maybe he's learned from that. We'll have to see how it translates to the chessboard, because, you know, they slowed the game down for him a bit last year. Like I said, only 3 interceptions all regular season, which was a really big deal. And that's a really low number. So when you're looking at this, like, we have to see, like, did that change in perspective? Is that going to allow him to regroup and be better going forward? Or is the kind of early blunder going to put a different type of pressure on him?
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good call out, because the early blunder here that he's been avoiding, as you said, maybe because the offense, I don't want to use the term hiding, but if there's a way for that offense to keep Herbert calm for as long as possible, this was not the case today, because the early blunder is probably going to come back to bite him here against Kyler. It looks like it should be straightforward with an extra rook here for Murray.
Are you surprised at all that Murray hasn't pushed that rook to D8 just to try to force the issue? Now
I think he needs to.
So he can't. Now pinned. Oh, wait, not pinned. Oh, wait, sorry, yeah.
No, but you're right. As soon as he can, I think Murray will play rook D8 and get a set of rooks off the board. The position should play itself from there in terms of just use your extra A pawn and
Is this
actually get things going.
Mate coming up? If he plays it right? No. All right, no.
Okay, mate. If mate was there, he should go for it. But I highlighted queen D4, and he played it, which is perfect. This is how you win games efficiently and consistently as a human being. If you're watching out there and you're like, oh, well, the engine said I'm gonna go back to here. If the engine is like, play other moves, like bring the rook in and go for the attack. The human move to just get the queens off the board is gonna make this smooth sailing for Kyler Murray, and that should be all she wrote.
And now just push the A pawn, promote it, and then, you know, when they push up here, whatever you could take, you got plenty of defense there with the pawns on G and H.
Simple stuff. Take what the defense gives you, I guess, is if we're making the analogy for Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray doesn't need to overforce it. Just at this point, you're an autopilot, and let the game come to you a little bit. So unless he stalemates, but at this point, I don't think he's going to.
Herbert moving very, very quickly. Look at that, just protecting his rook. King can't do anything. King's just completely cut off from any action.
And it should be a roll. Okay, as long as you roll. Okay, he does. He put the queen on the right. Okay, getting nervous because he has an easy way to lawnmower this. The lawnmower just does the work. Move up the board. Do not play rook h7. That is a stalemate.
Is he going to fall into the ladder? Is he going to think he's doing a ladder and play rook? Oh, no, he did it. He did it.
He confused himself there. It is checkmate in one in more ways than one. Well, actually, it's only made in one way, but there we go. There we go. Okay.
Here we go. There we go. Okay.
All right.
Kyler is nice, smooth. Hey, that's now, and especially at this level, that's something that's underrated. Kyler gained an early advantage there and stayed nice and calm and never let it slip. You know, didn't panic, didn't try anything too fancy, trusted the early advantage when Herbert blundered the knight, I believe it was, on that check with the bishop early on. And saw it all the way through to the end. Great play there by Kyler.
Great play by Kyler. He was calm, cool, and collected. Again, if Justin Herbert's strategy was to be up on the clock, which paid off in many of the matches so far, I think Kyler Murray will prove to be sort of the buzzsaw that he ran into, because Kyler might make other mistakes. We've seen him in some ways play too fast, but he's not going to lose on the clock. If I had to guess one thing that will not happen in BlitzChamps history, as long as Kyler Murray plays, he's not going to get flagged. That's just not his style. And so I think Justin is going to have to slow down a minute, not make mistakes like he did there, blundering the knight, as Cynthia called out, right? The early pressure mistake.
Yep.
He's going to have to make better moves on the board if he's going to take down Kyler Murray, because he will not win on time.
This is feeling, now, Herbert could surprise me. He's done multiple times today. But this is feeling like we are, hurtling towards a Murray Reid rematch, not just from today, but from last year as well. And as Cynthia pointed out, Justin Reid just sitting back, laughing as these two quarterbacks have to expose all of their secrets and tendencies to his vulture-esque defensive mind.
By the way, they don't play each other this year. Kyler Murray doesn't play Justin Murray. He does play at SoFi Stadium because he obviously plays the Rams, but they don't match up with the Chargers and the Cardinals in this particular season, which is a bummer because I do like the crap talking that goes on. And we always make mention of it on NFL Network. We talk about it when they play each other. So we've had it in the past, but interesting stuff.
It's good to know, and I appreciate you hearing my call, because I wasn't sure if we had a Chargers-Cardinals matchup. But, okay, we won't get that, but I'm sure they'll have plenty of time to talk trash otherwise. And right now, by the way, okay, he did win a pawn. He did win a pawn in Justin Herbert, but now Kyler has kind of bounced back. So maybe it's not over just yet. I like how Justin is starting this one anyway.
I think it's interesting when you watch Justin. I mean, I really appreciate that both of them are like really stoic and kind of dialed in and focused. I'm curious, did Justin eat anything the entire time? Because we know Kyler's a snacker. I'm curious on Justin's strategy with the food because, is he going to get hungry? What's going on here?
Yeah, maybe he's losing focus. We saw the fruit plate out of Kyler earlier and it looked delicious.
Did look delicious.
I agree that, but yeah, that fruit looked like beyond fresh, right? Like someone curated that from an organic garden somewhere for him.
Yeah,
so
that's that second contract fruit, you know.
That's that second contract.
That's that second contract.
Exactly. We'll see. Well, maybe we'll get to catch up with Justin. We'll ask him what his snack strategy was, because it does matter, right? Cynthia's right. The mental game, your focus, and your energy levels come down, are a big part of what it's about coming down the stretch. So,
an interesting answer there to the pressure on D3 from Herbert attacking the queen there. Still, so how?
D3
so do you
is hanging.
So do you just go D4? Is that too much of a weakness? How would you seek to protect?
No, I like it. Now Kyler could play D4. He could also develop. If I was him, okay. Oh wait, sorry, I'm forgetting. Justin is white. D4 was possible. Knight C3 though I also like. Because the one thing about D3 is if you take mine, I take yours. There is a chance here for me to take, and if you take, the queen has been overwhelmed.
Yeah, I didn't even see that. I wonder if Herbert sees it.
In addition to this move is possible, I think that just putting the rook on D1 is also simple, and white is doing okay. So, that move gives up the rook because the knight defends the queen. So maybe Justin thought that the knight, the bishop was pinned, but it's not. The knight can capture back. And the game is going Kyler's direction big time.
Yeah.
If he takes here, he keeps a whole rook advantage, and Kyler doesn't need me to tell him. He takes the extra pawn, and he definitely got the better of that exchange. If we have time, we'll back up and show the critical moments. It didn't have to go that way for Justin, but ultimately, I think I'm gonna stick with the lessons that I thought might be the storyline of this matchup, because it proved here again. I think Justin could have taken more time there. He should have slowed down. I think being up on the clock against most players has been key, but that move hangs a rook for Kyler.
Oh, there you go. He can get it right back. Does Justin see it? He sees it. Okay, dude.
You know,
Justin
we
converting
say
when
a lot
Kyler
in chess
opened the door.
commentary. T-Bob, we say a lot in chess commentary that the hardest moves for people to spot are retreating bishop moves because you're just thinking about everything going forward. And there's a reason that whole meme on the internet exists, right? Where people see the bishop come from, you know, the closet
all the way
across
like
the other room. Exactly.
Yes,
That
Buzz,
meme
I've
exists
seen
for a
them big on
reason
that.
because that moment right there was exactly that moment with the bishop meme. H3 and Kyler Murray blunders the bishop from out of nowhere. This is why that meme exists right there.
It's such a good feeling too when you're on the when you're not the blunderer, but on the beneficiary side. Just that smooth little slide back. Oh, I'll take that. Thank you very much. Game on.
There you go.
Look at the dead even eval bar here. As we're down to a
Showing
minute.
it
Well,
again.
never mind. Yes, we're down.
You keep talking about it. They can see the live board. Yeah, you're good.
As we are here down to a minute for Kyler Murray, under a minute, and a minute 30 here for Justin Herbert. So Herbert getting a bit of a time advantage. I think too drastic.
Well, and I said I didn't think that the clock strategy, which has worked for Herbert all day, would work against Kyler Murray, but I've been wrong more than a few times on camera, and maybe we'll add this one to the list. At this point, Justin Herbert is sticking with his strategy, which is I'm going to play faster than my opponent no matter what, and see how they handle themselves when the clock gets low. It worked to get him all the way to the loser's final. Will Justin Herbert find a way once again to steal a game because he's got a clock advantage on Kyler?
This is very interesting. Both
Wow,
players.
here he
This
goes.
feels like the critical part of the game here. Both players trying to avoid making a huge mistake. Okay, yeah, that pawn is now hanging.
Yeah, they both are, and they're both thinking about the clock. But Justin has an obvious move to make here, which is take the pawn. By the way, speaking about bishops, brought to you by Michael Bay. Look at that. The bishop on g3 would guard b8. Now all the knight has to do is move and push.
Wow, all the way from G3. Seeing the old man, seeing the young lad home.
This has become a game that has me more confident we're going to get tie breaks. Justin is up on the clock. Yes, he was losing earlier, but that rook a3 move that Kyler blundered, giving up the rook, has this one completely turned around. Even a move like f3 is winning here, by the way. Just 14.
Okay, that's what I was saying. So you need to get that bishop out of there. Oh, wow, I missed the fork. Yeah, that'd have been great.
It's check. Oh, there was checkmate on c1. You missed
What?
that. I bet there was rook c1 checkmate, and I lost my.
Oh, and now he's a move too late to pull it off. Damn.
Kyler had his chance. He had checkmate in one move. After the
very
rook moved
low
off
on
the back
time right
rank.
now, though, compared to Herbert.
Yep. That's what happens, right? You get down on the clock. It's hard to make good chess moves. Hard to make good decisions, right? When you don't have time on the clock in the NFL. Hard to make good moves when you don't have time on the clock in chess.
And make him take that bishop there, trying to apply some pressure to the knight. Uh-oh, dude, you're right. It's all going Herbert's way. Now do we see a reversal where Herbert maybe overly panics time or thinks too much time-wise, considering he has a big advantage?
It's possible. I like that Kyler is setting up a blockade on the light squares, because the one thing you can do is if you control the opposite color square of the bishop that your opponent has. Now, again, this is a winning game. All Herbert really needs to do is make sure he defends the pawn and then gets... Okay, he's not defending the pawn, so Kyler rolls the dice that he might get stalemated here. I don't even know that was the best strategy for Kyler. I might have just maintained the light square blockade, but...
That's interesting. So you just stay on the light squares, and you don't even have to really worry about that bishop. Might as well not even be a piece.
Exactly. And yes, good players will still convert, and the technique will be shown, but it's not the simplest thing to do when you don't have a lot of time on the clock. So if I was Kyler, I would have maintained that light square blockade rather than
Herbert's
simplifying.
looking good. Herbert's looking like he's been practicing his king-queen in games, dude.
Shout out to Jeremy Kane for getting him here and for showing him the king and queen mate. Don't blunder stalemate here, boys and girls. King to c3, king to c4, and king to c2. We're all stalemate.
Oh,
and,
no.
Justin Herbert.
I would not. I think.
Don't do it again.
Stalemated.
Okay, he almost stalemated. Again, this is the lesson. You should have gone a knight's check away, as T-Bob learned, and then kept the queen on the second rank, just blocking it. Now, whenever you try to use the king and queen together is when you risk stalemate, but it looks like Justin did finally figure it out. and he will get the job done. Okay.
There we
have
go.
tiebreaks.
Got him. Wow. Justin, cool under pressure, dude. And I love this because games kind of go in opposite ways. First game, Kyler, early advantage, calmly sees it all the way through. Second game, same deal, early advantage, only this time the surprise bishop got him, and then he seemed kind of flustered at the end there. Like he wasn't able to handle the adversity in the same way that Justin did.
I agree, and I think the blundering of the rook obviously that's a big blunder. So it's understandable that it's upsetting, but you got to get over it because the reality is Kyler actually was still in control and had better chances than he took. So
yes,
we now head to tie breaks. We will have a 3+1 tiebreaker. It's the time control they've already been playing. Justin Herbert is undefeated in tie breaks so far, right? This guy apparently loves the pressure. He loves the extra time. And we're going to bring in Cynthia and get her thoughts on that right away. Because Justin Herbert, he's already won twice in overtime chess, as we call it. Will he do it a third time here against Kyler?
Well, it seems like he needs to just get Kyler in a space where Kyler is thinking more about the clock than he is about the moves, because that seems to be the one thing that really just messes him up. If he can get him off of his clock game, and especially, when we saw the additional time that was added and he doesn't think about that format the same way, I think that's where you can really get him to make some mistakes, because Kyler makes good fundamental moves. We had unlimited time, I would think it would be Kyler, but I think that what Justin Herbert does really well is react. And Kyler, I think, is better with a little bit more of a thoughtfulness. He's probably a process he goes through that's a little bit longer than this format would be best suited for.
Yeah, and one thing that's interesting to me, Danny, it would apply to both players, but the processing power that a quarterback's brain has to have is amongst the single most important traits. And I feel like you can feel that in Herbert's quick play.
Agreed. And I also agree with Cynthia that Kyler didn't react well, right? When it started to, the wheels started to come off there. And then he did start to mismanage the clock as well. So it was a blunder that led to using extra time on the clock, which led to time pressure, and Justin Herbert cleaned up, right? So I think as far as overall quality of chess goes, I still think Kyler has shown to be a slightly better player. Remember, he was winning before he blundered that rook. So if he can calm himself now and not let the nerves get the best of him, I still think we're headed for a Justin Reid, Kyler Murray rematch. But Justin Herbert has proved us wrong already. He already sent Mack Hollins home. We'll see if he does the same thing to Kyler.
For sure. I'm watching this like this open, and I'm curious always when there's, multiple matchups. Obviously, this is now the second set of games they've played, the opens, and how they adjust to each other's thinking, especially since they've had some similar coaching. So it's very interesting to see the differences in the middle, how they work the middle of the board too.
Agreed. And I will note that both players they almost seem more interested on time right now. Neither player wants to be the one who gets low on time. They are
considering how deep we're getting in this game.
We are 20 moves into this game, and they both are still with plenty of time left. So now finally looks like Justin is taking a beat just to consider things.
I mean, I can't even keep up with everything that's been happening thus far. It's okay. White.
Yeah.
Where would White's advantages be originating out of right now?
White's biggest advantage here. Okay, now you can bring the knight in to c5, and that's a really powerful. Okay, it was a powerful square that also threatened to fork. But this b4 pawn is hanging, so at some point, if Herbert can steal it and live to tell the tale, now we have an outside passed a pawn. So, all right, this trade definitely favors Kyler, though. I think getting rid of that bishop helps. Now, depending on how he reacts next after Justin takes back, d5 is an option. This pawn is pinned. Knight e5, you can try to get in here. Okay, he finds d5. What a move. That's a great move by Kyler.
Yeah, that's so what would you just have to accept that it's a lost pawn, get your queen out of there, or is there a defense that solves everything?
No, I think you're going to lose these pawns, but if you're Herbert, your goal right now might be, I'll lose all three of these pawns as long as I can take these two with me. Sometimes you think about it from like a forest through the trees perspective where you're like, look, I'm worse here, but let me take. I know you're going to get another pawn. My main goal is going to be, I'm going to try to win this pawn before you win all of them, because then we've shrunk the board to only the king side, where black has very good chances to hold on because you're only down one pawn, and it's not even a very good pawn. It's not like it's a pass pawn, right? It's a pawn that is over here on the same side of the board. So the best defense sometimes is to like actually not try to hold everything, because you just can't. You just try to make sure that if I'm going to lose these guys, I'm taking them with me, and that's going to allow me to focus my defense to one side of the board.
It's interesting here. It seems like both knights kind of afterthoughts right now, floating around the edge of each player's focus. And as I say that, there they go, jumping in.
Well, and I like it for Black, because again, Justin is because he was worse. Right now, why would I like Black when he's just down a pawn? Well, I mean, it could have been worse. That's my point. Now, everything has been consolidated to one side of the board. Black's pieces are actually looking pretty good. They've got some pressure here. So, I mean, I don't know. Again, I asked this earlier in the format. Kyler just blundered at F2. Oh my God.
He went to pin the rook.
But now it's probably going to be a draw because he blundered F2. And if he goes back and forth, Justin might just take the draw and say, let's play again and go to another game of tiebreakers. Because if he doesn't, by the way, he has to be very careful about this rook being pinned.
Is there...
Okay, here are our options. If you're Justin, you can try to take the draw by just checking.
Yes.
You can try to play Queen F7 to unpin the rook. Okay, that is a very risky move. Why? Wow, wild. Wow. I'm losing my tongue twister.
Where does the risk come into play if they just apply extra pressure to the rook on?
Because the rook is pinned, so I was thinking that white can attack the pinned rook and try to get something nasty. But okay, now the queens look like they're coming off, so more likely. And okay, no, not coming off that way. Sorry, I'm freaking out right now. I'm waiting for blunders. I'm losing my mind. Does he even see that the queen is protected? You better take it if you're Kyler. Okay. Whew.
He's kind of shaking his head for a second there, like maybe he didn't realize. A very even game that could decide who goes on to the finals against Justin Reid. Do we have more free chess in play? I mean, I like that. Very simple.
Best
this
play.
What's going to happen? They're just like, okay, let's just trade pieces and make this a bit easier. I guess now they avoid it.
Well, best play should be a draw almost no matter what. But again, blunders happen all the time. We've already seen more than a few. But this is a very good game. I just want to call out both players roughly 87% accuracy.
Damn.
This should be a draw with best play. Justin just blundered his rook. Why?
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh my
now,
gosh.
Kyler, can you convert? You got plenty of time. This is the deep breath moment earlier. Earlier, we saw Kyler get gifted a rook only to kind of panic and end up giving it right back. Maybe it was a queen. Take a deep breath. Figure this out. Like you said, you've been very accurate this game. Go win.
And now Kyler has figured out the worst of it, I think, by simplifying and trading. Okay.
Yep.
He's overthinking it right now.
Yeah,
All he really needed to do was just go get that pawn.
Take with that pawn, yeah.
And short of something very magical when it comes to stalemate, this should be a win for Kyler. But again, he's clearly nervous about his own clock.
What? Kyler, you can't flag him right now. What are we doing?
Works his way all the way around so that he can start pushing.
Oh, that was excellent.
But I will say this, even if it's not the cleanest technique and it's fun to watch, I like that Kyler had a plan and he just went for it, because all you can really do is control what you think about when you're down on time. And the easy plan is what that was for Kyler in his brain. Maybe it wasn't the best plan, but it was easy and straightforward and he went for it. Now, as long as he doesn't stalemate.
So that's another old football cliche, right? Sometimes it's even better for everybody to do the wrong plan as long as it's the same plan. You know, like as long as it's cohesive, it doesn't have to be best in order to work.
Yep. Great analogy, right? Everyone being on the same page about a bad idea is better than everyone being on a very different page, right?
Yes.
And so in this case, Kyler had a plan. Even if it was awkward in terms of the technique, he should get the queen. And I don't see any other stalemates coming. So
no better feeling in an end game than getting that king to the 7th rank and knowing like, here we go. I'm made, man. Did he miss mate right there? Am I crazy?
He did.
Okay, there we go.
He did, but he got it done. Justin Herbert shocks the world with his play. Maybe we shouldn't be so shocked. He might be back in BlitzChamps in future years. Show us that maybe we should be looking at him as a dark horse favorite to win it all. But he does go down. And his BlitzChamps 4 campaign and debut all comes to an end at the hands of Kyler Murray.
Congratulations to Herbert. Now, we should be clear, right? He was one of the higher rated guys. He was in that upper tier, but I did not have him beating Mack Hollins, not once, but twice. And although him and Kyler Murray are very closely rated, the fact that he took Kyler to the brink like that when Kyler has the actual in-tournament experience advantage over him, having done this a couple of years already, really impressed with Herbert, but just as impressed with Kyler Murray, who manages to find his way despite the adversity of, giving back some material at times, disagreeing with the referees at others. Kyler's back with another chance for revenge on Justin Reid.
I agree. And again, one more shout out to Justin Herbert, because as you said, maybe the ratings coming in, we should have expected this type of quality chess, but I guess we were just so caught up in what a great performance Mack Hollins gave us last year that I just really didn't see it coming. But Justin Herbert made it all the way to the losers final, but we will get that rematch. Will there be more to the story between Justin Reid and Kyler Murray than just another Reid victory? Will Murray get his revenge? Speaking of stories, I get to throw to one that is personal to me. Did you know that I have a memoir coming out, T-Bob?
I actually saw that. Is it Dark Squares?
Yeah. It's a story of my life, and it's more to the story than people know in terms of Chess.com and the whatever the founding is of whatever happened here in the wild world of chess taking over the internet over the last couple decades. But this is a story of my childhood. I was raised in a spiritual cult. It was a commune, and a lot of what happened on my journey ultimately led me to Chess.com. I'm reading it in a commentator voice because that's what I'm doing right now, because I'm a professional, but it's actually a very intense story, very near and dear to my heart. And if you want a book, I'll send you one, man. There you go. Everyone else,
I would love a book. I was actually I was about to pre-order when I saw it the other day, and that was like before I even knew that we were going to be working together. I'm always down to get my hands on any book that's even like ancillarily involving chess, much less one that sounds like such a powerful story like this one does.
Well, it's not a chess story, but it does have a lot of chess in it because chess was part of my story. I saw you raise your hand too, Cynthia. We'll get you one too. But all right, everybody, please check it out. I'm not on shows that often these days, so we might as well give a shout out to that story. But the BlitzChamps 4 story, not done yet. Will Kyler Murray take down Justin Reid? Justin Reid had to get to tie breaks in order to send him to the losers bracket. Will Kyler get his revenge? Join me, Cynthia, and T-Bob as we get into the grand final right after this break. What's up, everybody? We're back for another episode of Chess.com Reads. With me here is Dillon Rittman. He is a senior product manager. He builds a lot of, well, you don't actually build things. What is it you would say you do, Dillon?
I hide behind the developers that actually do the work and build the things.
There you go. That's the best thing to do. Hide behind the developers. I'm hiding behind everyone else as much as I can. But we are now going to do iOS and Google Play Store reviews. We've done support tickets, Dillon. Those can get wild. We've done people who don't like getting closed for cheating, but today's going to be different, and I think you are the man for the job to answer for all the developers that you normally hide behind. So let's jump in.
Let's do it.
The best chess app so far. Used it for years and loved it. However, the frog screech on illegal move is just terrible. Please make it go away, or at least give option to mute that one sound only. Valid sounds are great and make the game feel realistic, but the illegal move screech is annoying. And all I think about while playing Bullet is that I will not play another game until I have a chance to calm down. I know the rules. I don't need the audible clue. My move was illegal. The piece won't move.
Wow. First of all, I never realized it was a frog screech. Like, was that intentional, Dillon? Did we, like, go into the wilderness and, like, record a bullfrog? I've never actually thought about what the illegal move thing sounds like.
Yeah, no, Eric has his pet frog for all these years. I think we got that into the studio and kind of just let it rip for a while.
It honestly checks out. Thank you to the review there. But jokes aside, I
I don't know what to say besides you have the option to mute your sound. Although I will say I would be in favor, Dylan, of a feature where someone could choose their animal noise or do the old McDonald's spin for whatever animal noise they want for a legal move. Like, I actually would go premium for that. Different animal noises for illegal moves.
Totally agree. I think I just needed like another dog barking, cat meow. Like every illegal move should be slightly different. You know, keep it fresh a little bit. Keep it
And
going.
then we could add themes like street noise for those in New York who are just looking to go to sleep with, you know, noise of the city. Like, we could actually get creative here. So feature request accepted, and Dylan will get that on the roadmap right away.
So I'm going to explain the best opening for beginners. It is called the Scholar's Mate. So you start with this move. You know, advancing your pawn 2 squares, taking a little bit of control, preparing to develop your queen. What could be better? And your opponent will probably answer with the same move. And then, what is your strongest piece? It is the queen. So you bring out your queen and you bring it out as far as you can and you attack this pawn. If you get really lucky, your opponent might play this move, threatening your queen. What could be more natural? You want to expel the enemy. But then you can give a check, taking this pawn, and when your opponent blocks, you get a rook. The rook! And isn't that a fantastic start to the game? Your rook and a pawn up. Even better. Let's say your opponent wants to play a bomb cloud, which is when you bring out the king early. Your opponent moves the king here. You got a checkmate in 3 moves. If you're not as lucky as that, let's say your opponent makes a sensible move, like developing the knight and defending this pawn. Then you can go for what we actually call the Scholar's Mate, bringing out the bishop. You might think that black would want to develop a knight, attack your queen. But there we go. That is a checkmate. The bishop defends the queen, and the king has nowhere to go. If your opponent is really, really smart and is able to spot the threat and doesn't move like this, then that's fine. You can move the queen back, and you're threatening checkmate again. Let's say your opponent defends the pawn with a knight. Then you can start developing your other pieces. Bring out the knight, bring out the pawn. Maybe this pawn to cover this square so a bishop doesn't land here attacking the queen. And you have a perfectly fine development for your pieces. So there you go, kids. The best opening for beginners. The Scholar's Mate. Go out and try it.
Toby Awuzie won the first BlitzChamps. Drew Tranquil won the second. I'm moving a little faster than our book. Whoever's turning these pages in this magical graphic, I'll go a little slower. After that, we had Cornelius Johnson, who won our inaugural college BlitzChamps from Michigan. He's now a Charger, by the way. David Kasimirvitz, he won a Stanford alum now. Won our next BlitzChamps. Then we had Ryan Sandborn of Texas. He took the BlitzChamps college title that year. Chance Harley won when it was at Maryland. I think T-Bob had the call for that one. Yep. Shout out to Casa and T-Bob combo. Justin Reid is our defending champion. He won it when he was a Chief. Will he win it as a Saint and be the first back-to-back winner of BlitzChamps? Or will we have a new name in the record books? Right now, we've got Kyler Murray versus Justin Reid. If you had to bet, if I'm going to put you on the spot, are we going to get a new name or are we going to see our first back-to-back winner, Cynthia?
I think Justin Reid's got this one. I mean, he got a chance to watch the play style. I can imagine, just like the finals last year, that he's going to use that to his advantage. I mean, we saw what happened when Kyler Murray gets pushed into a corner, and I think that that's where Justin Reid would have the advantage. So whoever's going to get that early lead, early kind of push and slows it down, plays at their pace, that's going to be the one that takes it home. And I think Justin Reid to me is the favorite on this one.
And look, I know that match 1 of the day between these two was very close, but Kyler Murray's had to play a lot of chess since that moment. And you do wonder, is fatigue setting in at this point? You know, it's been a few hours now. Is Murray still locked in? Does he have enough to overcome a player that in the past has proven to be better than him? So I am not by wide margin, but better. So yeah, I'm with Cynthia. I like Reid here.
But we've talked about it. Fatigue versus rust, right? Justin has been watching on the sidelines. I think Cynthia made a great point that if you look at Andy Reid, right? Justin Reid's former coach, the bye week always helps. You get a little more time to observe things. And if that combined with being rested pays off, then Justin Reid will be our first back-to-back winner. But I don't know. I feel like Kyler Murray, he's got the eye of the tiger. He's hungry. We know he's competitive AF. He wants this maybe more than anyone in the field. Not named Justin Reid, so we'll see if he can steal it.
Kyler's just got to be feeling great to be back to 5 minutes. Feels like he's been sprinting for a while now. He could take a little bit longer making these decisions.
Well, maybe he should have taken a little bit longer on that one because he blundered the pawn on e5, which is exactly what happened in the first game they played. If you're just tuning in that earlier matchup, which was our winners final before the grand final, Justin Reid won his white, like he might be doing here. Kyler then won his white, returning the favor, and then ultimately in the tiebreaker, despite having white, Kyler went down. So just giving that a little bit of context for anyone just tuning in.
Kyler had the advantage. Remember, Kyler had it won, but he tried to flag, and Reid ended up outplaying him once the flagging technique was in play.
Right now, I love how Justin's playing this position. I don't care what the computer says about F4. This is a great positional approach to the middle of the board. Pawns are controlling and limiting the enemy minor pieces there. This bishop is also kind of a big pawn himself, stuck behind these two. So Kyler is sort of desperate, looking for something on the queen side. And if he gets c4, okay, I will say he's making headway. He's creating more room. But I love how Justin is just using this pawn storm and about to bring everybody plus the kitchen sink over here to the king side.
I mean, look at that, dude. Creating, keeping his knight and bishop too back near the king, kind of playing defense as the pawns march ahead, and then going to be ready to jump in and attack.
Yeah, this is the kind of pawn chain that you set up on the board to just teach kids about pawn chains. Exactly. These are the kind of pawn chains you dream of. And when you're trying to give a lecture of what a really strong pawn chain looks like that allows you to be as aggressive as Justin is being, this is that pawn chain. Other tip I'll give is that typically if the kings are opening up their own position, you need the center to be closed. And that's exactly what it is here. As long as Justin doesn't make this move, which would be a huge blunder, taking here and opening up these bishops who are just anxiously awaiting for a chessboard to explode on. You know, they're begging for you to do something to open up the structure. As long as Justin doesn't do that, he's in complete control. And look at this. He's just dominating over here.
Already threatening mate. Is that no, it's not mate. Do you check
but
here?
It is good.
Yeah, do you check here? Oh, because then the bishop's hanging. Yep, right there.
There are actually all kinds of ways to win here.
Surely, I mean, go ahead.
No, I was going to say you can check and then push the pawn, which might actually be the cleanest way to win. If we bring up the analysis board, I'll even show that you can even, he goes for one that is a little bit less accurate than the most forcing advance. A very good move, and you can sacrifice things next. But the move that I'm going to show as the live board is watched, even a move like f6 right away is dominating because you can't take it because now you get f7 check and you're winning and checkmating. But the other option was to give check and then push f6. And I actually think black might have just been mated. So, Justin didn't go for this, but I think this was actually just the cleanest win. This would have been checkmate.
Yeah, because either way, if he takes, you have mate, or you just, then you're good. Yep. Wow.
Okay, so we'll come back to it. Justin's still in control.
Escaping.
Yeah. But Cynthia's prediction proving right now. She called that not only would Justin Reid use his bye week appropriately as a student of Andy Reid, but that he would be rested and his eyes on those quarterbacks will pay off. Right now, Justin is in complete control.
Yeah, and now, what you're starting to pry that king out of his defenses. What do you do with the queen now after that check for white?
Again, the best thing
Kyler
to
would
do when
welcome
you're
a repetition here.
exactly. Oh, Kyler would be so happy. The best thing to do when you don't have enough firepower is reload. Remember that.
Okay.
Get
okay,
more pieces in the
okay.
game. And as I highlighted, it's played. A lot of times what happens is less experienced players get obsessed with the queen and the knight because they were the first ones to the party, but it doesn't mean they have to be the only ones at the party. You want to bring everybody into the game. So F6 is brilliant because it brings the one piece that isn't in yet, the rook, into the fold. By the way, you could argue it also brings the bishop into the fold because by getting rid of this pawn, you open up a new avenue for a check. So if you're ever frustrated, feeling like you just don't have enough to squeeze all the juice out, bring more to the table, get more firepower involved.
Just reload and look at all of Black's pieces because of the threat are just completely just crammed in the corner. Nothing to be done. I know maybe there's a world where they could come online if Reid were to blunder something, but right now, look at the bishops and the knight for Black, even blocking off the rook. I mean, just absolutely not affecting the game.
Couldn't agree more. This is perfect chess right now, honestly, from Justin Reid, and he's also up, I guess, almost 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, he's got Murray in the think tank right now. Bad.
Not good. This is actually a hard position to even imagine how white blunders. Sometimes the way especially when we're doing events that are, with amateur players, right? I'm not dealing with Magnus and Hikaru here. Part of what you end up doing as a commentator, the Levy Rosman, where you anticipate ways for someone to blunder because it often happens. This is a position that is hardly even blunderable. Like, look, I was just about to highlight that even this move, T-Bob doesn't threaten anything because the knight is already guarding it. So,
oh, wow.
I couldn't even think of ways for Justin to blunder. Now he can take the rook. Obviously, this is also checkmate in one. You can choose your flavor. Justin Reid doesn't even have to deliver it because Kyler resigns before Justin can deliver checkmate.
You want to talk about intimidation here in the final, right? Really asserting yourself and saying, no, man. Look, you're good, but you ain't that good yet. You ain't ready. Can Kyler bounce back from this? Because here Reid comes from not playing about 20, 30 minutes and just made mincemeat of him. That was dominant.
That was also a repeat of an opening that went badly for Kyler when they met earlier. So I'm giving this shout out to the coaches who I know watch. Eric Hansen will definitely want to give a little bit of extra time to hey, let's actually talk a little bit about this system because Kyler got off track early and often in both those games, and Justin was just ruthless.
So my question is, what empowered Justin to be able to feel confident, like you said, in exposing the king there and just launching forward that pawn wave that ended up defining the entire game?
I think two things. One, he clearly has been there before. So again, Justin has his own coach in James Canty, and I don't know how hard he works on his repertoire, but of all the players, by the way, look again, he's going to play that Con Sicilian.
Yeah.
Justin has been the most consistent player in terms of his opening book. And so that is both a sign and a testament to the hard work you do when you're not out there in battle, because it pays off when you're actually playing.
Yeah.
So the fact that you've been there before makes it easy to have the confidence, T-Bob, to open up your king. And then the second thing is just the principle. Like, the position was closed and it made it easy to do it.
Yeah.
I think,
like you said,
I think in both games, Kyler actually probably shouldn't have closed the center the way he did with that D pawn, but I wasn't in Grandmaster analysis mode at the time. We were just focused on the hype. But if I really was going to go back, I would say that the biggest lesson was actually to close the center. But all right, we're going to go back and just get Cynthia's thoughts on what happened in game one. So far, your prediction proving to be accurate, Cynthia. Justin Reid using his extra rest wisely.
I just think Justin Reid is really good at reacting. His anticipation's really, really good. I think there's probably something to do with, that first match. He probably wishes he could have had it back. He probably, again, he didn't tell me this or anything, but if I know him, I would imagine he probably went back and watched a little bit of his own film because that's the kind of workhorse that he is. So I think that kind of extra moment of, all right, I got your number, man. And scouting report on his opponent who has clearly improved over the past year. I think that has really made a big difference.
I have to ask, even though it's a little bit early because we don't know what's going to happen in this game, but should Justin Reid ultimately become our first back-to-back BlitzChamps winner and beat Kyler Murray, for the third time in the format, we start to see a rivalry between these two. We've never had a rivalry yet. That's the other thing that gets exciting for the event, is that we've now seen Justin Reid beat Kyler Murray in the grand final last year. He beat him earlier in today's event. And if he wins again, you're going to have one of those storylines where Kyler Murray would love nothing better than to get the dub against Justin Reid.
Well, I think Justin Reid then he becomes the Goliath, and then Kyler Murray can stay in that David role and try to upend him, because I don't know, like if I'm Justin Reid, I'm like, is it a rivalry? Because scoreboard, I don't know.
Exactly.
Maybe it's not. I'm not sure. Is it a one-sided rivalry? Don't ask me. I'm just thinking perhaps that is something where Kyler will see a target on Justin's back.
It's fair. As Magnus would say, I have no rivals, right? That's what Justin Reid would say. I have no rivals in BlitzChamps. So, but all right, T-Bob, what do you think about that? You think that's already in Kyler's head, or is he still focused on the moment?
No, I mean, look, I think Kyler is doing a great job of maintaining his composure this game. Early on, I felt like Black was kind of pressing, had some advantages. I felt like Kyler kind of righted the ship a bit. Time-wise, he seems to be being very calm, not moving too fast. I mean, Reid was moving instantly for a lot of this. I don't know. It's a bit too complicated for me to see the path forward for either player in this setup. That's what I was actually looking at. Maybe just like a rook C1, get it in the middle. Just anytime I get overly confused, I try to just remember my principles.
Hey, that's really good advice for everyone always. And I will say you're not alone in that the position is unclear, because look at the computer. A computer can't even make up its mind, right? Yeah. This is when we see 50-50, we can take for granted and think, oh, it's an easy equal position. No, the opposite is true. Usually when it's that murky, it means the position is super complicated, and a single mistake could change things big time. So both players need to be extra careful. Wow. What a decision here from Justin Reid to play G5 and E5. This is a first of all, shout out to Canty, G5 and We Live right there. There's our first G5 and We Live Canty reference. What a decision from Justin. A very risky decision. I'm going to say that despite the computer liking Black's play, and objectively, I think this is actually quite the grip, especially if you can get this bishop on light squares. But from a human being perspective, I actually don't like it. This is a move that you can never take it back. Pawns don't go backwards. The king will forever be a little open. And just from a practical perspective, these positions are easier for the player who's white to play. H4 plays itself. You can even bring a knight in, and it becomes a position where Black has to be way more accurate than white in order to hold on. And I think Justin might regret that G5 decision later.
Well, and it's kind of interesting in the context of, and I know the games and the settings are not the same, but last game, it was that kingside pawn rush that ended up defining the game, maybe feeling some of that same aggression, but potentially, if Kyler can punish him for it, overextending a bit here. And as you said already, here we are attacking that G5 pawn as he looks to defend it.
Yeah, and I ignore the eval bar, because the moves that are being suggested are like really great computer moves. It was queen to C6 so that the battery hit G2, everybody, and then F5 could be played with the pin on the pawn. That is like not an idea that Justin Reid was going to find. So what is more natural is what's happening here. And it's like White's pieces you're going to take here. And by the way, if Kyler sees this idea of knight H4, I got to bring up the analysis board to show. If takes, and then knight H4, taking advantage of the pin pawn, this knight will come into F5 with check.
Ooh.
And this is about to get very difficult for Black. So yes, okay, not the best use of that square. We would much rather put a pony on that square, not a queen. But again, forget what the eval bar says. This is a hard position for Black to play.
I mean, do you think he's just going to try to push that H pawn if Black doesn't deal with it or take it, and then
I like that idea.
A check? But then I don't know what's beyond that check.
This was a great move from Justin because it stops your plan.
Yep.
Guard this move.
Yep.
And again, I'm wishing Kyler didn't play queen F5. If he had gone and seen this idea of getting the knight there, I think we were in a
that would have been pretty. That would have been a pretty ending as well. So here's the deal. Again, Kyler. Yeah, I'd be kind of flummoxed right now as well.
Yeah,
I don't
funny.
I don't know what the path forward is.
Well, that's why the computer is right. And by the way, rook c6 threatens bishop c8, trapping the queen. So you are in trouble now if you miss bishop to c8. And he didn't.
No,
I
he
don't know if he saw it or not, but he got lucky. He gave
Yeah.
his queen an escape square with that move.
And here
That's
we
a very
go. The
dangerous
pawns
move.
once again on the march.
Okay, he's winning here if you're black, like the bishop pair and the pawns on the march, but this is so risky to be opening your king like this, and I think you called it. I think it was so successful in game one that he's getting frisky now. I'm nervous about this despite what the computer says.
Well, but it's up to Kyler to be able to punish him, right?
Yep.
And who knows, Kyler just got overwhelmed by that pawn rush last game. He could be shaking a little bit, a little fearful as he sees the lineman once again trying to corner him and chase him down.
Hey, it's like a nightmare he had both on the field and off the field right now, right? The linemen are chasing him down, pawns leading the way. Again, I will say the biggest issue I have with Kyler Murray's current status is not on the board. It's on the clock. I think that's not where he's comfortable, but that was a blunder of a rook. Bishop to c8 hangs the rook, and Kyler Murray is right in this game.
Wow.
That's a rook, dude. That's just a whole rook.
Okay. So again, this is exactly what happened earlier with Kyler, and then he gave up the advantage by blundering right back. With the time disadvantage, that pressure could be very real for him. So he has to sit here, like I said, because Justin's got to take his time. He needs to process what just happened. He actually looks like he has a dog or a cat.
Yeah, he's got a dog. He's got a dog who wants to be walked.
Little
Somebody help
distraction here.
Justin with the dog so that Justin can focus on chess. Whoever's out there watching, the dog needs to go on a walk or is hungry. Okay, the rook that was just won puts Kyler Murray in a great spot. But he is down on the clock, and we've seen him get nervous before in those spots. So how efficiently and cleanly will he convert this now that he's up a rook?
King out of there, looking like a bit of, scared of that queen hanging out there in the rim.
You got to back her up. Oh, no, he goes there. The biggest problem for Justin right now is that he can't get more pieces in the game without making more problems. And so if you play imagination chess and you can put this bishop on c5, with now you've got both bishops in the game and there's an attack up. But this is exactly what I was going to say. You can't play d5 because of what's happening now. Kyler doesn't need to be told twice. He's taking everything. He's not even going to stop there. He's got the rook. He's got the bishop coming. Okay, this is easy. We're getting tie breaks.
The queen is feasting. Again, Kyler, all you got to do, don't go with any flagging strategies. Maintain your presence, maintain your cool, and see this thing out. And give us the BlitzChamps tiebreak we deserve.
I think we're going to get it. I'm so excited. These two guys, again, as Cynthia said, Justin Reid, if he wins, will claim there is no rivalry. But given that we've now potentially had 2 matches go to tiebreak, which means Justin has only barely gotten the job done, I'm ready to call this thing a rivalry. Kyler Murray has won on demand twice now against Justin Reid to force overtime tiebreak chess.
So just so we have the settings right for the viewer, if Kyler were to win, he would have to win again? Or am I wrong there?
No, you're right. If Kyler is to win this tiebreak, he will then have to win another match of 3+1.
Yes.
That is the advantage that Justin Reid has, having made it directly to the grand final unscathed, for those wondering.
Oh man, dude. What a bounce back from Kyler there. I after the dominant performance that Reid had in game number 1 there, I kind of thought Kyler was flailing a little bit, even missing some of the advantages that you were talking about that he had early on here in game number 2. But that's the beauty of chess, man. All it takes is that one mistake. And Reid slipped up for a second, maybe feeling a little bit overconfident, feeling like he had his trophy locked up. And now all of a sudden, everything's flipped on its head.
Everything flipped on its head. We're headed to a tiebreaker. Cynthia, I know you said there's no rivalry yet, but I'm feeling pretty good about when these two guys play that we're going to get some entertaining chess.
7. It's great. When I'm looking at the opportunity here, I mean, listen, I think I was watching Justin call someone. I'm guessing that's someone to take care of his dog, because now we are all set with that. But I think it's going to come down to these opens and Kyler's responsiveness to the opens. I think that will be, how the first 10 moves go and how fast they go. I think that's going to be what determines this one. Here we go.
It's a great call out, Cynthia, because the opening stage has been Kyler Murray's kryptonite so far. He's been in a much worse, almost losing position twice out of the opening when he's had black. And given that Justin Reid had the slightly better accuracy, again, for those wondering, how do we decide who gets white in the tiebreaker? Whoever has the better average accuracy, that belongs to Justin Reid. So Kyler Murray has got to make a change here. Cynthia is right. We got to see something different.
Canty versus Hansen. Who will win? Oh, this is a 3-1 game. I didn't realize that.
Wait, I think that was actually a mistake.
Okay. I was wondering. I was like, wait, why isn't Kyler moving?
I think they're gonna restart that game. Shout out to everyone working hard. Oh, and it is 3-1. No, because it's a tiebreaker. Tiebreakers are automatically 3-1. So we're there, and just like that, we're off again.
Just like that, 10 opening moves are done.
yeah, exactly. Right.
and by the way, so now that we're here, I will do the Grandmaster analysis. I didn't. Oh, he very good. He does the different thing. I was just going to say the two other games that they had, Cynthia called it. The opening didn't go Kyler's way in both those games. I'm just going to show you on the board. Kyler did not open the center. He closed the center with this move D4 both times, creating this structure that, by the way, was not only bad for the bishop, it allowed this closed center position that Justin Reid ultimately used for that big pawn storm. So whether someone gave Kyler coaching or he just did his own adjustment, this is the first time we've seen him improve out of the opening by opening the position, which is funny. The opening improvement was to open the position, and he's in a better spot.
And now look at the little battery that Reid has building up with his fianchettoed bishop and knight, all kind of waiting like what is it? Potential energy? Is that a physics term? Where you're kind of loaded up and waiting to go. That's the feeling that I get out of White's pieces right now as they're hanging out trying to figure out the best path forward.
It's a great call out, and now they're forking the e5 pawn and the queen, which forces Kyler, if he wants to hold on to the pawn, to part ways with the light square bishop, which is what happens, which means this bishop, as you said, will be the lone light squared bishop on the board for either side. Should the position open up, this will pay dividends for Justin. So anyway, but I still want to say that despite the fact that I'm back to liking Justin's position a little bit, that exchange was very good. This is overall a much better track for Kyler than what we saw earlier, because those closed positions were just bad news.
Okay, I was going to ask what the best thing to do with that dark square bishop was going to be for Reid. Do you think he just trades here? Or does he back? Yeah, he has to. He trapped himself.
Yeah, you see Kyler shaking his head. I was just about to say, we definitely trade because Kyler can't take with the queen without losing the bishop. But before I could get the words out of my mouth, they showed it on the board. So Kyler down on the board and down on the clock. This is his BlitzChamps 4 campaign right here in this game.
Kyler has shown some toughness throughout the day in terms of being able to maybe overcome some of this. Does he have one more left in him? Moving the knight, potentially repositioning to what, like a G4, threaten the queen. The
move.
Bishop starts to come alive a little bit after that as well. If you can ever get that pawn off of E4.
Just highlighting. Don't miss that if you're just Reid. You know, not the first time I've used it. Look at that.
Is he gonna
That's
miss
a knife
it?
work right there.
Is he gonna miss it, man?
Bueller,
huge.
Knight fork.
Take your time, Reid. Take your time,
Take your time, Reid. This is a big deal. It's a big.
You know
not
why
every
he
day
did
we
it.
get to use a knight. I forking love it.
Okay, there we go. There we go.
Okay.
He sees it.
All right, he blocks it. But it was a great call out by you to say that Justin's plan of relocating the knight is a very common one in this structure, because if it makes its way to E3, look at those juicy light squares, right? Both of them are now options for the knight.
And
So
no
Justin,
light
you
square
can just
bishop,
you could just tell his experience. He played this move like he knows this structure inside and out. He knows what he's doing. So as long as he doesn't blunder those knight forks as we had him on the board, he should be in great shape.
And you're if you're white, you're okay with your light square bishop being that it's the only one kind of taking its time getting back into the game here.
Yep.
Like
'Cause
Gandalf,
you
it
don't
will
need it.
arrive precisely when he means to.
Exactly, as any good wizard does. By the way, there is now a knight fork again. Sorry. Knight fork is happening, and if the rook takes, you win this rook here. So Kyler has a chance to get back in it if he sees this move.
Oh God, see, I didn't even see. I was wondering how. I see it now. I didn't even see how you won the rook back. Good eyes.
He had knight f3 check, winning the queen. He had knight f3 check, sacrificing the knight and winning the queen. Kyler has his chances right now. He's still in it. Okay, wait.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Now Justin is forcing him to find it.
Oh,
he's going to find it. He found it. I knew he was going to find it.
Oh, no, dude.
One of those things where, like, he got lucky that Kyler didn't see it the first time, and then he forced him to find it by attacking the knight. This game has completely turned around. It's a wild one.
I know that in chess, nothing is ever 100% whatever, but you always got to be scared when there's a rook staring at your queen behind any piece, especially one of those dastardly knights. Those down and dirty, tricksy knights.
Discovered checks are like the ocean. Always be scared. Always never turn your back. Never turn your back. Just waiting to take you under.
Yes.
I will say this. Despite the engine still pointing out, rightfully so, that white is technically winning because you have a rook, a knight, and a bishop, which is more math than the queen. I will say I prefer black, though, especially under time pressure, because the queen is just an easier piece to play with. She can do so much work by herself. And it's just a one man, one woman wrecking crew when the queen is on the board and white doesn't have one. So again, 40 seconds for both players. So anything can happen, but I like Kyler's chances a lot here.
So what are white's ideas to try to convert here? Like, what is the computer seeing?
So this is, okay, by the way, did that just blunder the queen?
Keep up with the
H4,
analysis. It's fine.
Wait, H4 just allow bishop G4. If Justin sees this, it's over.
That's a trap queen. Good eyes by Justin, dude. Good, and look at him breathe a sigh of relief. Down to 27 seconds, and he finds the winning trap move, Danny. That could be the move that makes him the back-to-back champ, keeping his calm after losing his queen.
And it will be the move that gives Kyler Murray nightmares and makes Justin Reid a nemesis in his mind. As to Cynthia's point, Maybe Kyler Murray feels like he has a rivalry with Justin Reid. Justin Reid's about to be like back-to-back champs. He gets the job done. There is your BlitzChamps 4 champion.
Look at him. Look at the camera. Who dat?
Jay Reid, indeed.
Justin Reid, dude. I actually played with Justin's older brother, Eric, at LSU back in the day. He was a freshman. I was a senior. Hell of a family, the Reids. Taking home $30K for Jay Reid, indeed. Smooth with it.
And with it, he's got more trophies to not just add to, but keep on his shelf. I think I see the BlitzChamps trophy right there, by the way. It's the one on the lower shelf in the middle. He just got that and unveiled it. If you don't follow Jay Reid on Instagram, that's officially a you problem from here. There it is. He's flexing it. Get that trophy out. He gets to keep it.
Can we point out the incredible ability to show off your BlitzChamp trophy in the foreground with a Lombardi in the background?
That's what I'm talking about.
Unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. Smile, Justin. It's okay.
Reid
I know you want to smile. I
done.
see it dancing at the edge of your lips. Give us a smile.
Well, he's too cool for that, man. He's got his sunglasses on. He's got his dog. he's got his BlitzChamps trophy. He's got his Lombardi in the background. We get one more look at the bracket as Cynthia rejoins us. Let's just take a look one more time at what was Justin Reid's BlitzChamps 4 back-to-back title defense here. He gets it done in overtime fashion twice against Kyler Murray. It took tie breaks the first time. It took tie breaks the second time. Kyler Murray has his nemesis. He knows what he has to do, and it is improving the offseason in order to take that man down.
Whew, man, and really just like back against the wall. Looked like maybe he had handed Murray the game, staring down more chess, and he stayed calm, cool, collected, and he saw the winning move when it mattered most. Shout out to James Canty. Another title for the Canty camp.
Shout out to James Canty and shout out to Cynthia. You called it, right? You weren't afraid to say it. He seemed calm. He clearly used his extra time to do whatever he needed to do to be even more ready for Kyler Murray. Justin Reid is our first ever BlitzChamps back-to-back title defender.
Well, defense stays undefeated in this one. And honestly, it really was a great opportunity to see Kyler's growth, because even though it didn't result in the dub, it's going to be something where, I mean, last year it was a much different final. Obviously, they didn't play ahead of the final, but Kyler's just right there. He's right there. And I think Kyler's going to, for sure, just this far away, whereas last year it felt a lot further. So you see a big improvement from Kyler year over year.
No, I couldn't agree more. He was right there. In fact, again, he lost a couple of games that were sort of in his hand, right? We talked about the fact that he played too fast in that first one. The shout out to the So Raven reference that T-Bob made. Never saw that coming. But everything that could have gone Kyler's way kind of did, and now he just needs sort of the experience, the discipline to convert in those moments. But let's make sure that we give a shout out to what they did convert, which was cash money, homie. A lot of it for their foundations. Kyler Murray gets 20 grand for the Kyler Murray Foundation, and Justin Reid for J. Reid Indeed, T-Bob.
Yeah, and the Kyler Murray Foundation. Again, I know Kyler's going to be upset, but nothing wrong about bringing $20K home to an organization that seeks to champion a brighter future for underserved youth, veterans, and cancer patients. He also has the Call of Duty endowment, which I love. A little bit of a cheeky response to the critics who say that Kyler plays too much Call of Duty. Well, he says, you know what? I'm going to create a charity, the Call of Duty endowment, and it's going to help veterans transition back into the workforce by securing high-quality job opportunities through partnership with the endowment. So it's a very worthy cause there. And then, as we mentioned earlier, but it bears mentioning once again, J. Reid Indeed, supporting disadvantaged youth and communities through interactive programs, community engagement, and technological access, serving Houston, Baton Rouge, and Kansas City.
Love it. Two very deserving charities, two very deserving players. We're going to have an interview with a very deserving winner on the backside of this break. So don't go anywhere, chat. This is your chance to give us questions for J. Reid, Justin Reid getting it done, for me, for Cynthia, for T-Bob. Give us your best questions. We're going to be back after a very quick break for the final moments of BlitzChamps 4.
We just got started, so I'll let you know.
And the rebounder, Richardson. Still an opportunity with a minute to play.
Has my sister's trash talk ever genuinely hurt your feelings?
No, but I love when her trash talk is mean. I genuinely enjoy being trash talked.
That's very true. Wow.
Do you think the internet understands you?
No.
True.
I wish people would better understand my humor, the irony behind my toxic personality, because I do believe that I'm genuinely a very kind and caring person, and I wish internet knew that better.
Does it bother you that your boyfriend is higher rated at chess?
No, I love it. It excites me.
True.
If it would get 1 million views, or let's say there's $1 million prize fund, would you rematch me to chess boxing?
Yes.
Definitely.
Would you be able to punch me in the face during a boxing match?
No.
Okay, so she doesn't want to.
Would you punch me in the face during a boxing match if it got 1 million views?
No.
True.
I would.
Okay, so
for 1 million views. That's impressive.
I had a lot of reactions on her. You could get the impression that was because she really wanted to do a rematch.
Yeah, but she wouldn't actually hurt me.
But it creates a lot of reactions to her because she probably doesn't want to do that at all.
I truly believe that I would make a rematch and not hurt you, and it would still get 1 million views. So
That's a nice
I would just
answer.
get beaten, but we would get the 1 million views. I would be so down to sacrifice myself for that.
It's the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me.
The fastest, easiest way to improve your chess is now the most fun way to improve your chess. Chess.com's brand new puzzles now have loads of exciting features to make solving a joy. Earn points and race your friends across puzzle tiers from wood to bronze, all the way to legend. Rack up bonuses for streaks, for speed, for accuracy, for daily solving, difficulty, and more. And now, you can get feedback from Coach while solving puzzles. Coach lets you know what each puzzle's goal is and why a move doesn't actually work. And, as always, puzzles will be selected just for your level from our database of hundreds of thousands of high-quality, beautiful, brilliant, and instructive puzzles. So what are you waiting for? Try puzzles today on web, Android, or iOS, and have a blast leveling up your chess. BlitzChamps 4 is in the books, and it is one for the history books because we have, for the first time ever, a back-to-back Blitz champion. His name is Justin Reid. With me here for the interview is Cynthia Freeland. Justin, so many questions to get into about this, but they say defense wins championships, and you have kept the offensive players at bay from that very coveted BlitzChamps trophy that I see you have on a shelf that's even more visible than the Lombardi Trophy. Is there a reason for that?
Oh yeah, it just came in today. Came right in time. Had it out as motivation for me to try and get the second one. Put them right next to the 2 Lombardis behind me too.
Congratulations, man.
Can we
Honestly,
meet your dog?
Yeah, what dog's name?
Yeah, you want to see him, Rambo? Rambo, come here. Come here, Rambo. Come here, buddy. He's a big boy.
Oh my goodness.
This is Rambo, and then I got Fendi too. They're cousins, giant schnauzers. This one's Fendi. I'm Fendi.
Oh.
Biggest cheerleaders today.
Those are beautiful,
Absolutely.
beautiful dogs. Go ahead, Cynthia.
Big intimidation factor. You got your trophies, you got the dogs, you got the shades. The swag is on point. How did it feel to become the first back-to-back BlitzChamps champ in history?
Yeah, it felt pretty good. I mean, Kyler's definitely gotten so much better from this year to last year. Like, it's tooth and nail. Felt like whoever was going to have white was going to win. So really just tried to crash in and have good accuracy. So if it came down to that game 3, that I can get the white pieces. Because, I wish I knew that Chess Bra was his coach, because I literally learned all my strategy from him, watching his YouTube videos, the Sicilian Tominov, and then the King's Indian. I'll know to switch that up next time.
Okay.
Well, King's Indian worked pretty well for you this time.
It worked really well this time. And I was going to say, what about your coach, James Canty? You've you work with James. I don't know what the schedule is there or what you want to share, but what preparation, I'm using that question as a lead into how you got yourself ready for this title defense, right? Because clearly, while Kyler has gotten better, you have maintained a head and shoulders lead right now above the field for the most part. So what are you doing? What does your chess regimen look like? And how's that coaching with Canty going?
Yeah, Canty's favorite motto is calculation over everything, COE. So we're going to do puzzles. We do a ton of puzzle rushes just to get the mind warmed up. I probably started at 8 in the morning. I watched a bunch of chess bra videos actually to make sure that my opening theories were good, and then just did a ton of puzzles right before we played to make sure that I was seeing tactics pretty good.
Well, it seemed to work pretty well, especially given that, I mean, you had to face Kyler twice after winning last year as well. What's like, if you had to say like one place for football fans to kind of start, if they're just making their introduction to chess, you know, obviously playing on chess.com, would you say it's the puzzles? Would you say it's Blitz? Would you say Bullet? Wait, how would you start if you were a football fan?
Yeah, you know what? I'll start probably the 10-minute games. I do a ton of puzzles because puzzles is really where you learn strategy and tactics. It's kind of hard to see the middle game, but puzzles just gives you so much practice at it. So I do a ton of puzzles. I do 10-minute games, and I would pick one opening, like whatever opening sounds the coolest. I pick one opening and do that same opening over and over and over and over and over again. So that way, you know, if this person does that, you do this. If they do that, you do this. And get really good at one opening, and then you can start expanding your repertoire.
I'm sitting here off camera. No one can see me. I'm like listening to this chess advice, and I'm like, is everybody listening to this advice from Justin Reid? Because the amount of times that as a professional chess player, then professional chess commentator, whatever, I would choose to give that advice in terms of improvement, which is don't try to play a ton of different openings, which is where people stay obsessed, learning one new opening that they think is going to solve their game. Focus on calculation over everything, pattern recognition and tactics, the basic strategies, and then just pick one opening, and it shows and pays off. I want to shout out to that because we have some great questions from chat, Justin, I got to get to here. But to that point on that opening, you played one of the best King's Indian attacks I've ever seen in that first game against Kyler in the grand final. How much of that was a position you've seen before and prepared, an incredible pawn storm that ended in a checkmate that Kyler didn't even let you play? He resigned before you could play it. Take us through the King's Indian attack and that one opening that you really showed off today.
Yeah. So you play the King's pawn first. What I really want to do is I want to launch an attack on a castle, and I want to launch an attack on the King's side. And if there's an opportunity that I could lock up the Queen's side with pawns and just have that completely shut down to where there's no movement on that side, that's what's really best for me, because then I'm going to get my king in the corner and I'm going to start rushing those pawns up the board and really start creating some pressure and trying to open some lanes with them. And then once you do that, you just, use your bishop. What's nice about the King's Indian, you don't have to move the dark square bishop that much. So you kind of get to develop without moving that piece. And then you just, keep pressing forward. And once you open up the lane, make sure you have enough pieces and then just full send, go at them.
I love it.
When is the... Go ahead. Sorry, I'm just so excited about this chess lecture. Yeah. I'm like, when is the Chessable course by Justin Reid? Because I'm going to buy it. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, this is incredible. Cynthia, go ahead.
Well, there's a really great question in the chat. And the question from Chess and 2K is regular season and Super Bowl MVP or world champion in chess? You got to pick.
Oh, whoa. That's actually, football is my love and passion. I would have to go there. But if I ever got to step even on the same court as Magnus Carlsen or any of those guys that's up there at the tippy top, and let alone win a game against them on a world championship stage, that has to be like one of the coolest moments ever. You'd be like a world superstar for doing that.
I was going to say world champion. I thought you were going to choose that, but Super Bowl MVP, regular season MVP, that would be good. We got tons of great questions. Thank you, chat. I'm going to jump ahead, and Cynthia, I'll let you choose a question you want next, but I'm going to go to Puddin' Snack. Great name, Puddin' Snack. Who from the Saints are you most excited to play chess with? I wanted to get to that because do you know how many of your teammates do you know already play chess, and who are you maybe most excited to throw down against?
Yeah, a handful, but Foster Moreau for sure, because he's been talking the most trash. I told him, hey, shout out, you can go play my chess avatar. I told him you have to be my avatar on the Chess.com app before you get a chance to come and play me.
I love that.
We got another one here. It's from I'm a Cope Pod. Does winning the Lombardi Trophy come close to winning the Blitz Championship trophy?
You know what? They're both in the moment. They're both extremely intense. I know you guys saw our faces during those battles. I mean, we're competitive athletes. Like, we're super on edge and competitive. We want to win everything. So I was locked in the same way that I was locked in for those 3 Super Bowls I actually did play in. But
that's confetti here.
If the trophy was a little bigger.
Okay, we'll work on that. All right, I feel it. I feel it.
We might say this is very cool.
I love that our fans snuck in the assumption that the BlitzChamps trophy is more valuable than the Lombardi. Thank you, fans, for that phrasing. But no offense taken. We know the Lombardi's a pretty big deal. All right, we've got a few others that are great. Let's see. I'll jump to a question for your coach Canty, because people have been commenting on your style today. You look good today, man. Who wears the shades better, though, you or Canty?
Definitely my guy Canty. He's had a lot more practice at it. But I tried to throw in one at the end. I tried to do a signature move at the end where, right there.
Yeah, no, I caught that. That was genius, actually. That was so good.
I love this. I think I know the answer to this one, but who is/was the second best chief at chess? I mean, we did have one who won a BlitzChamp, but
yeah, Drew Tranquil, without a doubt. Yeah, Drew was. I was actually kind of sad that he wasn't here this year. I was expecting that to be a brawl, but he's so good and talented. And really, it's just his middle game. Like, his openings are okay, but his middle game tactics are fire.
Yeah. By the way, I did catch that Canty look. I really did when you did it. That was awesome. I hope someone clips that and ships it to Canty. But okay, we'll make this the last one from chat. You've been awesome, and the fans love to get these answers. But I will take this one as both a reading of the question from Chess and 2K, and also allow you to just talk a little bit about what the game of chess means to you. The question is, what about football do you think most translates to success in chess? Right? We hear these cliches a lot.
Oh, I love it.
People playing chess. Other people playing checkers. Yeah. Apparently, when it comes to BlitzChamps, Justin Reid's playing chess. Everyone else is playing checkers. But talk a little bit, if you would, about the game, what it means to you, and what you think is most helpful being a good chess player when it comes to on-the-field success.
Yeah, no, I love it. I love it. I'm obsessed with it. I play literally almost every day. Whenever, like, we're getting ready to play a game and you start to get a little bit excited because you know that moment's coming that you're about to, go into combat and step on that field with your brothers. I actually play, like, 1 or 2 games to, like, kind of calm myself down and bring myself back to peace, because I play my best when I'm calm and I'm thinking clearly rather than being hyped and jacked up on emotion. So in those 2 ways, it's very similar. You get too close and too emotional, you make mistakes, and you may make a blunder here or there. But if you have a calm, cool, collected demeanor and really know how to stay calm under pressure, it ends up translating pretty well. And it's always really fun and exciting too that when you see pieces in certain positions, like, sometimes you can see what your opponent is about to do before they do it, both on the chess and on the football field. So it's like you kind of do a move in order to counter that before they even get to it, maybe play some mind games with them. And it's the same thing with football. Like, you see formations and tendencies, wide receiver stance, a certain motion, and they're all doing that for a reason. So if you know what's about to come, you can use that to your advantage and maybe even set a trap for it.
Love it.
That was awesome.
I love it. Couldn't have asked for a better ending here and a better appreciation for what makes a great chess player, also makes a great football player on the field. Awesome, Justin. Shout out one more time to J. Reid Indeed if you want to give any thoughts on that. Obviously, we're super excited. $30,000 for the charity, and of course, everyone can check out information on that to support how they want to. But Justin, congrats to you and your charity, and really appreciate having you, man.
Appreciate you guys. Yes, sir.
See you later. There you go, everybody. That was our BlitzChamps 4 champion, our BlitzChamps back-to-back champion. He wins BlitzChamps 3 and 4. Bye, Justin. And yeah, that was incredible. And honestly, like, that analysis of what it is to stay calm under pressure, to know that you're at your best decision-making when when you're not rattled or emotional. I mean, there's so many lessons to that, not just in terms of being successful on the football field, but in life. That was awesome.
So great. And also, it just goes to show you, you know, he just won something that took a lot of mental energy. And, you know, it's been a few hours and he still has the presence of mind to talk about peace and calming your nerves and being able to just be so present and thinking about going back to fundamentals. If you want to know what the blueprint for a champion is, I feel like we just saw it, right? A guy who, the first thing he said, this is what I focus on the things that matter and kind of let the other stuff roll off your back. And it turned out, and it, you know, he won to the tune of 30 grand for the J. Reid Indeed Foundation, which is awesome.
Yeah, look, prior preparation prevents poor performance. And you heard it. He was up at 8:30 this a.m., shoring up everything, getting in his puzzles, watching film on his openers. And that effort was rewarded both with the money for the charity, but also with another trophy for that trophy case. Again, a second BlitzChamps trophy, along with his second Lombardi trophy. Justin Reid has amassed an incredible career defined by winning.
I also think we need to bring Foster Moreau in. He said Foster Moreau was talking a little trash. I think we need to call Foster Moreau for next year's event because we'll see about that.
Another former LSU Tiger there in Mr. Moreau.
Apparently those guys talk a lot of trash, knowing T-Bob and LSU. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm kidding. All right.
I mean, you're right.
I'll add to it, just say that we definitely have to get Foster Moreau invited next year. Our team who organized this, shout out to Annie and the entire partnerships crew. So many people bring this thing together. We have added another name circled there by Justin Reid to get invited. But I just want to give one last shout out to say that we have our first back-to-back champion. I couldn't think of a more deserving player. And I want to call out a comment in chat that was made by, I'm not even trying to call this username out, D-Dow, who was like, wow, this guy actually knows what he's talking about in the position. I think sometimes when we do these events with celebrities who are obviously incredibly successful and have had incredibly impactful careers in their field, you think this is going to be, you know, who knows, just a show for kicks and giggles and to raise some money for charity, which isn't a bad thing. That's awesome, right, to do and raise money for charity. But Justin Reid that guy's legit. And like, he was like, the way he analyzes it, his feel for the game, the way he broke down what the strategic plan is in the Kings Indian attack and how it builds to the common tactics. Cynthia told me off. I'm just like, oh my God, like this is like a brilliant perspective given by a guy who is super deserving. So despite Kyler Murray's massive improvement and all the others, I will say on record again, I think Justin Reid right now, from the active NFL players we've seen, is still head and shoulders above the rest. That guy is just amazing to watch, and he deserves it. He is our first ever back-to-back winner of BlitzChamps, and that trophy, which apparently we need to make bigger, will be sitting next to the Lombardi trophy, and we'll work on that. So, Cynthia, amazing to have you once again. This has been awesome. T-Bob, thank you. Any last words before we throw it out?
It's been awesome. No. You guys were the best.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, Danny. Thank you to the entire production team who put together all the notes that we used today, all the information, all the transitions, dealing with the technical difficulty as well. Truly a top-tier production, top to bottom. And again, thank you for having me, Chess.com. This has been a dream come true, and it's been very, very fun. Congratulations to everybody who played, all the charities, but especially Justin Reid.
Agreed. Thank you. You did the shout outs. You're a total pro for the team. I'll just echo that everyone who puts in effort to make this event happen, the unsung, less seen heroes of the production, of the crew. BlitzChamps, once again, is in the books. Can't wait for next year already, and the players will have maybe Foster Moreau. But for Cynthia, for T-Bob, for the entire production crew, thank you for tuning in. We will see you in a future year. And one more time, congratulations to Justin Reid for being our back-to-back BlitzChamps 4 champion. We will see you around in a future show on Chess.com, everybody.
Justin Reid's the best interview. He's so good.